let's go ahead and get started. We're returning from open session, reconvening, to open session, coming back from closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Here. Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Vicky. Do we have any announcements from closed session, Mike?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn to a regular meeting?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath to adjourn. Any objections? So ordered. We are adjourned. And now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember MD. Here. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Vicky. Let's all rise, folks, and salute the flag and a moment of silence, maybe for the Ukrainians who are under attack. Okay, I see a flag there. There it is. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, folks. All right, let's do announcements. This is Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. A couple announcements. I had a great community meeting this last weekend at the Alta Vista Community Center. Back indoors. We've been going back indoors since last month. And great show up, great people showing up, really cool to see. So many people showing up. We also have our community meeting online tomorrow night at 6:30. So I'll be sending out an email. The link will be on my Facebook page. And if anyone wants to be a part of that, it'll be Facebook Live, where you can make comments, and then the link for Zoom, and you'll be able to join directly. Other than that, Riviera Village, we do not have a St. Patrick's Day fun run this year down the village. We usually have one of those. And there's a lot of other events that are happening. Last week, there was at Veterans Park, the old library had an open house. And I want to remind everyone that we'll be having 2 more community meetings, one at Rec and Parks, and I believe one at Public Art. Thank you. Public Art Commission, April and May. And you'll be able to say your piece, what you think the old library should be, what we should do with it, what direction we should go. Lot of interest in that. So maybe there'll be another open house. We'll see. But other than that, that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, a lot happening. I want to thank the city of Hermosa Beach for allowing me to participate in their St. Patrick's Day parade last Saturday. It was a blast. My wife was my driver, and really had a good time with that. I also was able to check out the Kite Festival on Sunday down by the pier. Phenomenal. Lots of great kites in the sky. Huge crowds, which is awesome to see again. And I want to congratulate the 8U and 10U girls. I think it's AYSO 34, if I'm not mistaken. They won Arizona, a tournament with Arizona, Oregon, Hawaii, Nevada, and California. So that's a huge accomplishment. I'll be making a referral at the end of the meeting related to that. And obviously want to congratulate both the boys and the girls in the soccer team for doing really well at the high school and CIF. I think one of them won actually state, maybe both of them, I'm not mistaken, but one of them at least won state. One won the Southern Sectionals, I think, as well too. So that's phenomenal. And then finally, Councilmember Narenheim, you and I have to coordinate on this better. I have my community meeting tomorrow night as well, too, 6 to 7:30. My special guest will be the new police chief, Joe Hoffman. If you've not received the link for registration, it is on the District 2 council member webpage on redondo.org. You can also send me an email and I'll get you registered. Anyway, look forward to tomorrow night's Zoom meeting. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, just next Thursday, March 24th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., the South Bay City Council of Governments is having their General Assembly, which is free and open to the public. And the theme this year is Back to the Future, reimagining the South Bay. So there's a lot of really interesting speakers, and I would just recommend that anybody who would like to attend, it is going to be in person again. It won't be virtual like we did last year. So I would take advantage of it if you can. That's it.
When is that again, Chris?
Next Thursday, March 24th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Carson at the Juanita Melinda McDonald Community Center. It's on East Carson Street, right off the 405.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple announcements. First, I've gotten a couple emails or met people at the park who said we never hear from you. So folks, if you'd like to hear from your District 4 council member, please go ahead and text Redondo to 22828 and you will get signed up for my newsletter that goes out about once a month. 22828. You text Redondo to that number and you'll be signed up. Secondly, there was a lot of panic and reasonable panic at that for the new skate features that got rolled out to Perry Park. When we endeavor on new things in the city that have never been done before, there are inevitably in the human process going to be mistakes and things that could have been done better. And we'll talk about that a little later in the agenda. But I do, in light of the mistakes that did occur, I do want to thank our city manager and our public works staff for getting on the solution quickly and blockading the features that very strongly, nobody's moving these, that the residents were most concerned about. And these are skate features that were put next to the playground. And then you had an intersection of skaters with, babies in the area. So the good news is we rolled out something new. The bad news is there was an error in it. It wasn't the best. The good news is that the city acted fast in reacting to it, preventing a safety tragedy or incident, and we're going to come up with something better. So thank you, and feel free to reach out to me for anything.
Hey, Councilmember MD.
Well, wow, Zane, that was a really good announcement because I had heard the complaints, but I hadn't heard that you had responded to that. So good job. Kite Festival is always a great time, isn't it? It's such a great tradition and just love that festival. There's so many great memories tied with that. And thank you for mentioning the General Assembly. It is open to the public, so don't think that just you have to be an elected official to go. Anyone can go, and it is really a very well-run meeting that the COG does every year. This Thursday, I'm going to the Los Angeles Economic Development Council presentation. It's in El Segundo in their new cross campus, and well, it's new, but not really that new. But anyway, I like it. It's kind of modern. And I'll look forward to hearing all that they have to say this Thursday as well. So also the Public Works and Athens did a great event last Saturday. Was it last Saturday before, about the shred and household waste. So thank you again for doing such a great job. I know it's a really great service that a lot of our residents do enjoy. And also with the catalytic converters, just to remind you, kind of mark on your calendars that on April 21st, the police is going to be doing another etching. If you want to be more aggressive to make sure your catalytic converter doesn't get stolen, they do offer at Cars Automotive and several other places cages and leashes for your catalytic converter as well. I know there's a lot of people concerned about that. Is good. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to welcome aboard Joe Hoffman, our new police chief. We didn't make our last meeting, which was his first meeting. And he's got many, many years of experience. And we're very lucky to have such a capable person to step into the ranks of chief of police. So welcome aboard, Joe, and thanks for all your dedication to Redondo Beach. And I'd also like to point out that it looks like we're going to have a Power of Art at the Veterans Park Historical Library come September. We approved a contract with the Redondo Beach Art Group, which led by Nina, Zach Landon, as well as the others there. And her name escapes me. She's going to kill me on the Art Commission. We've done so much work and working with our staff to make sure that this happens. So really, really looking forward to that. So that'll be in September. So it's a little
and Mayor, that item actually is on the consent calendar agenda.
Right. I shouldn't have said we've approved it. I imagine we will be approving it. Let me say that. So, but they're already working hard on it, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's a great venue, and it's really kind of a reemergence of that facility from what we really had leased out for I don't know how many years to a public facility that we're going to all be able to enjoy on a regular basis, hopefully going forward. Anyway, with that.
And Mayor, if I could, if you would allow, I'd like to make two introductions as well. You mentioned we also have tonight two new staff members who started yesterday. Greg Kapovich, our new Waterfront and Economic Development Director, has begun. Greg comes to us from the city of Lomita, where he was the Community and Economic Development Director after prior stops in the city of Walnut Creek, as well as the city of Las Vegas. Looking forward to Greg getting rolling. He had his first Harbor Commission meeting last night, first city council meeting this evening. And then also another assistant to the city manager has begun, Luke Smoody. He comes to us from the city of Anaheim, having worked in a few different capacities there, also with the Orange County District Attorney's Office as a staff member in that organization. So we're pleased to have them both, very excited for them to get rolling, and look forward to you all getting a chance to meet them. They will be reaching out to each of you this week to make more formal introductions.
Great. Thanks, Mike, and welcome Luke and Greg. Thanks for joining the team.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next up is approval of order of agenda. Would somebody like to move the agenda around and approve it as is?
Motion to approve as is.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Baji, second by Councilmember Horvath to approve as is. Is there any objection or suggestions? Moving anything around? Okay, with that, so ordered. Next up, first up, I should say, is a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Roll call, please.
Okay. Member Narenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Obazi.
Here.
Member MD.
Here.
Commissioner Member Linez.
Here.
Commissioner Member Vogelsang.
Here.
And Chair Brand.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Approval order of agenda. Someone like to make a change or approve the order of agenda?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Baji, or sorry, Member Obaji, second by Member Horvath. Is there any objection? Okay, so ordered. Blue folder items. Are there any blue folder items for tonight's Housing Authority meeting?
There are none.
Thank you. Consent calendar. We have 3 items on the consent calendar. Any member can pull any item for further discussion. Any member of the public can comment. Are there any members who'd like to pull any item from the consent calendar? Okay, is any member from the public who'd like to comment on the consent calendar for the Redondo Beach Housing Authority?
No one has signed up to speak, and anyone that wishes to speak on this item can certainly raise their hand, but it doesn't appear so at this time.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Approve consent calendar.
Second.
I believe that was Member Linez, seconded by Member Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim. Sorry, Member Narenheim.
Aye.
Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Member Horvath.
Aye.
Member Obaji.
Aye.
Member MD.
Aye.
Member Vogelsgang.
Aye.
And Member Linez.
Aye.
Okay. Anything you need to read there, Vicki?
There is a resolution adopted
Mhm.
Let me just make sure that was consent before I proceed to read it.
I didn't see a resolution.
Is that the item for the public hearing, or is that
No, this was just the consent calendar. I didn't think
Okay.
there was anything.
There is nothing to read. I'm sorry. Thank you for the
Okay, public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Does anybody like to comment on non-agenda items? See anybody, Vicky, comment on?
No, I did not. Not for Housing Authority.
Okay. With that, we'll move to the public hearing to consider the 2022-2023 Public Housing Authority Agency Plan. I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by member Nierenheim to open the public hearing, seconded by member Horvath. Any objections? Okay, the public hearing is open.
Other ex parte communications?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Let's go through ex parte communications. Member Nierenheim,
I have none.
member Lowenstein,
I have none as well.
member Horvath,
None.
member Obaji,
None.
member MD,
None.
member Lioness,
None.
and member Vogelsky.
None.
Okay. With that, we'll turn to Cameron. Are you giving the presentation tonight?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Actually, our housing supervisor, Angelica Zavala, is on, and she can give a short presentation for you now. So I'll turn it over to Angelica.
Hi, good evening. And Mayor, did you want the presentation for the agency plan, or are you looking for the status of the housing authority?
Well, we're on the plan. So the housing, the status is coming up next. So right now
Okay.
we're on the plan, agency plan. So
Okay. So just a brief, our agency plan describes the mission of the housing authority, and then our annual plan is a progress report that provides details of the housing authority's daily operations. If anyone wants to take a look at the agency plan, it is available on our website, or if you would like to stop by our office, we can give you a copy. And just to be brief on what our annual plan is and what our goals are, the first one is to keep our high performer status with HUD, and we do so by complying with all regulations and submitting all our documents on a timely basis. We are also focused on dedicated to professional development of staff. Last year, we participated in 2 trainings, and hopefully we'll continue to do so. We're also focused on purchasing new software to facilitate and streamline any housing processes. We're also looking to increase our numbers by leasing more families, whether it is through pulling families from the waiting list, or whether it is leasing veterans or our emergency housing vouchers. But that's one of probably our biggest goal for the coming year. And also to attract new owners to our program.
say again, Angelica?
I'm sorry, no, I was just giving a brief of what our agency goal is for this year.
Okay, thank you. See if we get any questions. I don't see any questions. So I guess we're basically looking to receive and file the agency plan, and we'll adopt a resolution actually, but first we'd have to close the public hearing. I'm not seeing any hands up, but
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Wait,
Or
is there
actually,
any
is there any public comment first? Sorry.
No, there, excuse me, no, there is not.
Now you can make your motion.
I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion by member Nierenheim, second by member Horvath. Any objection to closing the public hearing? Okay, so order, is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
And authorize, chairman to execute required certification forms for submission to HUD.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by member Horvath, second by member Nierenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Member Nierenheim?
Aye.
Member Lowenstein?
Aye.
Member Horvath,
Aye.
Member Obaji,
Aye.
Member Imdi,
Aye.
Member Vogelskang,
Aye.
and Member Lioness.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes. Next up, or do you need to read that, Vicky? Sorry.
Now is the time for me to read it. The Housing Authority adopted resolution number HA 202284, a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the annual plan for fiscal year 2022-23 for submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vicky. So next up is status report on our Section 8 and Fair Housing Program. I take it Angelica's going to do this again?
That's correct, Mayor. This is our quarterly update, and Angelica will handle this one as well.
Hi again. So for this, I'm going to be sharing my screen. Okay, so this is a quarterly status report update of our Section 8 and our Fair Housing Program for the months of December 2021, January 2022, and February 2022. We currently have 442 families on our program, of which the majority, 3/4 of them being either seniors or disabled. Our current goal is outlined in our agency plan, and our one-year agency plan is to have 633 families in Redondo Beach. And the challenge to reaching our goal include the rising rents, low vacancies, negative stereotypes about our program, and poor landlord participation. The table on screen reflects the Section 8 activity over the last 3 months. We have 7 new contracts, and we were able to renew 100 leases. We had 12 families who moved off the program either because they passed away or needed to move off to assisted living, or they moved out of Redondo Beach. The average monthly housing payment is $1,272. This is the amount that the city, through its HUD allocation, contributes towards the rent of program participants. And the total payments of housing support over the last 3 months was $1.656 million. The following are funding highlights with regards to the Section 8 program. Now, this information is for calendar year 2021. We are expecting to receive our calendar year 2022 award letter by the end of March, but it should be very similar to last year's. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program and our VASH program and all our administrative expenses have been and hopefully will continue to be fully funded. As we've discussed in other city council meetings, the Housing Authority was allocated 29 emergency housing vouchers. We have partnered with the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, LAHSA, for program support and referrals. Last month, we partnered with the Los Angeles County Housing Authority to be able to house these EHV eligible families within LA County jurisdiction. So far, we've received a total of 18 referrals. We've issued 12 vouchers. Last month, we were able to house our very first EHV family. And if we have any landlords that are listening to this presentation, just know that the Housing Authority right now is currently offering a $2,500 landlord incentive to any landlord who can lease to any of our EHV voucher recipients. And last, HUD continues to recognize RBHA as a high-performing agency. Another highlight for us is the VASH program, which is housing assistance for veteran families. We have a total of 40 HUD VASH vouchers. We've already housed 31, and we are working towards housing and filling the slots for the remaining 10. Our VASH voucher holders do have higher payment standards than the regular Housing Choice Voucher or EHV voucher recipients. And this higher payment standard has helped our veterans find better housing here within the city. Right now, we do have 2 peer counselors from the VA who are assisting the Housing Authority in helping our vouchers locate housing. Our waiting list. So our waiting list was last opened in September of 2015. We have about 4,300 families on that waiting list. In January, we were able to pull 100 families, and we do plan on pulling another 100 families within the next couple of months. Any applicant who wants to check the status on their status on the waiting list should call the number on screen, 855-361-9512, or visit the website www.waitlistcheck.com. Fair housing. So the Housing Authority continues to refer any constituents who need fair housing assistance to the Housing Rights Center. Persons needing assistance can call the number on screen, 1-800-477-5977, or they can send an email with their questions to info@housingrightscenter.org, or they can schedule a phone or a Zoom appointment by visiting their website, www.housingrightscenter.org/help. They're able to help with any discrimination investigations, any landlord-tenant mediation needed, or any housing counseling. And this concludes my presentation. I'm here if anyone has any questions. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica. Could you tell me how much do we spend on the VASH program, say quarterly or annually?
Well, the VASH there, it's all combined with our housing choice voucher right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's right now it's about $6 million a year. Both of them combined. The breakdown, I really don't have the breakdown right now off the top of my head.
Okay. Yeah, but if you have 40 and the average rental payment is $1,262, I think you said.
Right. Only that for VASH, it's a little bit higher. Their payment standards are higher than the average housing choice voucher, so the amount would be higher as well. A lot of our veterans are not employed. They're depending on VA benefits or public assistance, so that's why their assistance is normally higher than people from the regular waiting list.
Yeah.
Get those figures for you for the next meeting.
It's a great program. I forgot what year it was started, but probably about 4 years ago, maybe longer.
Right. You're absolutely correct. It's a great program, and it's nice to being able to house our veterans. And if there's any landlords that are listening to this presentation, we do have landlord incentives for any landlord that rents to a veteran.
Yeah, and I would encourage any of the members tonight when you speak to landlords. It's a great program. It's just some paperwork you have to do up front, but the payments are guaranteed, and the landlords that are doing it love it. It's just, I think there's a lot of anxiety for new landlords to consider this program with paperwork and, feeling like they're being overseen by the government. But the fact is, it's a great program and it's guaranteed income. So
exactly.
you don't have to worry about, rent and that sort of thing. And it's a great service to the community. So any member, when they're talking to a potential landlord, be sure and talk us up. Because that is kind of a bottleneck right now, is more landlords willing to participate in this. Councilmember MD, or Member MD.
On that work, the checklist.com, I'm sorry, I don't remember the website. Do people, I believe when you enter it, it has a user and password kind of thing to it. Did you give everybody their user password to be able to check their wait list?
I believe that when they signed up, they received that information. However, they don't have it, a quick phone call. We'd be able to get that information for them.
Okay.
They did apply. They should have gotten that information to be able to apply.
So that when they applied, they got their information to check
exactly
with their username and all that. Okay.
Right. Applications were done online for the very first time in 2015. So in order to apply, they needed to have
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any public comment?
No, sir, there is not.
Any motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion by Member Obaji, seconded by Member Horvath, just to receive and file. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Thank you very much, Angelica.
Thank you.
Cameron. All right, any member items and referrals to staff? Now's a good time. I'm not hearing any. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by member Obaji, seconded by member Horvath to adjourn. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Thank you, member Vogelsgang and Lioness.
Thank you.
You appearing. So with that, back to a regular meeting of the city council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Vicky. Any blue folder items for tonight?
We do have 3 blue folder items. Under J1, we have public communications. Under N1, we have summary of rather lengthy, but there's a lot of material regarding N1, discussion and possible action to approve a license agreement with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy et al. The enclosures are submitted under blue folder are the summary of Redondo Beach Community Gardens updates from past year, garden management documents, professional landscape plan for the site, garden leadership structure, projected annual operating budget, and letters of support from local organizations, officials, and partners. Then under N2 for the discussion item from the Recreation and Parks Commission, Public Works Commission, and Planning Commission on the development of a tree ordinance for the regulation of trees on private and or public property. There is a PowerPoint presentation and a letter from South Bay Association of Realtors. Those are the 3 items to be considered for receive and file under blue folder, please.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky. Is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved. So moved again.
Second.
Having a hard time getting seconds tonight for some.
I'll second.
Okay, motion to admit items to the blue folder by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Next up is our consent calendar. Tonight we have 15 items on consent. These items are normally voted on all at once. Any member can pull any item, and any member of the public can comment on any item asked for it to be pulled. So first I'll go through the council, see if anybody wants to pull anything. Councilmember Narenheim.
I do not want to pull anything. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Well, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
Thank you.
Okay, look at that. Any public comment on consent calendar tonight?
Yes, actually, Dr. Andrew Lesser on item H14.
Dr. Lesser.
Let me allow him to speak. There we go.
Okay, I should be unmuted.
We hear you loud and clear.
Great. Okay, I just want to speak to item H14. I want to commend our new chief of police, Joe Hoffman. Rid my bicycle down by the pier many, many times and was always kind of disheartened to see that substation was almost never manned. So I think it's a great idea to overhire a sergeant and a couple of non-sworn community service officers to help improve the feeling of safety at the pier. And that's it. So I think it's a great idea, and it'll be reassuring to see officers once again manning the police substation on the pier. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Any other public comment?
We do have one e-comment. I want to just mention once more. If anyone wants to speak on any item on the consent calendar before a vote, they should raise their hand now, because there are some people that did not specify which items they would like to speak on. And we do have an e-comment, so Melissa is going to help out and read out that e-comment for item H14.
Our e-comment was submitted by Jill Clausen. I am opposed to hiring more police. The community would be better served by creating a department of social workers who are qualified to respond to things like domestic disputes, homeless issues, etc. No more police, especially the overhiring of them. And that concludes the comment.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Obaji. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Naranjo.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
I, with a comment to the speaker, our department is very diverse in how they handle situations, and it's not just a police state. It is filled with people that are trained accordingly. So with that, I say aye.
Okay, Vicky, you need to read a couple things.
Yes, under item H10, council adopted by title only, resolution number CC-223-1012, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing execution of a fiscal year 2021-22 aquatic center grant agreement with the California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways for the funding of sailing program student scholarships and boating safety education equipment repairs in the amount of $20,374. Also adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2203013, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2021-22 fiscal year budget modification appropriating $20,374 from the Aquatic Center Grant Agreement with the California Department of Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways Grant number C8966330 to the city's Community Services Department budget for expenses relating to sailing program scholarships and boating safety education, equipment, and repairs. And that concludes all items that needs to be read.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. Next up, public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on any item that is not on our agenda. Everybody has 3 minutes. So with that, I'll turn to Vicky to see if anybody wants to comment on non-agenda items.
Okay, our first speaker here would be Eugene Solomon.
Thank you, Vicky, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff, new staff members, and Chief Hoffman, welcome. Not long ago, a few weeks ago, the council addressed some budget changes at the mid-year or considerations of the mid-year in a number of decision packages. Among those decision packages was funding $170,000 for some credit card fees that we've been absorbing. The city has two main contracts with the Bank of America, one for banking services and one this merchant services agreement. Going back through the online public records, we've had an agreement with Bank of America for our banking services since 2006. It's uncertain as to whether or not that has been sent out for a request for proposals anytime in the recent past. Certainly since I can recall, which is at least 4 or 5 years, it has not been sent out for any kind of formal request for proposal. There's been some informal discussions with the city staff. That contract ends or would be automatically renewed on May 31st of 2022. It seems an awful short period of time considering the staff workload that would be put in process there. But I would ask the council to please consider for the next automatic annual renewal for May of 2023 to please consider tasking staff sometime about 6 months from now with sending out a request for proposal, a formal request for proposal of our city banking services. The second component that is a merchant services agreement. That agreement is renewable or can be terminated rather at any time by either party with 60 days notice. In reviewing the contracts that are on file with the city, the merchant services agreement has not been sent out for proposal, a formal request for proposal, since 2012. So you have one contract that's been in place for going on 16, 17 years, and another going on almost 10 years without a formal request for proposal going out. Would ask that the city consider doing that rather than having the staff work behind the scenes for full transparency to the public and to make certain that we're getting the very best that we can for our services and costs associated with them. Thank you very much for your time and have a good meeting.
Okay, thank you, Eugene.
The next speaker would be Holly Osborne. No, thank you. Change my mind.
Okay, anyone else?
It doesn't appear there are any other under non-agenda.
Hello? Hello? Andy Lesser?
Yeah, Andy, did you want to comment under non-agenda
Yes.
items?
Yes, I did. I wasn't planning to speak on anything on this item, but while I've been watching on my computer monitor and Zoom, I've been looking out my window, which has a bird's eye view of Pearl and Francisca intersection. And since the meeting started, I've watched something to the tune of 45 or so, 50 vehicles go through that intersection, and more than half of them did California stops. And I've also watched, I'd say 6 just roll right through the stop signs as if they didn't exist. So this is kind of a friendly challenge to our new police chief. I brought this up many, many times. I know it's a citywide problem, it's a statewide problem, but from where I'm sitting right here, second story on Pearl Street, looking at the intersection of Pearl and Francisca, I've offered my driveway for motor officers to get a bird's eye view. I would sign a release of liability. I would welcome some enforcement of Pearl and Francisca intersection, because people just blow through the stop signs like they're not even there. And the only time I see people stop, for the most part, is when they see somebody else coming. But even then, that's no guarantee that one of them will obey the stop sign. And I've seen a lot of near misses. So in any event, I'd like to see some traffic enforcement in my little neck of the woods. That's it. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, at this time, if there's anyone else that wants to speak on non-agenda items, they should raise their hand of the registered attendees. We do have an e-comment to be read. Melissa?
Our e-comment was submitted by Wayne Craig. Redondo Beach residents need our help. Stop the Metro Green Line extension along the existing right-of-way freight line in Districts 3 and 4. Move it to where it makes more sense along Hawthorne Boulevard and works best for all 3 cities impacted. I went on the LA Metro line walking tour to see the proposed Green Line extension along nearly 480 existing residences in the eastern portions of Redondo Council Districts 3 and 4. The proposed plan is to add another rail line literally a few feet away from the backyard fences of many residents. If built running through part of Redondo Beach residential neighborhoods, the Metro Green Line will operate approximately 20 hours a day. During rush hour, a train will pass every 7 to 8 minutes directly behind or by existing homes, over 100 of which are senior retirement dwellings. Can you imagine how horrible that would be? Along with other concerned Redondo neighbors, I told the Metro people it makes more sense to build an elevated line along Hawthorne Boulevard, as that is where the original red cars traveled. Many real estate professionals have already stated, that existing homes on the proposed route could see their values reduced. Using conservative estimates from $60 to $70 million for those 480 homes, or an average of $135,000+ per homeowner dwelling. I encourage the Redondo Beach City Council to send another letter to LA Metro asking for the change to Hawthorne Boulevard, as that benefits all 3 cities impacted. Members of the public can also write to LA Metro. And that's the end of e-comments.
Okay. Anything else?
We do have one more speaker, Mia Halzel. However, she indicated she wanted to speak on item H14, which was already voted on. She wanted to make a comment.
Sure, go ahead, Mia.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hi. Well, really, I had more of a general statement to give. My name is Mia Halsell, and I'm one of your police dispatchers, police and fire. I just wanted to speak to you guys today to shed some light on the challenges facing our communications unit. I've worked here for about 5 years, and I'm sure you guys are already aware we've been in a staffing crisis for 4 of those years. on an operator and supervisory level. I know that there's talk of taking away more positions from our unit simply because we've been unable to retain staffing levels. And I wanted to make sure that you guys that are making these decisions are informed as far as some of the contributing factors. I'm not really sure how much time I have, but
You have another 2 minutes and 15 seconds, Ms. Hall.
okay. All right. So I'll try to be quick. So one of the main and most obvious things is salary. So Redondo dispatchers cap at about $67,000 and our neighboring RCC dispatchers cap at $90,000. And that's more than a $23,000 difference for the exact same duties. Their dispatcher cap at RCC is even $3,000 higher than what our Redondo supervisors cap at. The city offers no lateral incentive or retention pay, and qualified operators are simply not applying to come here. We're all post-certified, which is Peace Officer Standards Training, it's statewide qualification, and it affords us the mobility and pre-qualification to dispatch for any agency statewide. So, I mean, it's no surprise really that people are seeking greener pastures. In September of 2020, Governor Newsom passed legislation to reclassify public safety dispatchers from clerical workers to first responders. And considering that we are in fact the first responder, this was very overdue. We're a critical connection between the public and life-saving services. We never close and we are always here. Without dispatchers, your constituents are at risk, and especially considering the chaos of the modern world. We're in a union that's clerical based, and we have the same coverage as people working a regular 40-hour work week and no overtime. And it's simply not reflective of the nature of our work. Often we're working 6 and 7 days a week. We are, as public safety employees, we're exempt from the labor code. And simply put, this has led to us being exploited. And I understand the constant concern regarding our unit's overtime usage, but none of us desire to work as much as we have. You really only have 4 remaining operators that have worked the duration of the staffing crisis. And we would be minimally staffed at 8. And I know that's what you guys are considering cutting us to, but it's really just, it's not going to be feasible. I just wanted to come and speak to you guys today so that the next time that you have an opportunity to make a decision that can positively affect dispatch and your constituents, I please hope that you consider us. We put in a lot of sacrifice for the city. We are doing our best. And it would just be great to get some support from the council level also.
Hey, thank you, Mia. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
And that appears to conclude communications from the public on non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you, Vicky. Next up is a discussion item and possible action to approve a license agreement with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy for installation and operation of a community garden at Alta Vista Park. Cameron Harding, are you leading this?
That's correct, Mayor. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and share my screen. So I'll start off with just a brief history of how we got to this point. Back in October of 2020, a presentation was made to the Recreation and Parks Commission by a representative of the Redondo Beach Community Gardens Committee, which is kind of a subcommittee of the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. During that presentation, they noted that Alta Vista may be a good location for a community garden. Later that month, during strategic planning, the city council identified as one of its objectives for staff to provide an update on possible sites for installation of a community garden. And then I'll go ahead and fast forward to April of 2021, where City Council directed staff to work with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy to develop plans for a community garden at Alta Vista Park. So some benefits of community gardens: provides access to green space, provides access to space for growing food, improves nutrition and food access for families, and also strengthens community connections. So some highlights of the proposed license agreement with South Bay Parkland Conservancy for a community garden at Alta Vista that you have before you tonight. The proposed agreement would authorize approximately 4,500 square feet towards the southwest parkway of Alta Vista Park, and you can see the proposed location there in the picture on the slide to your right. The Parkland Conservancy would be solely responsible for all work, including labor and materials, as well as costs and utilities for the construction of the community garden. And of course, the city would remain in partnership with them through that process to make sure it's done correctly. Also, once constructed, the South Bay Parkland Conservancy would be responsible for the maintenance, hours of operation, conduct of the community gardens, assignment of garden plots, maintaining waiting lists, and access to the premises. And included in your packet tonight is a further description of just how they would do that. And final highlight I wanted to mention tonight is that the agreement also provides for a dedicated water submeter that would track costs associated with the water usage of the garden. Also, as part of that clause, the city would only charge the Parkland Conservancy if the water consumption for the garden exceeds what we are currently using for what is now a grass area there. And in conversations with representatives from the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, that's highly unlikely to occur. So as far as financial fiscal impact, you currently have $35,000 in the capital improvement fund to cover ADA curb cuts once the community garden is installed, an ADA parking spot, and a point of access for water at the site. And also I felt it was important to mention that included in the proposed license agreement is that the South Bay Parkland Conservancy will maintain all documents, full accounting records, and will make those available to the city for review upon our request. So recommendation to the City Council tonight is to approve the license agreement with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy for installation and operation of the community garden at Alta Vista Park. With that, I'm available for any questions. I also have a few representatives from the South Bay Parkland Conservancy on the call tonight. The president, Mr. Jim Light, Mara Lang, and Brianna Agan. And with that, Mr. Mayo, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Cameron. Why don't we hear from Brianna first? I know she's been working on this for a couple of years now. And yeah, Brianna, did you want to have any opening comments about it, or?
Sure, I'd be happy to share a brief overview of the project and kind of our updates from this past year. So we have been working as a committee and in partnership with South Bay Parkland Conservancy for the past 2 years now. And the proposal for the garden, as you saw last year, has stayed more or less the same in terms of configuration. We plan to have 26 raised beds at the site for annual membership. And there will also be a community compost bin that members of the public can be part of and take part in creating compost from food waste. And we'll also have an outdoor education space that we plan to host workshops that would be open to any members of the public to register and be part of. So we really are excited for this garden. There's lots of community support. Some of our past accomplishments in the past year include that we were able to collaborate with a professional landscape designer. And so included in your blue folder items is an overview of the plan with elevations that you can take a look at that. We've also been able to engage with a Boy Scouts troop And so we plan to have 4 of the scouts leading out Eco Scout projects, which will involve building the raised beds and the 3-bin compost system. We finalized all of our garden management documents, and so you'll see in your packet our draft files for the application, the garden rules, as well as the leadership structure for the garden. And then we've continued to outreach and network with our nearby community gardens, including Torrance Community Garden, Hermosa Beach Community Garden, where we've had site visits and reach out to the garden managers to share best practices. We've also met with community partners, including the Alta Vista School PTA, the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce, and representatives from the offices of Supervisors Janice Hahn and Holly Mitchell. And we've begun tabling at the farmers markets at Redondo Beach to share and outreach more about this project so that we can continue to recruit volunteers who can help at work days and also interested members to sign up when we open up the plot memberships. And you'll also find some materials in your packet where with the networking and outreach that we've done, we've been able to receive letters of support from Supervisor Holly Mitchell, as well as Los Angeles Community Garden Council, Enviroscape LA, Belmonte Farm, the Boy Scouts Troop, and Hermosa Beach Community Garden. And so we really are just sharing this with you just to show widespread community support. We really feel that the city is behind this, and we're grateful that we've been able to work with Mr. Harding and Public Works staff as well to begin discussing the build out of the garden and developing the license agreement. And we are continuing to seek out funding. We have applied for various county level grants. We've approached businesses for corporate grants, and we've also received a commitment to have in-kind donations from Athens Services, Kellogg Soil, and Learned Lumber. So this project is very much in a stage that's ready to go. We're ready to act and to break ground and begin building the site. So thank you for having us today.
No, that's fantastic, Brianna. Really, you've checked all the boxes. It's just fantastic. You said you've been going to the farmers market. Have you gone to the farmers market at both of them, or are you planning to go to more of them? It seems like a great opportunity to do outreach and get more public participation.
Definitely, yeah, we do see that as a way to reach perhaps like-minded folks who would be interested and engaged. So we've gone once to the farmers market at Veterans Park, the one that's run by the city. That I believe was two weeks ago, and we plan to continue to have more regular tabling opportunities and are reaching out to the Riviera Farmers Market as well.
Right. Yeah, no, that's great. And you mentioned Enviroscape LA as in Mike Garcia.
That's
I
right.
see he's waiting to speak, but he said he wants to speak on N2, but okay.
Yeah, Mike Garcia is one of our garden advisors. And so we consult with him for.
Yeah, I know he's been really excited about this. And then Jim Light from the Parkland Conservancy. Are you on, Jim?
Yes, I'm on.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything to what Brianna said, what you guys are doing and what's next?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Cameron and Mike Wojciechowski, the staff that's been working with us on the agreement. It's been a great process and very supportive. And SBPC is excited about this opportunity as well as all the other stuff we're doing this year. We're starting our 5th year in Wilderness Park. We've expanded now into our 4th acre of Wilderness Park. And just in this year, we've done over 200 volunteers and over 400 hours of volunteer effort planting plants and maintaining the areas that we've planted. We finished the Esplanade Bluff Garden at the north end of the Esplanade and are now doing infill planting and maintenance. I was just there doing some maintenance. I was planning to spend like half an hour on Thursday afternoon and ended up talking with people who were passing by for over 2 hours about, the kind of plants we have in there, how they can grow them. So that's turned into more than just a pretty garden. It's turned into a real opportunity to expand knowledge on native plants, and hitting a home run there. I would, if any of you haven't been there, I'd recommend you go down and see it. It's in full bloom now. We spread wildflower seeds. It's really beautiful right now. We got invited to start doing maintenance, and we took over maintenance on 3 acres of the Esplanade Bluff to the south. And we're going to be adding 3 more acres that we're restoring north of Avenue I, starting this fall after the blue butterfly season. So that's an effort we've just started up in this new year, and excited to take that over, working with LACC and with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We just completed in January our first demo garden at Alta Vista Elementary School, where we planted over 300 square feet of native pollinator garden. And the principal there just approved phase 2, which will double that space. So we'll be breaking ground on that in the next few weeks. City of Lawndale, County of LA has asked us to take over Alondra Park. There's an island at Alondra Park where they want us to maintain and expand native habitat on there. We're working with El Camino Community College on that effort. We just got asked to help by 2 Girl Scout troops on Monarch Butterfly Garden at Fort Lots of Fun, just north of Prospect Avenue in Hermosa Beach. We've already met with the Girl Scouts, and we're getting ready to plant in April on that one. Just today had a meeting with folks from Hermosa. We'll be doing about a 3,600 square foot native habitat on the green belt, focused both on the El Segundo blue butterfly and the monarchs that are overwintering there. Redondo Union, we just got offered 65 planter boxes on top of the admin building. We are looking for a place to start a nursery, so we're evaluating that. So far this year, we've worked with an Eagle Scout on a project he wants to do, 3 Girl Scout groups, volunteers from Redondo Union, West and South High, and we had our first middle school, Torrance Middle School, showed up for an effort at Wilderness Park. And we've been working with Alta Vista and El Camino Community College. We're applying for funding in multiple places. We're hoping to bring in additional funding for 3 more acres of bluff, which would be 6 more acres of the bluff, which should take us up to Avenue C. We're going to apply with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to fund 7 acres in Wilderness Park. That is also a monarch overwintering site, and they have funds available for that. And we've been talking with USDA, and they are very interested in our community garden. They may be willing to fund 2 community gardens in Redondo if we can pick a second site, probably in North Redondo, to spread the wealth amongst two sites, although I would like to start getting the first one under our belt before we start on the second. Later in April 23rd and 24th, we're going to hold a Wilderness Park 45th Anniversary and Earth Day event with Camp Out. And we're going to do a display at Beach Life Festival this year. We're going to have the El Segundo blue butterfly wings, where you can stand there and get your picture like you're an El Segundo blue butterfly. And we'll be there to hand out information on our organization. So a lot going on. I feel like we've been snowballing the last few years and growing momentum in what we're doing, and we're expanding the organization with that. I'm very pleased with the work Brianna and Mara have put in, and the rest of the community garden team. As you heard, pretty impressive accomplishments that they've been able to do. And I'm hopeful you'll approve the community garden. We're ready to move out on that. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Yeah, so quite busy. That's an amazing rundown. So this is a great news to see how far you've come. I know we started talking more in detail about this over a year ago. So here we are. Everything seems to take at least a year and a half. Okay, Councilmember MD.
Well, actually, I wouldn't mind hearing from people first. Is that okay?
Sure. Are there any other council questions, comments? Not seeing any. Public comment.
Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Obaji.
I also just want to echo applause for all y'all for the perseverance in getting this to the finish line, or I guess the beginning of the start line, which took a lot of preparation and overcame the adversity and the trash talk that you get. Stayed stuck with it. Brianna, I still recall when you first presented to council. I think I wasn't even on council, but I was listening, and people called it the best presentation they'd ever seen to the city council. So I'm glad to see that the fruits of your labor are starting to pay off, and that the new supervisor, Holly Mitchell, somehow this caught her attention when very little else has so far in Redondo Beach, because she's overwhelmed with 6 new cities, and she wrote a letter in support of this. So I'm happy to see that. I'm happy. I don't know who forged the relationship with her honor, but keep it up, please. Show off when you do get this done. We're excited about it, and I totally agree that it would be great to get this going, just like we saw with the skate park, just like with the dog run. Great to get 1 going before we go for 2, so we can work out all the kinks here and the like. All right, so thank you guys.
Yeah, should point out this is the very first community garden in Redondo Beach. So very exciting. I guess no more council comments, questions. I'll go to the public comment.
Okay, first the commenter is Leslie Whitaker. Ms. Whitaker, please proceed. Looks like she may have stepped away. Next commenter is Christine Ng.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Christine, I'm a North Redondo resident for at least 33 years, since 1988. And I'm very excited about this garden. Even though it's in South Redondo, I'm looking forward to bringing it over here in North Redondo too, because I do see some spots here that would be perfect here. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I think that's the second part. Second garden.
Okay.
Any other public comment?
Yes, sir. There's an Ms. Whitaker did come back on. Just, you can start speaking, Ms. Whitaker.
Hello, thank you. Yes, I did want to just speak about the public garden, of what a wonderful addition I feel it would be for our community. It's such a great way for us to enjoy some solitude, or a unique time to connect with our family and our neighbors. And I'm grateful that it's been moved along this far in the process. I wonder if we'll also have a provision in place to protect the growing materials from our little furry friends that are nearby. Is there a plan in place for that as well?
Furry friends meaning pretty much anything out there: possums, raccoons, and coyotes.
The whole gamut.
Dogs, pet dogs.
Right, that too.
I can answer the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Brianna. I'm sure you've thought of this.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. So yeah, we will have a fence around the garden, and we're looking at the style will be something that's considered like a deer fencing that's popular in the East Coast. So it's wooden, but it has kind of like metal grating. So that will be at least 5 to 6 feet high. And for the raised beds themselves, we have heard that there is a gopher problem at the school garden at Alta Vista. And so we do plan to have gopher wire built into the raised beds at the base of the raised beds, so that the gophers are not able to come through. As well as for the composting system, we've modeled it after LA Compost. They've actually been kind enough to share with us their build plans. And so those bins have a corrugated metal top that closes fully, and it also has gravel and gopher wire at the base to prevent any animals from digging underneath and coming through. So that's definitely a consideration, and thank you for your question.
And I know that Mike Garcia was a master gopher hunter or something like trapper back in high school. So it's good that you got him advising you. He's got his hand up, Mayor.
Ms. Whitaker, did you complete your comments? Wasn't clear.
Yes, thank you so much. That's great to know. Yeah, to protect what we have, what we'll have going on there, as well as to keep from attracting extra, wildlife activity for neighbors and things. And then if I'd like to speak on a different issue, do I wait till that matter is brought up?
Which issue did you want to speak on, Leslie?
Well, I was just wondering when we feel that a traffic light or a crossing guard should be installed in a certain intersection.
Yeah, that would be something you could call in next time under non-agenda items. So we have to stick to the agenda.
Perfect.
But you can talk about it if it's not on the agenda, which it probably won't be, but you can also reach out to whoever your council member is and yeah.
Email them.
Or show up at the next meeting and speak under non-agenda items. So
Thank you, Mayor Brand.
yeah, and feel free to just write me and I'll find out who your council member is and we'll forward it to him or her.
I appreciate that.
Thanks for calling in.
Mr. Mike Garcia would like to speak now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, please.
Hello? Okay, okay, good, thanks. Well, you know what? I just have to tell you the excitement that I have concerning this whole project. You know, I was there at the genesis of the Hermosa Beach Community Garden with Councilmember Duclos. My company actually landscaped the Manhattan Beach Botanical Garden over 30 years ago. I mean, that's how long I've been at this with native plants and gardens and so on. In fact, last week we were installing irrigation to a community garden over in Inglewood. We're doing some volunteer work over there. And nothing excites me more, though, than my own hometown. I don't know if anybody knows this or not, but it was around 1910. My family immigrated from Mexico to Redondo Beach because Redondo Beach was known as good farmland. And they were farmers. And so that's why they stopped here. And my great uncle moved to Fresno. And thank God my grandfather stayed here. Mom was born here in 1920. She worked in the agricultural field. I got my degree in horticulture. So I've just been in it, but nothing brings me more joy than knowing that my own hometown. And so I'm totally committed to helping with in-kind services to make sure this gets off the ground. And last Saturday, Brianna and
Sounds like we've lost him.
Yeah, we lost you, Mike. Sorry about that. Mike's
environmental challenges of
There we go.
California.
there you go.
Okay.
We lost everything you just said.
The biggest
30 seconds.
Okay. The biggest environmental challenge to Southern California is our lack of water. So about a year ago, we actually designed and installed the world's first organic soil garden that recycles water. It was in the front page of LA Times about 6 months ago. We'd love to incorporate that, some type of that technology here to this garden too, since it's in my hometown. So I just have a lot of good feelings about this for the future. If you have kids, that's going to be the reality is, growing food and recycling water. And it already exists. It's already being done. I would just love to bring it to Redondo Beach. And so I'm really, really enthusiastic about this whole project, community garden.
Thank you, Mikey, for coming on. And you forgot to mention your company.
Enviroscape.
Enviroscape
LA at that.
Yeah, Enviroscape LA, based in Redondo Beach. Thank you very much. Mike.
District 5. And 4.
Any more public comment, Vicki?
Carolina Gutierrez.
Yes, hi. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach, and I live in a condo building. And this condo building just so happens to have a vegetable gardening space. And when I first moved into the building, I was thrilled. And immediately, I wanted to take care of the garden. And it turned out it was a big jungle of tangled weeds. And it was so overwhelming. And nobody was interested in taking care of the garden. And I so longed for a community that I could rely on, that I could go to. And so to hear about this community garden is so inspiring. And I just found out about it when I went to the farmer's market a week ago, and hearing Brianna's presentation, the last presentation, I was just so blown away, so inspired. So I just wanted to let you guys know. I also, I joined the horticulture school at El Camino because I wanted to learn all about gardening. But then we had the COVID pandemic and the classes were online. So it defeated the purpose of meeting like-minded people. So this community garden is very, very inspiring. So thank you. And thank you, Brianna, for just, top work that you've done. Thank you.
Any more public comment, Vicki?
Melanie Cohen.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, everybody. I just want to thank everybody involved with South Bay Parkland Conservancy for the phenomenal work getting this project off the ground. I have been a member of South Bay Parkland Conservancy since, I guess, about 2008, and have also donated money regularly on a regular basis, which, by the way, goes to every single project that SBPC works upon. So great work. I hope to become heavily involved with the community garden because I've always wanted a little space, because where I live in my condo, they weren't willing to let me put a garden in the actual landscaping of my own property. And my garden, using pots didn't work out too well because I don't have great light where I live. It's either too little or too much, or too hot or too cold. So kudos to everybody, and please keep giving to South Bay Parkland Conservancy. Just go to www.southbayparks.org. Thanks, guys. Great work. And I also want to say that we'll be talking about a wonderful project also, which is a tree ordinance, which I definitely recommend as well. Thanks, guys.
Okay, I have no one else with their hands up that we are aware of that wants to speak on this item of attendees. So we have approximately 13 e-comments. Did you want them read aloud?
Sounds like a lot. Sure, why not? I guess, I don't know, I'll leave it up to the council. Hear them all. Not hearing anything. Yeah, I guess go ahead, Vicki. I'm not hearing any.
Yeah, they're not very long, Mayor Brand.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Okay, Melissa, please proceed.
All right, here we go. First comment is by Leslie Ogg. I support approving the license of the Redondo Beach Community Garden. It's time for us to have a place where people can grow some food, get some fresh air, and exercise and have some fellowship. Next comment by Tasha Hinchlife. A community garden would be a wonderful option for those residents who do not have yards so they can grow their own vegetables. It would also be a wonderful way for the community to come together, work alongside one another, and sharing gardening tips. Next one, submitted by Carl Leach. As a strong supporter of the incredible work of the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, I firmly believe in their mission to establish a healthier and happier community through their efforts to bring us together in their native garden and community garden projects. Next one, submitted by Cheryl Shear. Creating a community garden in Redondo Beach is a wonderful plan that will bring health benefits, beauty, community to those who participate. Many studies have cited the stress-relieving benefits of connecting with nature and gardening. By creating a community garden, the city will be offering these benefits to the many residents who live in apartments or houses without yards. Coming together to create beauty and watch the wonder of plants also build community. Something most of us long for after these 2 years of pandemic separation. We have the place and the plan. Please make it a reality. Next comment is by Emma Biggs. I support RB Community Gardens. I love the idea of having community members be able to lease a plot of land to garden. I currently live in a condo building in Redondo Beach and do not have access to a garden in my building. We have many condos, apartments, and townhomes in the city that do not have gardening space. Our schools are supporting the live well movement of having gardens at schools, but then our families do not have the access to continue this learning at home. RB Community Gardens will give that option at a low cost and provide opportunities for families to have fresh fruit and vegetables to their tables at home, as well as engage with other members of the community in a positive way that helps the environment. Next comment submitted by Jill Clausen. I strongly support the creating of a community garden in Redondo Beach. It would be a great value to our residents who live in apartments or condos without access to a yard to grow food. Please provide this agenda item. Please approve this agenda item. Next one submitted by Jose Angel Garcia. As a resident of the city of Redondo Beach, I feel that having a community garden would be a huge asset to the city and its residents. Many of the residents live in multi-family dwellings and do not have access to a garden. Having a community garden in our city would not only help with community building, it would provide community engagement as well as encourage healthy eating. We ask for you to help in providing this to our residents. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment by Joan Riley. We all have to garden in our lives. Now we can. Next comment by MJ Shamaz. What's the drawback? Of course, this is an excellent idea. Next comment by Mary Ewell. The leadership has already been provided for this community garden that will meet the needs of those who have no open space to develop one. It brings folks together for a basic endeavor, a spiritual, emotional need to connect with the earth and be creative. That is located adjacent to an elementary school that has already shown interest in cultivating classroom gardens, and a public park makes it a bonus ×3. It seems to be a no-brainer, a win-win. Next comment submitted by Wayne Craig. A great project from a well-deserving organization. Please support their efforts for a community garden. And our last comment submitted by Barbara Epstein. Creating community gardens will be Redondo Beach's best idea. The response from the public has been extraordinary. County Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office has expressed great enthusiasm and appreciation for this project. They feel, as do I, that this will do much for the residents' quality of life, health, and well-being. And that concludes our e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Any more public comment, Vicki?
No one else has raised their hand, so I'm going to say that we have no more public comment.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
So thank you to echo. Thank you, Brianna and Mara. And there was one other gentleman on there I thought that was on your team, but thank you for all the work you've done. And I just want to make sure we understand that we're going to allow all Redondo residents to have an opportunity to have a plot, regardless of how you feel about them, regardless of any of that. Thank you, Jim, for agreeing. And because I believe that by allowing everyone to come and to work together in that space, you'll find that we have more that unite us than divide us. And I think this is an excellent opportunity to have everybody heal accordingly. And I think that's wonderful. I do want to add one thing is that I'd like to limit the signage. There's a lot of sign blight around, and I want to make sure that it's very just to limit it how many signs would be on there. And I spoke to the community service director, and he said he would that would require a council direction. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve this license agreement with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy for the installment and operation with the community garden at Alta Vista Park with the limitation of one sign, and with additional signs must be approved by the community services director.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Anything else, Laura?
No, I just say, again, thank you. And it's wonderful. And I think that, I hope it'll be very successful.
Okay, I see Brianna Egan put her hand up again. Brianna.
Thank you, Councilmember MD. We appreciate the support. I definitely echo and agree with everything you're saying about, the garden being an opportunity for folks to find common ground. And I think that will be a beautiful thing. If I was just wondering if you could share a little bit of clarification on signage as far as is this specifically for like the sign displaying the name of the community garden, or are you asking for there to be like, because one of the things that we have spoken about is for some major donors and funders that we would acknowledge them on a plaque. And so I just wanted to hear a bit more about what you're thinking as far as the signage.
Oh, I'm sure. And again, by having it go through the community service director, I'm sure those things would be very reasonable. I just don't want 17 signs all over the place advertising, let's just pick a company, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola has 17, there's 17 plazas and 17 Coca-Cola signs, or there's, 17 of everything. We could have one plaque. It's what you're saying is reasonable signage. I just don't want it to be covered with signage throughout the whole place. And it needs to be, the reason why people agree with gardens, besides the concept of it, is that it's greenery, it's garden. And so if we start getting into blight of that, it becomes a problem. Even in North Redondo on the bike path, there's so much sign blight. And there's a bunch of poles on there that don't even hold or do a purpose. They're just big, huge, giant poles in the middle of our bike paths for no apparent reason. And so I'm just trying to limit that. And I brought up that concern to staff, and their quote, they said to me that it would require council direction for that concern to be memorialized. And that was all. And that's why I put in that flexibility of just, if you need more signage, just have a conversation. I just don't want it to go crazy with signage everywhere.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nerna.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. First, I want to say Brianna and I think Ms. Epstein or Barbara Epstein. She's not here, but I remember sitting in my backyard. Mara, you were there too. In August of 2020, when we first started talking about this plan, would be so proud that we're finally here to get this moving forward. I mean, I'm not a single negative comment. This is how positive and how great this is for this community. We're the only community around here that doesn't have one right now. So it's just awesome. Just awesome. You guys did a lot of great work. Love the engineering drawings that I saw for this. Couple questions. What do you expect the cost to be on the 26 spots? Per year? Are you gonna do it per month? Is it gonna be one-time fee, yearly fee, monthly fee?
So our decision as a committee, and we hope that everyone on the council will be able to meet the rest of our committee members. We have a really great team, just folks who have run urban farms and community gardens in the past, and just a lot of deep experience and expertise. And so in our discussions kind of determining these things, we've determined the annual fee will be $100 per year. And this is very comparable with the Hermosa Beach and the Torrance Community Gardens. We have discussed as well having options for lower fee options for those who want to take part in the compost co-op. And so that would be something more along the lines of $35 per year. And then when we have workshops, this would be open to anyone, even if they're not a garden member, to sign up with an RSVP.
That's awesome. I mean, it's only 26 spots. I imagine you're going to have more than enough applicants for this, for these gardens here. How are you going to run a lottery system? This is going to be first come, first serve. How do you plan on choosing the applications?
So this was also another discussion that we have had as far as, there are folks who maybe have backyard space and are able to garden, whereas other people who are in condos and apartments and perhaps to consider giving them more weight. Ultimately, what we determined was to provide kind of the most equitable access, at least for this first year, that will have a launch date for folks to sign up for registrations, and that date will be publicized through our newsletter and through social media well in advance. And then the gardens would be awarded on a first come, first served basis. And of course, this is subject to change or open to discussion if the council prefers another method. And I agree, the 26 beds, they will go quickly. So, we're going to maximize as much as we can to allow people to be involved, even if they don't have a plot.
Last question. Jim, Mr. Light, did you have a question? I saw you raised your hand up. Did you want to respond?
That was up a while ago in response to Councilperson MD's comment.
Okay, hold on. Let me before you go down that path. I actually have my last question is on those signage. Your guys is on signage. Do you plan on having signage above the fence line or the enclosure line? Do you plan on putting it 10 feet up? Are you like a big billboard? Is that what you plan on doing? Or do you plan on attaching it to the fence line itself?
Yeah, I would say that for everything that we have been conceptualizing, we've really been looking to Hermosa Beach Community Garden as our model. And so just kind of going off of how they have their garden, which is very appealing. Visually, there's lots of plants around the perimeter of the garden itself. And so what they have is basically several metal placards along the 2 door entryways that give the name of the garden and also the operating hours and some other rules as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. If you guys don't plan on doing any signage above the fence line, you just keep it on the fence itself, so it's person height, so to speak, eye level. I don't see a problem with putting signs there and putting a sponsor sign there. I totally understand and hear the point of view with Blight with putting signs 10, 15 feet up, and then everyone starts looking at that. Commissioner Light, did you have a comments on that?
Not a commissioner on this one. I'm just a president of South Bay Parkland Conservancy.
That's right, President Light.
Yeah, I just want to, our intent is not to have a whole bunch of signs from the donors or the big sponsors. It would be on one plaque, but I do think we will. I think it's good to put the rules and the hours of operation up, and probably inside as you're approaching things like the compost area, the rules for that. So I don't think it's going to be, I don't think one sign is reasonable, but we have no problem coordinating with staff on the signs we put in. And it's not to be advertisements for any organization or company. It's more, operation rules of the facility itself. So I don't think one sign is reasonable, but I don't mind coordinating. I hope it doesn't have to go to the council for each little sign we put in.
Yeah,
No, that's exactly what I did. That's why I put that in there. It's just, I know you're going to need more than one sign, but I didn't know the number. And so one, and then you just coordinate with staff. That's all it was.
That's really reasonable, and I appreciate it. And look, we're not going to put any politics on who applies. Just like, anybody who wants to volunteer at our sites can come out too. We don't turn anybody away.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, the Alta Vista Park area has a lot of signage for advertisements on the fields because Redondo Sunset runs all those fields out there. They're from realtors to everywhere else. So, what you guys plan on doing again on the fence line, I don't see it as a problem doing what you need doing, especially if it's internal inside the community garden. That only affects the users there that are reading it, so that they know, a constant reminder. So I'd be fine with not even having that restriction on there. Councilmember Obaji, I mean, if you kind of agree with that, I see your hands up next. I'll just make a motion to approve a substitute motion to approve what are we approving here? Not a resolution, it's a staff
license agreement with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy for installation and operation of community garden at Alta Vista Park.
So move that exact
second
phrasing. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, substitute motion with the second. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I just want to say, we shouldn't micromanage a project that we've got experts from, Brianna Egan, Mike Garcia, Mara, Mr. Light, working on it, people from community services who are experts in it. If they want to put a little sign inside the planner that says, remember, turn off the valve or whatever it is that they want to remind people to do, I think they need to be at liberty to do that. So we can express a desire not to have it be advertisement central. Personally, I'd love a sign inside of it that says City of Redondo Beach, just so people can take pride that this is occurring in our great city. With a new logo though, don't use the more to see, please. So I just want to approve this as is, leave the discretion to community services and them. Don't bother us with the fine details, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember MD.
It's a small ask. That's all I was asking. And it's a reasonable ask. Jim White, Brianna, they all didn't have a problem with it. And I put it in very flexible so that it doesn't go out of control. And it's a small ask. And so I can't believe that once again, you guys are just it wasn't anything that was nefarious. It wasn't anything bad. It's just a matter of trying to get in, to just make sure things didn't get out of control when it comes to signage. That's all. And that we have some control over our own land, public land, to be able to make sure that it didn't happen. I agree they're probably not going to do it. Jim Light and Brianna even agreed they understood what the concerns were, and they understood why they were going to do it. And so it's just like Jim said, it's just about coordinating with the director to make sure that we're all on the same page of what we want it to look like. But once again, that's fine. Let's go. We can go ahead and vote. I call for the vote.
If I can get a response to that. I'm not picking on your limitation, but to put in a limitation that it's limited to one sign, and then basically they're telling you that there probably is going to need to be more than one sign. You're basically asking them to break the rule that you're creating. And so there's no reason to put that number out there. It should be a standard, maybe like, hey, minimize the number of signs, please. Okay, it's part of the record here. We're approving it with that direction. There, that's it. But not one sign. Throwing in the number is what the problem is. So,
and
all right.
Again, it's just about coordinating with the staff. And even, Jim Light got it. He understood it just fine, what I was trying to get at. And so I just don't understand why you guys can't. But, fine. You could turn a feel-good item into we're going to do this. Fine. I've called for the vote.
Well, it's still a feel-good item. Let me share my screen.
No, not yet.
I got to share the screen, you guys. Hopefully you're seeing this. This is the current bluff garden that is in full bloom. I want to encourage everybody to go look at it. It's on the very northern end of the upper Esplanade. And this is something the South Bay Parkland Conservancy did. And my wife had a lot to do with it, frankly. She spent hours and hours working with the county. This is actually county land. And this came out of, kind of a memorial event we had for Kira Smith, who was killed so tragically on Pacific Coast Highway, 12-year-old girl. And we dedicated a bench, and I was standing there with Janice Hahn, dedicating the bench. And we turned around, and this was a patch of sand with glitter, and it was horribly ugly. And we looked at that and said, we've got to do something special here. And this is, you guys, this is 5 years ago. Yeah, it'll be 5 years ago in May, if you can believe that. And look at what they did. How cool is this? So it's in full bloom. It's springtime. I would encourage everybody as you walk along the Esplanade. And as Jim Light said earlier, you really can't stand there without hearing people talk about how beautiful it is and learn about the native plants and see all the butterflies and things like that are flying in there. Really, really is quite a demonstration of what can be done by planting native plants in a particular area. So anyway, I didn't want to pass this opportunity to share that. So we'll take one more comment, then we'll do the vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
There's Leslie Campeggi Navarro put up her hand on the public comment. I'll let her speak and then I'll say something.
Well, I don't know what the role is calling for a public vote. It's not calling for a vote. I want to have a vote and then we'll have Leslie speak. Let's just do the vote because Councilmember Emily called for a vote. So Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Alonsi.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
What motion is this on?
No.
Substitute motion.
Oh, yes, aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay, sorry, Leslie Campeji, but we, Navarro, we called for a vote. So we had to have the vote, but go ahead. We'll take another public comment. I guess, Vicky, is that appropriate? Or Vicky, is that,
Oh, yes, I did ask her to unmute. She's ready to go.
okay.
Actually, I did raise my hand before Councilmember MD called for the public vote. And the clerk probably didn't see that or.
All right, you got the floor.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. My comment is just that even though people didn't agree and there was a substitute motion, all the discussion was fairly pleasant, fairly logical, people trying to see everybody's perspective, and was all well and fine until a substitute motion was made and Councilmember MD is the one who made it into something that it wasn't. Once again, I can't believe, honestly, Councilmember MD, I hope you go back and watch yourself on the video, because it's the protestations and the inference that if people don't agree with your perspective, that once again, I see how it goes. They're not going to blah, 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 blah. It's childish. It's juvenile. And even though Jim Light was shaking his head up and down, he still said one sign wouldn't be enough. These people aren't nefarious. There's nothing nefarious going on with what they would do with signage. And certainly they're going to coordinate with staff. So could you please just stop making it a non-feel-good item when it was, and just tone down I get it, once again, blah, 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 because people aren't agreeing with you. You were the only one who adopted that tone. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's public comment.
Go ahead.
The last thing I was going to say, Mayor Brand, was, I didn't want to get to this, Councilmember MD, I didn't want to get to this science discussion, because what if they decide to come up with a 20-foot by 50-foot sign? That's one sign. It just gets to, where does the sign go, this, that. And the last thing I'm going to say here is, I'm looking through the letters, and I didn't realize as many letters as Community Garden got. I'm blown away. Supervisor Holly Mitchell has a letter of support. Hermosa Beach Community Garden has a letter of support. Los Angeles Community Garden Council, the Valmonte Farm and Garden, Boy Scouts of America, Enviroscope, and of course, Beach City Health District, which is giving money as well. So thanks again to all you guys doing this and sending letters and being so supportive. Appreciate it. Great work. Can't wait. Let me know so I can get down there and help you guys build this thing and put some call for actionable support and help. Thank you.
Okay. Next up.
Hold on. So, I get it. It doesn't matter what, it's not about whether or not you disagreed with me on thing. All I was saying is that it was a small thing, considering that when I brought up the concern with staff, they basically said they weren't going to do anything unless it was a council direction. So go ahead, guys. You can go put however many signs you want on public property, apparently, and just like Mr. Light said, it's okay to have these rules in there. And it was just to work with staff on making sure the thing is, and it doesn't matter what kind of tone I take, Leslie Campeggi is going to take objection to it. And that's just the way it is in life. But, it has nothing to do with we agree on the community garden. We completely and totally agree on it. And it was just about making sure the licensing agreement is clear for everybody that was there. And so that was it. No big deal. No, it's okay. I have totally the right to say no, that I don't agree with the way it was done. That's all. And it still passes. If it had gone the other way and it wouldn't have passed, I definitely would have put in another motion to make sure we did something like that, to make sure this went forward. That's all. I just don't agree that we don't have control over how much signage and how much goes on into our public lands. So that's it.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, moving right along. Discussion and possible action regarding input from the Recreation and Parks Commission, Public Works Commission, and Planning Commission on the development of a tree ordinance, the regulation of trees on private and or public property. Ted Simon.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we're here after coming to you back in August, at which time the City Council directed us to go out to the three commissions, the Public Works Commission, the Recreation and Parks Commission, as well as the Planning Commission, to talk about 4 key items, which I will have Rob give you a brief presentation. Just want to say thank you to Mara Lang and Laura McMoran, who were part of that roadshow with us. They did a great job in presenting their discussions as well. And with that, Rob's got a brief presentation. We'll turn it over to you for that, Rob.
Okay, thank you, Ted. I will go ahead and share here. All right, hopefully everybody can see that.
Yep, looks good, right?
Okay, all right, here we go. So yeah, Ted covered a little bit of the background, but to reiterate, so this was an item that came up around middle of last year. Concern had been expressed to the council from a number of residents about problems with our urban forest losing too many trees throughout the city. It was suggested that we've never had a tree ordinance, and it's the right time to adopt one to so we can have more protection for city trees around town. So back in August, we came to you and we brought Laura and Mara's proposed ordinance for the council to take a look at. And after the discussion, the council directed us to, as Ted mentioned, do a little tour of the 3 commissions to get their input on 4 specific items that could be included in a tree ordinance. So I'll run through those now briefly. First one would be to create some type of designation for protected, some type of heritage trees, certain trees that would have, due to certain characteristics, whether it be their age or their size or their relevance, that they would be protected, have special protection from removal as compared to other trees. Second one was prohibiting, not allowing trees to be removed for new driveways as part of new construction. We do have situations where driveways get widened and for a new project, and a tree is where a new driveway needs to go. So it's suggested that the ordinance would prohibit that, or at least more restrict it. Third one was getting into private property, something we haven't done. Establishing the, again, the designation for protected or heritage tree, and them being, looking into private property to prohibit tree removals on private property. And then the last item was to establish lists for both recommended and discouraged species of trees. So Ted and I went out on the road to the 3 commissions. Back in November, the first was Rec and Parks. Back in December, Public Works Commission, and then most recently in January, went to the Planning Commission. And I'll summarize their comments. So in general, all 3 commissions were supportive of an ordinance, and they liked the idea of including all of the 4 issues that they were asked to comment on. So as you see here, really nothing negative, all positive support. Starting with the heritage tree designation, Rec and Parks thought it was a good idea. Public Works Commission liked the idea and also suggested having a public process where review of this type of issue would take place. And then Planning Commission was also in support as part of a tree ordinance. Prohibiting tree removal for driveway access, again, widespread support. The Public Works Commission was a little bit different in that they support the idea of just maintaining what our current practices are that we do in Public Works when we're asked to remove a tree now, that be formally documented. It's sort of an unpublished policy at this point. And the Planning Commission was also supportive. Moving on to element 3, private property. Again, all 3 commissions support the idea of regulating some tree removals on private property. If there's some type of special type of unique characteristic about a tree. Sorry, I think the indents got a little messed up on my PowerPoint here. All 3 commissions in support, and so that is something that the commissions think you should include as part of an ordinance. And then the last one for the recommended and prohibited tree species. Rec and Parks supported this. Public Works feels we should just look at our existing list and expand it if necessary. And then Planning Commission, again, supporting list for trees that do well and don't do well on city property or in in private and public property, depending on the species and the climate. So there's a brief summary of your input, and the recommendation is just to provide direction to staff for the next steps. And I will stop.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. Looking at this list, thank you, Mayor. Looking at this list, I see that, let's say, support establishment ordinance. So two of the commission support an ordinance or a law or regulation, if you will. Is there any discussion about how these laws, ordinances, regulations would be enforced? So, for example, if I live on a property, I decide to plant next to the fence a discouraged or prohibited tree next to my fence line, and I just go ahead and do it. Now, what's going to happen?
We invited the commissions to get into, detail if they wanted to on these specific items, but the discussions really just stayed more topical in that they're supportive of including these things. Obviously, there's a lot of details for all elements of a tree ordinance, including these 4 to be worked out. So at this point, there's no specific recommendations for enforcement.
All right.
And Councilmember Obaji, if I may add to that, for that enforcement, there are a couple of mechanisms. One is obviously what we know as our code enforcement officers. There's work that's being done that's in violation of the city code, especially on private property. They're the people to go to. The other mechanism is when a property is being developed or redeveloped, and they come in with plans for landscaping and irrigation. They do get reviewed by our planning staff. They get reviewed by our recreation or our parks staff if they have any work in the public right of way. But at that point, if it's a plan set that's being reviewed, then there is that opportunity for city staff to check that or cross-check that for any for the recommended trees or any trees that are not recommended to be planted.
Thank you. I guess Ms. Lane, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quickly onto that. So when we were in the commission and presenting these 4 topics, the discussion often went above and beyond what we were actually covering. And so there's a lot more to be discussed. And so in the ordinance that we proposed, we did not outline code enforcement or a penalty or anything like that, because we believe that those kinds of additions to the ordinance would be something that we would work out with city staff and with the council and all decide upon together.
Do we know if there are, discouraged trees currently planted in the parkways, like those paper bark trees that are near the BC in District 3 near Beach City's Health District that are going to be replaced? Do we have those types of discouraged trees in the parkways?
There's plenty of them. There's many tree species that were recommended years ago to be planted in parkways that are not something that we recommend today. Ficus is a perfect example of that.
Okay.
They were originally beautiful trees for shade and fast growth, but then once we saw all the impacts that they do, they would no longer be recommended.
All right, so what I'd add then is my opinion is that if we are going to prohibit the removal of trees from parkways as part of new construction, that we accept from that those discouraged or prohibited trees so that people can remove them, but then they have to either replant them or plant another tree, replant a different tree that's encouraged, or else plant a substitute tree elsewhere on the property to make up for the removal of that tree. But those are my opinions for now, and I'll give it the floor.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I thought Councilmember Miron was next. That's fine.
I'm sorry, it was. Let me call in council. I apologize. I didn't.
Okay. Either way.
Sorry, I can't see.
Yeah, Mr. Councilman Lowenstein, you can go first. I'll go after you.
Okay, thanks. So here's my input. One is I'm all for prohibiting the removal of parkway trees. I think one of the things that I may have mentioned in a previous meeting was that there's certain cities, one comes to mind to me as Memphis, where I've traveled to, and you see that there's a lot of mature trees, even in newer subdivisions / developments. And they do a really, really good job of keeping their canopy and their urban forest going. And I think that should be one of the things we shoot for with this. Is one of the ways of doing that is prohibiting the destruction and tearing down of parkway trees. One of the things I'm a little bit concerned about is individual property rights. I think I'm a little bit concerned when we start saying to people, hey, you can plant a tree and then it's eventually becomes a historical tree or historically designated tree. The house gets passed down in the family, and then the son or the daughter says, hey, our family put it up, we want to take it down. There's a lot, it's kind of a little bit of a slippery slope when you start doing that. And so we consider doing it for the front of the house and not the back of the house or the side of the house. I don't know, but I'm a little bit leery about curbing individual property rights. But I also am concerned also that developers will abuse it and will go in and wholesale rip out trees. So I think we got to figure out a compromise here that we can protect the canopies, but also allow people to do what they need to do on their property. They own the property, and with the property comes trees. And so I think there should be some type of a compromise there. And also, when we get further into this ordinance, let's make sure that we talk about us becoming a tree city USA, and B, encouraging the planting of trees. And we've talked about that. I don't know if that would be part of the ordinance or not, but we've talked about increasing urban forests. So that's my feedback on this.
Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So there's a lot here. I've been watching this go through the commissions, listening and keeping up with both Mara and Laura on this. They've had a great write-up on their example ordinance. Read a lot of the different aspects from the commissioners, and I read the minutes. Regarding the tree ordinance, I am 100% in favor of putting a tree ordinance. There is a huge public benefit, community benefit. There is, when we start talking about impacts to the community, when you start taking out trees left, right, and center the way we have here in Redondo Beach for whatever reason, it's a long-term impact to the community, both heat islands, property values, and a whole, just the basic urban tree forest, animals. And I mean, I can't tell you how many times I go down that path and talk about that in detail. It's a huge benefit to the community. We talked a minute ago about setting the price of violation, and there was a comment actually by the First Lady of Redondo Beach who said $2,000 for a fine for the removal of trees, and it should be way higher than that. People, when they're buying and selling new homes that are worth $2 million, $2,000, that's 0.1% or something like that. It's minuscule. And the way I look at it, the fine should be the equivalent to the average price of a new electric vehicle, because that's really kind of what we're looking at for the environmental impacts. And the average price for a new electric vehicles is around $53,000, according to Kelly Blue Book. So I would set that price there, and it needs to be tough because we really want to highly discourage someone from cutting down a tree. Speaking of tree, what kind of trees do we want to define here? So to me, it goes to age and type of tree. We should have a diverse species list so that our tree canopy, urban tree canopy, is not reliant upon just one tree or two or three trees. It should be, I think we currently have a list of 18. We should have easily double that to give that choice to residents in the city. It should be done by age And the type of tree, I don't think a ficus tree should be on there unless the ficus tree is in a park and there's no impacts for its roots to a particular area, because they can get very big and provide a phenomenal amount of shading where they are. Drive in full favor of driveway apron restrictions. If it's a heritage tree, if it's a restricted tree, listen, just because somebody buys a house and they want to tear it down and build a new monster house doesn't give them the right to take out a tree on public property. Remember, the driveway apron, the parkway is public property, that's city property. So we shouldn't just be taking that out. We should be saving that as much as possible and not impacting the roots of that tree. When it comes to private property rights, I'm in full favor of making sure that this applies to private property within the setbacks of a private property for many various reasons. One is people cannot plant a tree, or people can't build in the non-setback area. So might as well keep it there in front and back and side yards. If we have a tree there, again, providing tree canopy, huge public benefits. We don't have a views ordinance in Redondo Beach.
Councilman Romero, can you clarify what you just said? Because I don't think I got it. I'm not sure everybody else did. So trees in the setback.
So setbacks, front, side, and rear setbacks. Front, I believe, depending on the area, is between 20-25 feet. Back is, I think, 15 feet, I want to say.
So you want to say people can plant trees there?
No. Yes, can plant trees there, and they are protected if they become a heritage tree or protected tree.
Okay.
Yeah. And in side yards, it'll be a little bit difficult. On a lot of places, there's only 5 foot and 4 foot setback, depending where you are. But within that scope, that's for Res R1, R2, R3, but it could for medium and high density housing it could be more different. So
can I interrupt for a second? Let me just tell you, I was looking at the tree ordinance of Manhattan Beach. It's over 3,000 words long, and it's very specific about what a protected tree is. It talks about tree permits. If you're going to remove a tree, you have to go get a permit. It talks about punishment and fines. It's very comprehensive. And I think as we begin to get into the weeds of this, I think you might want to, because there's all these elements here, right?
Right.
Get into, and direct staff maybe to come back with more specific language reflecting some of the direction that we give them. Because we could be here all night, formulating, when really, I think, if you go back, if you send staff back to come back with more
purpose,
the whole thing related to it, it would help to speed along and get it more efficiently done, because there's a lot of elements here that we're not going to be able to cover all tonight.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. Totally hear what you're saying. Manhattan Beach has a fantastic tree ordinance. When they have a tree section, any realtor in Manhattan Beach charges a few more bucks for the tree section of Manhattan Beach. I mean, you look at Manhattan Beach tree section, there's Redfin, Zillow, all these areas have specifically identified that area with higher property values. I don't think we need to be going on the path of getting permits for trimming trees. Just tree removal is what's important to me. It's the keeping the trees there, keeping them healthy. And I think we need to have included a planting of a tree when a home sells. That's really important to me because it offloads that responsibility from the city to the homeowner. We only planted 50 to 100 trees last year in a 6.6 square mile city. So I think we can do a lot more. We already have a section in our code regarding areas with no parkways in the R1 zone that prevents the removal of trees and shall be preserved. It shall be preserved, which means you cannot remove. So I'm in, and that's a great section that's in our code. So I would totally agree with that. I think that's pretty much where I stand on this. When it comes to, last thing I'm going to say is regarding eminent domain and private property rights, I just want to tell everyone that, I'm the only one on the council up here that voted against the eminent domain action of taking a private property. So when we're talking about private property, we're not talking about impacting the buildable areas of land. Trees are a huge public benefit, community benefit, and increase land values dramatically, especially on the street and the front sections of homes. That's all I've got for right now. Love to hear what the public has to say. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you. So I think historically we've all been in favor of creating some type of tree ordinance, or at the very least, I guess, too, as a part of that, and Ted or Rob could speak to this more, really memorializing a lot of our current practices. So I think Public Works, at least as long as I've been here, have been extremely judicious. Alberto has been a great urban forestry manager. So anything we can do to support what they're doing or give them more teeth, I think is great. I'm fine with designating trees as protected or heritage, especially those that are in the public right away or in public spaces. Prohibiting removal in the parkway. I think Councilmember Obaji had a good point. If it's a tree that is already a problematic tree, be it a ficus or a magnolia, the invasive root ones that tend to cause us, an enormous amount of issue. I would be okay with that, but there has to be a like for like in that situation, right? There has to, and this should be true of any new development. If the new development frontage, and I don't know, this is a conversation to have as part of the design guideline process, but there should be new home builds or whatnot should be trying to, as a part of that process, be planting new trees, be that if in the right of way or in a front yard, if there is even space. And I realize a lot of our North Redondo homes don't have that, but sometimes they carve out a little small area as it related to the design guidelines up front where you could plant a tree. I think that would be an important ask. And we should further that conversation, whether it needs to be in the tree ordinance to support that. I'm up for discussion on that. But I think as a part of that too, removal of trees in the parkway, I think it just requires some thoughtfulness and consideration between Public Works, the owner of the property, and community development to a certain degree. I don't, prohibiting outright, there may be instances where it's not possible or to adhere to that based on a redesign of a property. And so I would just want to leave a little bit of leeway with the intent being we would prefer clearly that it's not, but leaving some leeway for staff, Public Works, community development, and the property owner to try to find a solution that is to the benefit of all. Prohibit removal of heritage trees on private property. I'm kind of with Todd on this one. This one gets a little bit dicey for me. While on a personal level, and there was a tree right down the street from me recently that was removed as part of a tear down. And I saw the bulldozer, in the yard before it got taken down. And I just, every time I drove past it, I kept saying, I hope the tree doesn't go, as a part of this, the scrape. And sure enough, the tree went. That's my personal feeling. But, I think versus dictating and telling somebody that they can't, I would always rather it be a bit more of a collaborative process. So in this particular instance, right, somebody owns that property and they're doing a scrape and rebuild, that should be a part of the planning process, right? There should be a collaboration because an individual could design a new house, dwelling to ensure that the tree is made. But I think we get it, to Todd's point, it gets a little dicey when you just start to tell people so that they can't. And I don't agree with Councilmember Narenheim. I think it's in the front yard. I think Todd made this point that there may be a little bit more wiggle room there. But when you start getting into the sides or the backyard, I just feel like that may be a little bit overreach. And And that's just me speaking in a more global sense. Personally, I would love to be able to say, hey, we should just keep as many trees as possible. But to the point of that, I think, and whether it's a part of the ordinance or not, the council has also been very clear about wanting to plant more trees. I don't know if we need to memorialize that in an ordinance that, X amount of trees have to be planted a year, or like, as I said a minute ago, language inserted as it relates to new development or redevelopment. But there has to be some type of maybe a plan there for areas that are in the process of changing. And then especially when we have to remove any trees in the public area that, to the point of Councilmember Obaji's comment, whether it be Beryl or, down in my district with the magnolias, it's got to be a like for like, where we replace a tree that is also fast growing and will have a nice canopy, but will not have the root invasion. And then establish a list of discouraged species. I'm definitely in support of that. And I think, I think Alberto has kind of been doing that. He's been, building a library of recommended trees. But a lot of this is going to be a lot of communication with homeowners, builders. I think we just have to really get the message out there about what is expected of anybody that is thinking about removing a tree and what we would like to see in the city on a go-forward basis. I just think we have to be careful in a couple of those private property type areas. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Can we hear from Mr. Mayor? Can we hear from Ms. Lang and Mr. Garcia, and then I'll try to wrap things up.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to talk about some of the things that you guys had issues with, and just let you know what our intent. So in our presentation,
Maybe introduce yourself more. I think some people don't know who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Mara Lang. I am a Recreation and Parks Commissioner and a resident of Redondo Beach. I'm also on South Bay Parkland Conservancy Board, and I'm on the committee for the garden that we just discussed. I've lived in Redondo Beach for 12 years, and probably the last 5, I've been coming to the city council meetings and the strategic plan meetings and bringing this topic up and emailing. And so I've talked to city staff. I got to know city staff, Mike Klein, Alberto, pretty well, and came to understand the process of tree removal and reasons for tree removal. And the reason why I've stuck with it for 5 years is because I really believe that we need an ordinance to fix some of the issues that I witnessed in my own neighborhood, and actually just driving around town. And so one of the things I want to talk about is trees on private property, just really fast. The intent of adding that in the ordinance was to provide opportunity for neighborhoods that might not have the parkway, the city parkway in front of their homes. We want neighborhoods to be able to, in North Redondo, I know some don't even have parkway space. They should still have access to tree canopy. So there's plenty of examples of homes, trees just being removed, healthy trees being removed from in front of a home. I know Mayor Brand and some of the other council members have gotten letters from residents just really upset because their neighbor took down a big, beautiful tree to make way for solar panels on their roof. So we put it in there also because we believe that it actually goes hand in hand with the code that we already have, the building code that we already have in Redondo, which requires a setback in the front yard. And I mean, really though, I could really go on and on and on about the specifics of the ordinance that we wrote and why we put certain elements in. But I don't want to go off tangent, and I want to just be directed by the council on how much information you want us to, or what you want us to elaborate on, and what you're content with. Unfortunately, we had the opportunity to present a presentation to the commission's but we never actually presented our PowerPoint to the council. So, I do feel like there's a lot of things that I would like to say to you, but again, in the interest of not making this go on longer than it needs to, I'll just really quick. So also with Councilmember Obaji, his suggestion about possibly removing mature trees that are not on the list, and putting in trees that are on the list. I would say that it would be nice if that decision could be one that's made between the city arborist, because if the tree is there and if it's there and if it's not having a root issue, but it's providing habitat and shade, and as Mike Garcia mentioned, carbon capturing, because the more mature trees provide that, I would say it would probably be better to leave it. But these are details that we should, that we really need to kind of work through. Let
me just interrupt there for a second, Mara.
Okay, go ahead.
The city's not going to go around and start uprooting and cutting down trees that aren't appropriate. I mean, it would take us years. There's thousands of trees, ficus trees, plenty of trees that exist that are big and beautiful that in this day and age we would never plant. And there's just far too many of them to go around and start removing and replacing them. It's not going to happen. I mean, look at the ficus trees on Beryl Avenue next to that beautiful historical building just across PCH. I mean, it's gorgeous. And they've done a lot of damage to the sidewalk, but we are not going to cut those trees down. They're just absolutely gorgeous. So, I don't know if that's what you're implying or anybody was implying, but we're talking about existing trees that are in the way of something, and how we define protected trees and what we do for protected trees, whether on private property, public property. So we will not be going around and removing inappropriate trees. That's far too much.
There was one other thing with the driveway expansion. Actually, what's written in our ordinance is prohibiting or restricting unfettered removal of parkway trees. And so it's established a clear process for planning, building, and safety and public works to work together towards a shared goal of preserving mature trees with design adjustments and follow through. So I know in the staff report, it said, it was pretty absolute. So it's just creating a policy where it discourages the removal. And that's it.
Okay. Thanks, Mara. Thanks for hanging in there and all the work you've done. I mean, your persistence is and now leadership on this is, as you can see, what it takes. So Councilmember Lowenstein, back to Councilmember Obaji.
Can we get public comment and then we go?
Well, okay. If you don't have more comment, I'll go to Councilmember Lowenstein and then I'll go to Laura McMoran. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I want to give you a hypothetical. And that is, let's say somebody has a house, they have an aging parent, they want to add an ADU to their backyard, but they can't because there's a historical tree there. So, are we going to tell them that they can't look after their aging parent because there's a tree there? So how about a compromise where we say a replacement policy where if you take a historical tree down, you have to fund and plant at least 5 trees, something like that. So we increase our canopy in the city. I'm with you. I felt the same way as Christian did down the street for us. They were building a 2-on-1 lot. There was a beautiful tree. I think it was a Torrey pine that was just destroyed. And I'm like going, oh, it's the worst thing ever, right? None of us like to see that. But it was within the rights of the, property owner to be able to take down that tree. They should be required to replace that tree with probably 5 other trees. So, other places do that. I know when they build highways, some places, when they take up wetlands, they restore wetlands like at a 3-to-1 ratio. Let's do the same type of thing for trees. You take down a tree of a certain size, you have to plant 5 semi or mature trees to replace it. So we increase our canopy. And I mean, none of us want to see that happen. But if it is, it's a good compromise, I think. So one other thing I wanted to mention, and it wasn't really brought up here, but we talked about establishing a new urban or a forest commission. I really want us to look at maybe incorporating it within rec and parks. I think we can still do that. That's a budgetary question, I think, as well too. But I'd like us to maybe take the rec and parks folks to have that responsibility as well too. So we could either rename it or keep it the same name, but I think that might be the best way of doing it. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Laura McMurrin.
You're on
You're on
mute.
mute, Laura.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Brand. Good evening, Council. First, I'd like to say I hope all public comments show respect to our elected officials and our staff who work very hard on our behalf. With regard to this tree ordinance, what we proposed was a springboard. It was a conversation starter so that the city of Redondo Beach would not be the last city in the South Bay to adopt a tree ordinance. We have the unfortunate designation of being one of two, Hawthorne being the other. And this tree ordinance, as it is shaping up, will allow us to take the few requirements we have in our code, some of which are on private property, as already discussed, and be transparent with what our policies are, what our values are, and our requirements are. I want to also say that we don't need to be I think staff has a very good handle on what, could be in an ordinance. And I don't want to be too worried about nuances because I think they will hopefully work some of those things out. Like maybe we shouldn't adopt a species list, but instead adopt a maximum number of a type of species that are allowed in our public rights of way. I also want to say cities regulate constantly on private property. I mean, we regulate and we tell people whether they can have garages and how many parking spaces. And the state tells us about a lot of other things. So I am very thankful for staff's cooperation that they have shown us through these 3 hearings. And I also want to, what is my final comment? I wrote this down. Oh, and as it pertains to tree-lined streets, I was a little taken aback by some public criticism because streets that have trees fetch higher prices. And I don't know why any of us would be opposed to that. So with that, I'd like to again thank Council for advancing this topic. And I hope we can get something in our municipal code very soon.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Thanks for all the work you're doing and the email you sent us all today. It's very, very helpful. Councilmember Obaji.
Here from Mike Garcia, please.
I'm still going through the council and Mike Webb has got his hand up. So Mike was not a panelist here where Laura and Mara were panelists. So I'm letting them speak. And then we'll go to City Attorney Mike Webb. Go ahead, Mike. You're on mute, Mike.
I didn't know if you were Mike Garcia. I would urge the council to spend some time on, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, enforcement, because you don't want to have the same issues come up where people get treated differently and if you don't spend some time. So, when we get this, task Julian Martins to do it. I've asked her to find out what, in fact, cities are doing that have tree ordinances to enforce them. Manhattan Beach, as an example, since that was brought up, has it both as a misdemeanor and as an administrative fine. But though it doesn't put the fine in the ordinance, it says it's set out in the city resolution of fees. So do you want it to be a misdemeanor to cut down a tree without permission? Who's going to investigate that in a way that they're able to meet the 1-year statute of limitations? And, if you have someone investigating it, then certainly, my office will file charges as appropriate, but you have to decide, do you have adequate resources to do that? We're going to bring back, I think, April 5th, the administrative fee ordinance. So that can be a possibility. And that could lead to lawsuits, or it could just lead to liens on property. Enforcement on parkways isn't, as I think Councilmember Nierenheim mentioned, we own that. And so enforcement on parkways isn't the same problem that enforcement on private property does. And that really is a policy issue. We can't, my office and staff can't, suss out what the best way is to do that. If you don't want it to be a misdemeanor, as Mr. Saman said, you can perhaps catch it after the fact by making a property owner, restore it in any new construction, but that may get subsequent property owners. And also, do you want this to be an urgency ordinance? You don't want to actively give a perverse incentive that while the ordinance is coming into place to cut down any historic property while we don't, any historic trees, while we don't have an ordinance covering it. So those are the things that I really would like direction from the council. It isn't something we can sort through. We can do whatever you want, but think through the issue of enforcement so that when you do, if and when you do pass this ordinance, we don't have some of the issues that have come up in the past. Thanks.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mike. And I read through the Manhattan Beach ordinance. It's very specific. You got to have a tree plan. If you're going to build a house, you got to do a lot of different things that are very specific. And I'm sorry, but the devil are in the details. And I'm a little worried about this general thoughts about, codifying this stuff. You really just can't. I mean, we've got to be specific, and including the fines and including who's, the development director and code enforcement goes, you've got to be specific. Why I just think the finished product will be much more complicated than we realize.
Yeah. And I've tasked Jillian with finding out what is Manhattan Beach's, they say it's a misdemeanor. They say it's administrative review, but I know from discussions with court and discussion with them on their caseload, they're filing all those things as administrative review. I don't think they're filing any misdemeanors. And if that's the case, then why do we need to add that to the ordinance? And unless you want us to do that, unless you're going to dedicate resources to it. So it's not speaking in any way against it. It's to make your point. We really do need specific direction on those sorts of policy issues, because it's not something you can just, use logic to reason our way through. It's really a policy choice.
Yeah, this was like 10 years ago, as I recall. Manhattan Beach, when I first had their ordinance, fine was $25,000 to wrongfully remove a tree. Somebody wanted the tree gone. He removed it and he sent a check for $25,000 to the city, and that was the end of that. So a lot of different things happen.
Is it really the end of that? Because what will happen if they may cut down the ordinance, then you're not going to get a $25,000 fine from going to misdemeanor court in California in this day and age. You may be able to get an administrative review, and they may not send you the check, and therefore you may have to place a lien on the property.
Yes, that's probably exactly what we wanted.
That was just one example, and maybe why they put the misdemeanor charge in there later in the ordinance. I don't know. Look, I'm just saying there's a lot of ways this thing could unfold. So I don't think we're going to be able to. I think staff's going to ultimately have to come back with more specifics. Anyway, I
agree, but just give us direction, and that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Mike Garcia, he's got his hand up.
Okay, and I'm back for round two. So it was years ago that. By the way, I'm Mike Garcia. This year, I'm a 62-year resident of Redondo Beach and also a licensed tree service contractor, and been doing this for a long time. Anyway, I think, Bill, the case where you were thinking of, it was actually a person who I did work for. I think he ended up cutting a check for $33,000 to City of Manhattan Beach, and he's like, well, it's chump change. He actually tried to get me to take the tree. I said, absolutely not. So he got some guys from Home Depot and police stopped him. And then he got the same guys, came back, finished the job the next week. He knew he was going to be a fine, but it was no big deal to him. The reason why years ago, and I helped Manhattan Beach put their city ordinance together, in a tree ordinance together, is because contractors were coming in. They were mowing down trees, huge. Even though they're from Australia, they're not native, but they were mowing down eucalyptus trees in the huge ones in the tree section of Manhattan Beach. And it was affecting property values. So the city decided and the decision they finally came to, all of us agreed on, was that the first 20 feet from the sidewalk into public property or into private property, that the city could tell you whether or not you could take a tree out. And basically, if the tree was dead, you could take it out. You had to replace it. But if it wasn't dead, then you had to build your house around it. So they were back then. They were really into preservation, not so much remove and replace, but it was preservation. They didn't want you to take trees down. They seem to have relaxed it in the last several years, but they've gone away. It seems from their city arborist isn't doing so much. I think because of liability issues, they're having people hire their own arborist, and then you're going with their arbs report. So that's still fluid in motion. Also, I've been trying to get the city of Manhattan Beach for years to look at the idea of planting 24-inch box trees versus 36-inch box trees. The 36-inch box trees, University of Redlands did several studies on which grows faster and bigger between the two, and the 24-inch box, the smaller one, actually meets and exceeds the 36-inch box within a matter of 2 to 5 years. So those are my comments on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you read the Manhattan Beach tree ordinance, exactly, they require replacement with 36-inch trees if they get a permit to properly remove a tree. Anyway, any more public comment?
Yes, Christine Ing.
Hi, this is Christine Ing. I'm a 33-year resident of North Redondo, and thank you for letting me talk. Before I moved into Redondo, I looked at Manhattan Beach, looked at houses there, and there was a house that was really close to a tree that's picking up the house. And I thought, can I remove that tree? It's picking up the house. And the realtor said, no, you got to talk to the city. It's going to be very expensive. So I didn't buy that house. And I thought Redondo Beach is much better. Don't have to worry about that kind of things. And there's another issue where my neighbor's tree was falling on my property. And I went and talked to him. And so for years and years, he just trimmed it back. The trees keep coming and they keep falling onto my property, and it keeps breaking my yard. So one day the tree was just gone, and I'm happy about that. But if there's this ordinance in private property, that would really concern me, that he wouldn't be able to do whatever he wants. On public property, I'm all for trees, as much trees as I want. But I don't like to have my hands held back if all my neighbors' hand held back. Thank you for letting me talk.
Okay, any more?
We don't have any more hands up as far as our registered attendees. However, we have about 9 e-comments. Melissa, you want to start reading?
Sure. Our first comment submitted by Dave Waldner. I am writing to voice my opposition to the creation of a city tree ordinance for the following reasons. Regulating trees located in front, rear, and side yard setbacks on private property is an unnecessary local government outreach into private property rights. I agree with city staff's opinion that policies already exist and that an ordinance is not necessary. Existing policies can always be renewed and modified without the creation of a new ordinance. I am opposed to the creation of a new urban forestry commission. Redondo already has public works, recreation and parks, and planning commissions. A new forestry commission would be redundant and an additional level of unnecessary bureaucracy. I am also opposed to the creation of a new city arborist position. The city already has a certified arborist on staff, and a certified arborist and certified arborist services are readily available on an as-needed basis through the private sector. I urge you not to approve the creation of a new city tree ordinance. Next comment submitted by Holly Osborne. I just went on the walks this past week, sponsored by Metro, on possible routes for the Green Line. Every time someone mentioned that the Metro line might remove some trees or shrubbery, the Metro representative said something like, "Oh, most cities have a tree ordinance. We would have to replace the shrubbery on a one-on-one or two-for-one basis, depending on your ordinance." I was standing there listening and thinking, Redondo does not have a tree ordinance yet. They better get one fast. Please support the tree ordinance. Next comment submitted by Carl Leach. We must do all that we can to protect and promote trees in Redondo Beach. Trees are essential to the health of our city and planet. Even more important is the selection of native trees. We need native trees to protect our native pollinators, which use them for food and shelter. For hundreds of years, we have introduced non-native plants and trees, which has attributed to the endangerment and in some cases the extinction of our native pollinators. Here is our chance to move forward with a plan to help our planet. Please do not miss this opportunity. Next comment submitted by Nanette Wood. I support having a tree ordinance in Redondo Beach. Next comment submitted by Karen Cole. Please create a plan to maintain our neighborhood tree-lined streets. I support this proposal for a tree ordinance. So many trees are chopped down and never replaced. There was an owl living in the tree across the street from us. My neighbor's palm trees were removed by Edison. They just came one day and chopped them down. My neighbor hasn't put new trees in. We need to preserve the historic trees and plant new trees in all the empty spots. Next comment submitted by Mike Hugh. We support the creation of this tree ordinance that would help grow, sustain, and protect Redondo Beach's tree canopy. Next comment submitted by Paul Moses. I would support a tree ordinance if it has a retroactive view preservation clause. Next comment submitted by Jill Clausen. We definitely need a tree ordinance to save our canopy. I never want to lose trees for road construction or multi-story buildings that will clog up our air with pollution. Thank you for taking this up. I hope you pass it. Next comment submitted by Mary Ewell. Tree ordinances provide guidance and boundaries that our city sorely needs. The city has invested significant funding into providing and maintaining trees, such as beautiful magnolia trees throughout our neighborhoods. These trees support our ecological and aesthetic interests and merit protection. The Metro lines coming in, as well as BCHD's maneuvers to take over public land specifically designated for schools, for city schools, police, hospitals, or fire station and community, not for private profit interests, sound the warning that well-defined ordinances such as a tree ordinance is in order now. Next comment submitted by Barbara Epstein. Creating an official tree ordinance will protect trees and increase much needed tree canopy. The health benefits of having more trees are well known. And passing a thoughtful tree ordinance in Redondo Beach will take a giant step forward for beautiful neighborhoods and for climate health. We will be doing our part for the environment and streamline our city's policies for the good. And our last comment is submitted by Peter Aziz. Creating a tree ordinance is a great initiative, and being able to preserve and install much needed greenery for the cooling and reduction of greenhouse gas effects. However, I would highly encourage the city then contract or hire a proper arborist to ensure and evaluate the survey of trees that are currently maintained to ensure that there aren't trees that are rot-filled, thereby taking preventative measures for down the line added cost for preservation. And that concludes our e-comments.
Mayor Brown, we do have one other speaker on Zoom.
Sure, go ahead.
Melanie Cohen.
Good evening, Mayor, again, and City Council. I want to thank you for taking up this issue. I have lived in Redondo Beach for 30 years and have watched the trees on my beloved South Guadalupe Avenue disappear. I have a neighbor who, I don't want to get into the whole tree thing, but they've been disappearing. I hope you can come to a decision as to how to do this. Might I suggest checking with the city of Coral Gables in Florida? Just to give you an example, they have extensive tree ordinances that utilize what Attorney Webb was talking about and what Mr. Obashi was talking about. Sorry. And bottom line is this can be done, and it will help Redondo Beach in the fight against heat and climate change in such a huge way that will also help the pricing in everyone's home. For an example, I had to spend a lot of time this summer because my mother is 95 and she was in the hospital. And I had to be down in Florida in June, July, and August. The difference in the heat factor in the city of Coral Gables, which does not allow destruction of trees. They have them over every major thoroughfare. They have plenty of rooms for people to drive their car. They're not interfering. They take care of their trees and they do not allow the destruction of trees. There was a 10-degree difference in the massive heat of July in Florida. So please utilize this tree ordinance, do it quickly and safely for all the residents, and nothing ventured, nothing gained. We really do need this for all of us. Thanks.
Mayor, I see Mr. Light's hand raised. I'm not sure if you want this to be a timed 3-minute speaking or not.
Yeah, him and Brianna were panelists on the previous item, so I think we'll have to treat them as the public and go ahead and hear from Jim Light and Brianna.
Thank you. Speaking as Jim Light, a resident of District 1, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I support the tree ordinance. I remember, I don't know how many of you are around or were part of the controversy at the property at Sapphire PCH in Francisca, where they were going to tear down a beautiful high canopy tree. And it was almost, the residents from around the area thought it was pitchforks and torches and took a lot to avert that and change the plan for the house to get that done. I saw on Elvira, which is the street behind me, where a developer just cut down a tree in the right of way and was willing to pay the fine. He didn't care. It was such a low cost to pay the fine that he didn't care. And that was kind of disgusting. We have a wonderful list of native trees that are native to this area that support way more species than the non-native species. And so a gradual migration to that over time would benefit our community and help against the 6th major extinction that we're living through right now. And native trees that are acclimatized to this area take less water in most cases than non-native trees. And some of them are, most of them are really beautiful. I don't know if you've seen a toyon when it's got its red berries on it, or one of the native oaks that would grow around here when they're dropping their acorns. It's just a beautiful canopy. I think we need to move away from the practices of letting developers get away with as much as they can and paying minor fines. And similarly, we're seeing the increase in artificial turf, and none of this is good for the birds that happen to live, the urban birds that live in our area, some of the insects that those birds feed on, and the temperature rise in our city. So I fully support this tree ordinance and a gradual move towards more and more native trees and away from the non-native and invasive species. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Brianna Egan and then I'll go back to the council unless there's other public comments. Go Go ahead,
We have
Brianna.
one more.
Thank you. Yeah, I also wanted to express my support for the tree ordinance as a lifelong resident of Redondo Beach and somebody who cares deeply about climate action and doing everything that we can to promote carbon sequestration and tree cover. And I just wanted to share, I had the chance to study abroad in Costa Rica when I was in college. And one of the moments that really stuck with me, we visited a coffee farm that had a forest integrated within the farm. And we sat in a circle under the forest, and the staff at the coffee farm asked us to reflect on what is the value of trees. And our discussion just continued on. And it was really just to emphasize that you can't even quantify the effect and the value of forests on the planet and urban forests as well. And so we definitely have to place higher value on trees in our community. The trees are the lungs of our planet. And so I want to express my support specifically for the promotion of native trees within our city to promote native habitat, as well as parkway trees. There's programs within LA City, I believe, that allow any homeowner to plant a tree in their parkway for free. And so some of these kind of progressive programs could be things that the city could look into promoting and adopting. And yeah, just wanted to express that policy is important. And so to adopt a policy for a tree ordinance, even in some form, would be very helpful for these issues that we've been hearing about trees being cut down. And yeah, potential to place additional policies for things like green roofs and permeable pavement, for example, at multifamily buildings. So these are all ways to reduce energy use and to cool our homes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brianna. Vicky, any more public comment?
Yes, Jerry O'Connor.
Yes, I think I'm on. Hello?
Yeah, loud and clear, Jerry. Good to
Great. Hey, sorry for weighing in late here, but I just wanted to weigh in very quickly and just offer you the background of someone from Manhattan Beach who was a member of the grassroots Manhattan Canopy Tree Committee about 20 some years ago when we formed our ordinance. We had lost our designation as a USA Tree City because we had allowed our canopy to be so decimated by developers who had brought up the practice of clearing lots entirely and removing all the old native trees, and at best replace them with small specimen trees that to this day are not yet mature and contributing to our community canopy, which has to be the focus, the community canopy. This isn't about individual private property rights being assailed. This is about the community canopy, and your tree canopy is so important. And frankly, Redondo is way late in introducing a protection ordinance. And people have to look at it at a grand scale for the community. And those who look at it as their individual property rights being assailed are not considering the community impact of trees. Anybody who visits a town, one of the very first things they notice is the tree canopy, but they don't usually realize that's what they're noticing about the beauty of a town. But the environmental aspects are insurmountable. And so again, I just wanted to weigh in as a neighbor and encourage you to support. You're very early in the process now. It doesn't seem like that to the people who had to move it through multiple commissions to get to this level, but please continue to move it forward. I beg of you as a neighbor. Thanks very much for your efforts so far.
Thank you, Jerry. Good to hear from you.
I have one more e-comment submitted. I'll go ahead and read it really quick. Deidre Brand writes, a tree canopy is not only beautiful, but will be essential as the impacts of climate change increase over time. Trees will provide much needed shade and a canopy for struggling native species. Please think about tomorrow and do this today. And that concludes public comment for this item.
Great. Thank you, Vicky. So I have Councilmember Obaji, Councilmember Nierenheim, Councilmember MD, and then Mayor Lang. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for everybody for chiming on, especially Mr. O'Connor. Appreciate that. That's exactly what I wanted to say here today. I think, first of all, what we have not discussed as a council and as a city is what is our overall goal. And my overall goal is to grow the canopy of this city. The rumor out there is that I grew up in Beverly Hills. In fact, I grew up in Beverly Hills P.O. Box. And what you notice when you go from the city of Los Angeles as designated Beverly Hills P.O. Box to the city of Beverly Hills is the huge tree canopy that suddenly and systematically appears in the city of trees. That's what I'd love to start to see here in Redondo Beach to the extent possible. It's not going to occur in D4 because we just don't have the parkways where you can put them. But we do have the front yard setbacks, even on the R3 zones, and those are places where trees should be protected. My neighbor next door, hopefully he's not watching, but he had a really big, nice tree in the front yard that casts a lot of shade, and he had a lawn, and he took out the tree. He replanted new, young trees that provide no shade, and he put turf. So now, if you measured the heat emanating from that property after the removal of the tree and installation of the turf, I guarantee it's significantly hotter and warmer on a warm day than what was there before. So that's my policy goal, and here's what I'm proposing in a motion to direct staff to prepare. So our goal is to enact a Redondo Beach tree ordinance that will aim to replace the removal of any tree on a one-to-one basis in the city and regulate the unfettered removal of trees in an effort to preserve and grow a desirable tree canopy in Redondo Beach. By the way, desirable means those trees that are not going to fall down, not going to cause a nuisance, not buckle our curbs or our sidewalks. That there shall be no removal of front yard trees within the first 25 feet without a one-to-one replacement with a 24-inch tree from our favorite species list in the same front yard setback. All right. If removed in a permitted place like a rear yard, a side yard, a fee is paid to the city tree fund adequate to cover the cost of replacing that tree in the city. Doesn't have to necessarily be in that same backyard. That's where the private property owner gets their rights to do what they want with their property is in their rear yard. But the front yard obviously affects the people who are on the street, walking on the sidewalk, and so on and so forth. All right. The exception to the removal of the front yard trees should be if the tree is sick, dead, it's disfavored, or is a nuisance, and is in the first 25 feet. It's okay to remove it, obviously with city permission. I'll put that in, and replace it on a one-to-one basis in the same setback. So that is consistent with what we put essentially right here. All right. And then a violation of any part of this, any part of the tree ordinance shall be enforced pursuant to the administrative review ordinance that we will hopefully soon have. And different fines should apply to different things. So somebody who engages in an illegal removal and is culpably caught later, I think should have to pay not just the cost of replacement if they do remove it from the front yard, but also an additional fine. $25,000 seems about right, but we should probably factor in inflation for the future, since people are going to come back and change these numbers in the future. I frankly regard Mike Garcia as an expert when it comes to this stuff. He redid my front yard in the D3 a year ago, and it's flourishing still now and growing in an amazing way. So I agree that we should target 24-inch box trees here when people do replace trees. And I'd ask staff to pull the best aspects from the Manhattan Beach, Coral Gables, and Beverly Hills tree ordinances pursuant to thank you, Melanie Cohen, for the development of our ordinance. And when replacements occur or somebody needs to pay a fee to the city to make up for removing a tree that was permitted to be removed, then it'll just cover the cost of the replacement plus inflation, a little buffer. And finally, I'd like it to incorporate objective standards, black and white standards that give our city staff flexibility to defer to their expertise when it's required to determine, for example, whether a tree is sick or not, whatever it may be for those extraneous circumstances where, okay, we've got this horribly blighted property that cannot get around this massive heritage tree in the front, but they need to in order to do any work on the property. If that's absolutely the case, then hopefully we can come up with some standard that allows our staff to objectively apply that criteria to not permit the tree ordinance to completely prevent any sort of redevelopment in our city where it's necessary.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Nerna.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So what did you? Can you put that?
Sure, back up. Yes.
Yeah. Look at that. Perfect. So I wouldn't mind increasing that $15,000 enforcement fee to 25.
This is a cost of replacing a new tree plus 15,000.
Okay, so I see what you're saying, right? I was looking at 50,000 just because that was 53 because that was the average cost of the new electric vehicle. But we can do 15 as long as we add in here cost of or 3% riser per year, or 5%, 3% per year. Or
it's not 15. I don't know what the cost of replacing a tree is. So I'm saying 15 plus that. Basically, 15 is a punitive measure. Let
me think about this for a second. All right, if removed the permitted place for fee tree. Okay, so what do you mean by if removed in permitted place, rear yard fee paid to the city tree fund? So that's just in the rear yard. And can we add side yard to that as well?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In a permitted place, rear yard, side yard.
That's within the setbacks.
Yeah, exactly. No, within the rear or side setbacks.
Okay.
But if you remove them there, pursuant to what Councilmember Lowenstein had favored, which is he doesn't want to prevent somebody from doing that in the rear aspect of the property. For example, if they want to put up an ADU, then okay, I'm fine with that. But we don't want to lose a tree in the city. We never want to lose a tree in the city. That's the main goal here. So we want it to be replaced. And if they can't do it on their property, that's fine. You pay it to the city into a city tree fund, and the city will take care of replacing it.
So just so you know, anyone wants to put an ADU, they can't put it within the setback, so they won't be losing that tree. So that wouldn't cover it. They could do it regardless of that. Just if it's within the setback, they can't build in that area, whether it's an ADU or accessory structure or whatever structure it may be. You understand?
Right.
Okay. So that doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get roots, right? If it's not a favored tree and so on and so forth. I think this is the balance between growing the canopy, but I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I've heard from Lowenstein on that. I've heard from you. I personally don't mind prohibiting it, but at the same time, I can see other people.
Yeah.
Not.
Heritage tree. Do we need I think we're going to need we need two things here. We need a section here for heritage tree as well as species list. I think we have, Mr. Saman, we have 18 trees, I think right now.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact number, but that's definitely a flexible element that we could continue to grow that for our community.
Okay. How do we define, I know in the ordinance that was given out by Laura and Mara, heritage tree was in here as defined. I don't know if that's good enough. Mr. Saman, do you remember that? Should I read this right here? What they have, is that good enough? Or do we want to really define according to age definition? Because the definition here has no real definition, or the ordinance has no definition.
Right, and that's something that we will need from the council as a basis for us to work with the community on building what is that heritage tree definition so that we could list that through.
Okay.
We get a draft of it from the city attorney's office based on the other cities and then fine tune it. But I think Mara had come up with a definition at some point, right?
Yeah, she did, but it wasn't. I'm afraid to use it because there's no real objective standards. Mara, you have your hand up.
Yes. So, okay. So there's a lot of details that we're going over here. And I think some of them we're not going to be able to settle on without doing any further digging, research, looking at other ordinances. So I think that we were hoping to have some sort of like working group with perhaps some stakeholders in the community like Mike Garcia. And
let me interrupt. What if we just go back to either Planning Commission or Public Works Commission or Parks and Rec?
Why don't we just give direction to the city attorney's office to prepare an ordinance that tries to meet these objectives based on what other cities have?
So, okay.
And confer with a stakeholder group.
So like, for instance, like that one city that's in Florida, I think that their goals have been met under different, weather patterns, sort of circumstances. So I would really, if we're going to direct anyone to look at ordinances, I think we need to be really careful about what cities we look at and try and emulate. For instance, one that I really like and I've brought up many times is the city of Encinitas. They are also on the coast and they have a really comprehensive ordinance that I think we could learn a lot from. And so I know that this is kind of, I mentioned it before, and Jerry O'Connor that called, he also was involved in a tree canopy committee, and it's not a commission, but what we want is stakeholders and also people that are professionals and like Mike Garcia or someone with that lives in Redondo and also has his expertise. Because what we want to do is, kind of look at the ordinance and see if we can refine it or work with the city staff. It's really hard to iron out all these details. And there's one other thing that I wanted to say is that if you look at the Manhattan Beach ordinance or any of these other cities that have a really well-written ordinance, it's started as one version and then they brought it back to the council and the council changed it again because they wanted to add things. They saw things that were working, things that weren't. So I'm not sure where that puts us right now, but I do know that us trying to iron out all these details is going to be somewhat difficult, and the city attorney,
Which is why we just need to give initial direction, have them come back with a draft, and then we work off the draft relative to changing it and looking at other ones.
Right, I agree to that. Now, when we talk about tree canopy commission, if we assign it, it'll be a Brown Act commission. Do we want to assign that, or do we want to allow the city manager or Public Works to find the people and trust them to find them?
What's the goal of the commission? What's the purpose of the commission? Is it to help us develop an ordinance or to help enforce an ordinance and grow the canopy or what?
It would help develop.
Yeah,
develop the ordinance.
And this is very common for cities to have these tree canopy committees made up of residents who are interested in the trees or professionals or,
So is that the first thing we should be doing is get a tree canopy committee?
I'd like to actually give them direction on the scope of these items here that we're giving them so that they know where to go. I don't want them to go off and, million different directions. I want to give them good quality set of directions moving forward. So I would be fine with what we have here for the commission, looking over my notes. Yeah. I guess Mara's right. It can be overwhelming, and I don't want to overwhelm the situation. You did say enforce under AR. Sorry, what is that, Deb? What is that?
It's an administrative review ordinance that we've been waiting for about a year now on. So.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, I want to make sure. Administrative, not misdemeanor. What else? I think that's it.
Yeah, no criminal. There's no criminal.
No,
criminal.
Well, this is not rise.
With our 83 of 95 officers, we're not going to be enforcing this.
Okay. Where are we then? Do we have a motion and a second? Or we?
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Narenheim, are
Stop
you
sharing your screen, please?
Yeah, stop sharing. Yeah. Do you approve all these changes though?
I do.
All right, perfect.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Hi. In all these details, I just wanted to kind of make clear what I thought the reason we wanted to have this ordinance, and Mara, if you can answer this for me, or Laura, is I thought we wanted it so we could have that tree city designation that the one speaker spoke that they lost in Manhattan Beach. Wasn't that the whole purpose of doing this to begin with? Or am I simplifying that?
I mean, I think it was manyfold, many reasons. The reason why I came before you initially is because I saw trees coming down in my neighborhood and I looked into it and I was wondering why this was happening. And I realized we didn't have an ordinance. And then when I came to council, we started talking about a Tree City USA designation. And one of the, there's a few things that you need to hit in order to be a tree city. And one of them is to have an ordinance.
And now that you've worked with staff and figured out processes and all that, are you comfortable with the way the policies that we have currently?
Can I speak to that? This is Laura McMorrin. And there's something important about having it be a part of the municipal code, because then it is not a discretionary staff action. And while staff's intentions are good, I think it needs to be crystal clear to everyone that these are the requirements and what requirements are. And maybe Attorney Webb could speak to that. But, Redondo Beach is an outlier right now. And other municipalities have already had long-term tree ordinances. So, I remember when I renovated my home and added an addition, and at the end of the remodel, before we could get our utilities turned on, and the city said, oh, and there's this and this and this requirement. And I'm like, what the heck? It's being upfront with people, and also then communicating and educating people when we have things in our ordinances. And then it's crystal clear. It doesn't matter whether, Ted's the public works director or it's, Petunia. We have a consistent tree policy, and that's in our code. So for me, that's why it's important to have the ordinance. Does that answer the question?
Yes, but so let me be clear. I have no problem with forming an ordinance, none whatsoever. I'm a little concerned about I'm a little concerned, as Mr. Lowenstein said, about it going into private properties. At one point, we might want to go that way, but honestly, I don't think us as a city have dedicated and identified enough places where we could add tree canopies. And I know that at one time we were asked, each council member, to identify places where we thought there could be more trees. And I know, just an example, in my neighborhood, I know there's some wide streets and some entrances to the city that could benefit hugely from adding a whole rows of trees and have more trees in there. I think we definitely have to have, when I looked into being a tree city, we had to look at what our canopy was, what the percentage of canopy was. We had to go figure that part out. I definitely agree with us trying to meet the standards for the tree city. I personally am not ready to go into the private into the private property part yet, until we've done our part in making sure we have increased our footprint. And so that's why I was asking those questions, because I wanted to make sure we didn't lose sight on the fact that we're trying to be the designation of that tree city and all it embodies. We just didn't want the check mark designation. We really want to satisfy the purpose of being a designated tree city, is to increase your tree canopy. The thing is that I think as far as our commission we have that in our public works. I know Mr. Lowenstein mentioned doing it in the park and recs. I think that's going to be they're two different departments, but that can be worked out. And that's why I was asking about whether you agreed with the policies, because we can incorporate our policies into the ordinances and be able to accomplish what we want to accomplish. We can even add to the fact that we want to increase our canopy up to whatever that amount we decide is for our city. And if we can't make that goal on public land, then we should definitely then consider putting it into private. The reason why I hesitate also in that, and the reason why Encinitas and Manhattan Beach has it on the private properties, is because their city doesn't maintain the trees like we do. Every 4 years we go through and we're maintaining all the trees throughout the entire city. And so we do a lot of things that the cities that we have copied the ordinances for that they don't do. And go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, we use the same tree contractor that the city of Encinitas does and Manhattan Beach.
And if I can add, we got data from Public Works, and presently there are 2,282 missing public trees, meaning there's a planting area for a public tree and we don't have a tree there. And if you put a price tag of, I think the city's charging $324, if memory serves correctly, that comes to about a $740,000 need that we would need to fund to put all those trees that are on public property in. I want us to do better. I mean, I know we can get there. I think we're all on the same page. And I really appreciate your comments about, how much of a canopy we can get on public property. What would be that, aerial coverage we have? And then what would be on private property? Do we need to supplement if we can't get to a high enough percentage? And I think that's a really excellent way to look at this and analyze our needs and how far our regulations should go. So, and I don't know how we can incorporate that, but I do think any ordinance that gets passed, it has to dovetail into how the staff, operates, because then they'll be most effective.
Agreed. And so I think, I agreed. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure I was on the right path on this. Yeah. And so I don't think we need to go into the private properties at this time. And I thank you so much, Laura, for doing that math. So when budget comes around, guys, we need to make sure that we get $740,000 to increase our tree canopy. And let's just, let's make that happen. Put it in capital improvements over the next 5 years, that we make sure we've planted those trees and make sure that happens. So, there's a path for us to get to where we want to go without overcomplicating an ordinance or penalizing or being punitive towards our residents at this time until we've kind of towed our line. The city of Redondo Beach has to put in trees where we can and cover our canopy accordingly. But those are just what I would recommend.
Okay, Mike Webb, you had your hand up. You're on mute, Mike.
If you could be very clear on the ordinance, it was clear or the motion, it was clear for me that we were to return with a sample ordinance, and then you added the part about the committee and that they were to be involved in that. And so if you could be real specific on the dates, Councilman Obaji's snide comment about we've been waiting for the administrative review for a year, that's false. It's provably false. You're going to get it next meeting as you made the motion, the council approved it. So I want to know what it is. Do you want to wait until you get around to appointing a committee? Do you want it to be up and running? Do you want them to come up with the substance of the ordinance? from working with stakeholders. That's one process. Another process is you could direct us to look at, and I'd look at the South Bay cities as well as Encinitas and Beverly Hills. I also want to look at how they're actually enforced it. How did they get compliance? Is it primarily voluntary compliance? Is it when somebody needs to get city permits, because that will it would be important for the council to have that information. But I'm not clear as to what order those steps come in, and if I would suggest you may want to have a date to come back. So
when do you think you could comfortably come back with an ordinance? A draft, an initial draft working ordinance, right? Not a perfect one, but a decent one.
Yeah, Ms. Martin, so if you're logged in, since she's tasked with it, I'd like her to weigh in. Perhaps she can, I know she's watching it, so perhaps she can weigh in, because it's just a matter of we're going to synthesize the various tree ordinances, and we'll your motion helps a lot in terms of knowing what we can take out versus what we can put in. But I'm just saying it's
as far as the timing, I noted your question, so after they speak, I'll chime in and you get us some feedback on when you can come back with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just guess on the outside one. Okay, Mayor Lang, you had another comment. Let's start keeping our comments brief here, folks. We've talked this through. They're coming back with an ordinance. We're going to talk it through again. We don't need to rehash much of what we've done. Nothing against you, Mayor. We just need to get going.
That was an old raised hand.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to still accomplish tonight, so I want to get this quick. In terms of the private property, I still feel strongly about it, but I'm willing to bend a little bit. If the goal is to increase the canopy, maybe either if somebody takes out a tree, you have to replace it with 5 on your property, or put it into the fund so that people that want to plant a tree on their private property can receive a tree from the city. That might be a way of doing it, by putting the money into that fund. Or we put it in, if we can't find a public space, or if we can find a public space to do it. Because, I mean, really the goal is to increase the canopy, not just means static and have 1 for 1. I really think it should be 4 or 5 to 1 rather than 1 to 1. So if you guys are open to that, I'd be willing to entertain that as an amendment. So I'll make the amendment that instead of a 1 to 1, 5 to 1, whether it's on their property or somewhere else, or a contribution to a tree fund, so that people that either it's available for the public to request a tree or for us to plant a tree.
Without
Councilmember Lowenstein, which bullet?
That's under if removed in a permitted place, violation of the section shall result in the middle one, in the payment of the replanting a tree plus 15,000.
Okay, 15,000 a new tree. So cost for replacing 5 new trees.
Yeah.
Are we going to define that 5 new trees of just any old tree? Like they
staff can come up with with an approximate expense, right? We're not going to put the 5 new trees in there. We'll put a number in there, right?
So that's 5 new trees, or let's say whatever 24-inch box tree would be.
5 new 24-inch box trees.
5 new 24-inch box trees, or a certain set amount. How's that?
Okay, this is.
I mean, the goal is to get trees planted, right? The goal isn't just to find people.
Yeah, but $15,000 plus a certain amount of money will get trees planted.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot? You mean for illegally removing a tree that you weren't supposed to? Oh, I guess one more thing I wanted to add on here, which I didn't make it to this list, and maybe I can add now, is education. Whenever this is passed, we're going to have to invest in really disseminating the law across the city, making sure people are aware of it. But I don't know. I guess we can needle on the numbers later, right?
Well, we can needle on all this later, but it's good to have a frame we're working from. So
It may be helpful to leave that aside till later because a lot of information is very helpful from Councilman Abaji, but it may be useful to look at what all the other cities
are doing. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
You can't put a lien for 5 trees, and that may change. I know the reason I don't know what the fine is in Manhattan, it's not in their ordinance. To be able to keep track of inflation, they put it in the city's, resolution of fees. And so you can change that every year.
Yeah, nice.
As appropriate because council do that every year. They don't necessarily adjust ordinances every year. So that's something that you can debate once we provided more information.
Okay, awesome.
And Ms. Martin said that she can get it. It's a very complicated ordinance. She thinks the 3rd meeting in May. I don't want to necessarily pick that if it's going to be taken up by budget. And so, if you wait until, 2nd or 3rd meeting in July, that may be helpful. But if it can't wait, then we'll task her with getting a 3rd meeting in May.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay, so if we can, we'll fill in the details later, but that's fine.
All right.
We'll figure something out.
And as far as the time frame goes, Mike or Zane, anybody else, I think they should be told July or.
Yeah, I think that's right. July. By the end of July, we should have this back.
That works for me.
And then we'll discuss the committee after Councilmember Horvath speaks.
Hey, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, just real quick. So I'm going to support this to move the process along tonight, but I still have, concerns. And I think Laura and her comments back and forth with Ms. McMorrin and Mara, I think I would definitely, I'm going to borrow from a previous councilman's term, but I would definitely like to see more of that stepped approach when it relates to the private property. If we make a judicious decision to allocate funds, whether it's one time or over the course of the next few years to fill up all those empty tree wells, and really commit to that from a public process, and then, allow a future council to reevaluate, hey, at that time, do we need to go the extra step as it relates to private property? But I just want to have a little bit more thoughtfulness around that aspect of the conversation and the potential of, ginormous fines and whatnot. And I would really like to know, what are the fines from our surrounding South Bay cities, because that's who we get compared to the most anyways. I just
heard Manhattan Beach is 25,000, so I downgraded ours.
Got it. Okay. So that's Manhattan Beach though. And by the way, that the tree section of Manhattan is very different, say, than other areas too. We may have you may want to think about having it different in certain areas that may have already more coverage, which traditionally right now is South Redondo because they have a lot more easements. So I don't know. I just want to be careful around this, but I'm going to support the motion just to get the ball rolling.
Manhattan Beach actually specifies districts in their tree ordinance, districts 1 and 2, wherever those are. So, yeah, and I will also to Laura McMoran and others who were really just suggesting we pass this tree ordinance to take it out of staff's hands. Staff is going to have some discretion here. If you read this very specific ordinances like Manhattan Beach, absolutely community development director and others within staff absolutely have some discretion. But I think by us setting the tone and the general overall policy that gives staff direction on how to respond to whether it's violations or whether to allow it and. So the council and the city residents cannot police what we do. The point of doing these ordinances is exactly to give staff better guidance instead of just what it's been, which has just kind of been there, whatever. I mean, I remember, I think it was 10 years ago when they went down and removed some trees below Zuliger Park, right by the waterfront, and the residents were up in arms, and there was no policy other than at the time, city staff, and I think came from the city manager, said, we just got to remove those trees. And all of a sudden they came down and they removed like 3 or 4 trees. Just boom. And a lot of people were really, really upset about it, and there was no policy. And at the time I tried to get some sort of policy established that they had to come to us to remove trees and get the okay to remove trees, and got nowhere with it. So we've come a long way. And I'm very sensitive. People say we're behind. We're behind a lot of things. We're ahead on some things, but we're behind in a lot of things. The last city to adopt no smoking on the beach, for example. The last city to do the tree ordinance. The last city to do this, that, and the other thing. We're also the first city to do some other things as well. So anyway, any more comments from council members?
I do. We forgot. I'll let you go. We forgot the Brown Act Commission. Might as well form it now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. But first, I just want to remind people that as part of our strategic plan, we've already asked, actually it was my motion, but we already asked for a BRR, asking for tree plantings for every single one of the unplanted sites in the city, with the idea that would be brought up in conjunction with any kind of sort of bond financing that we might be seeking. Based on our surplus from the last mid-year, I don't know that we necessarily need bond financing to achieve the tree planting, but the expense seems to be with watering the trees, not so much just planting them. All right, on the committee, I'd say it's a 5-person committee. I'd move to make it a 5-person committee, mayoral appointments, and they will basically, they'll give feedback to the city attorney's office as they need it, as they work through the ordinance, as they try to reconcile differences between stuff, and they can opine on different drafts or different parts of it in a public session. While the city attorney's office is still working through the draft that's going to come to us. And they can also, after it first comes to us, they can go back with the direction that we provide to help come up with stuff. At least that's my vision.
I'm going to warn you guys, this is going to really slow things down. To form a Brown Acted committee is going to take a long time. They're going to have to be educated on the Brown Act. They're going to have to be agendas. You're going to have somebody from staff run the meeting. They're going to have to set a timetable. They're going to talk about what they're going to discuss. Then they're going to have to discuss. Right. It's going to be a long.
All right, let's nix it. Councilmember Ehrenheim, I'd rather just nix the committee.
How about
we sent it to 3 commissions before it got here.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
You're going to have plenty of opportunity for the public to comment. I don't know. You want to create this.
All right.
It's going to delay you, what, Mike? At least 6 months, probably longer.
Set up the committee now. You'd have to come up with what the guidelines, the rule of the committee, then you'd have to report it. And you can't direct the city manager to come up with it, because then it falls into that gray, or it would suggest, what it may be helpful, because as the speakers has spoken before, and I don't remember if this was Ms. McMorrin or Ms. Lang, I think it was Ms. Lang, that the ordinance have changed over time. And it may be that we go ahead with get this in place and then create the committee to review and see how it's working, and see what is working, and see what's not working the way you thought. And then they can be set up to be able to, so that you have somebody specific to look at what needs to be changed. Because otherwise, there probably isn't one point person on staff that will be reviewing what has done. So you could do it both ways. You could give direction that when we return with the ordinance, we also return with setting up a committee, and whose purpose is to, review any draft if they can get set up by then, but more importantly, see how the ordinance is or isn't working the way the council had hoped.
So I would just amend my motion to strike that through for now. We can deal with it later. It's been through 3 commissions. We're getting good public engagement on this, and we'll advertise the next meeting.
And we can have members of the community, maybe two certain ones, check in with staff and see how it's going, correct?
What I was going to suggest is we've heard you loud and clear on this. Yeah. This is purely a policy call. We want to engage the citizens as we work through the fine points of the prospective ordinance. We're welcoming the policy guidance because it will help us as we administer and follow future procedures. We'll do our best to be communicative with many of the members that have participated in tonight's meeting. And we'll consult with the resident group and we'll work with the city attorney's office to try to come up with a good draft ordinance for you. So we don't need a Brown Act committee. The last thing we need to do is start agendizing meetings and noticing the world.
Yeah.
Be more flexible than that.
I will accept that change.
Thank you.
On the thing. Thank you.
Right. Call for a vote.
Okay.
I do have one other speaker that has signed in for this item if you're willing to take that call.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Gail Hazeltine.
You're on mute, Gail. You have to unmute yourself. Gail Hazeltine, you're allowed to speak, but you have to unmute yourself.
Oh, she's on a phone. So what are the instructions to unmute on?
Oh yeah, star six.
Star six, ma'am.
You gotta hit star 6 to be able to talk.
Good.
There you go.
Sorry, Gail Hazeltine, District 1, also on the Planning Commission. Something that we talked about that I don't believe I heard you mention is that when a property sells, the seller would be required to put in a 24-inch box in their parkway in front of the house. And that didn't be for the cost, seeing that someone's selling an expensive home. Also, the argument being that we're required to maintain our parkway, we're required to have a we're required, so we should be able to allow the seller would plant a tree, which is going to increase the canopy. How much that? And that was thank you.
Okay, I don't think we got much of that.
I think what she's saying is that if a property sells, the property owner who's selling is required to put a 24-inch box tree in the parkway. Question is, what if there's already one tree there? Do they put a second? What's the distance between trees, etc.?
It's only if it's missing. It was the recommendation. I thought
okay. So I will parkway.
If it's a 2 on a lot.
What's different? It's parkway.
Yeah, true 2 lots don't really have parkways here.
Excuse me, ours does.
Oh, yours does.
Well, Todd, it doesn't matter if it's a parkway. If it's parkway, you can only get one
tree.
One there already, it's filled.
Yeah. I meant North Redondo, 2 on a lot, Todd.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, it's not feasible. It's not feasible. I would say we add it, but I thought we added
if missing and feasible. Yeah, I'm willing to add that. So let me highlight it and let me share the screen again so it's documented. Dropbox paper is not the easiest. All right, share the screen. Here we go. All right, so if property sells, required to put a 24-inch box tree in the parkway if a tree is missing and feasible.
Yeah.
And placement is feasible. All right.
I like that.
Okay. Cool. All right, can stop sharing. Any more public comment, Vicki?
No, sir.
A roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji? Councilmember Obaji? Yeah, you're on mute. I see you saying aye and you made the motion. Councilmember Imdy?
Aye.
That's funny. My thing wasn't on you over here. You can hear me now?
Maybe it was me. Yeah, we hear you. Fine. Okay, thank you. Great. There you go.
And Councilman Obaji, you'll send that into the clerk's office and route that to staff, correct? So we'll have that.
That's the request, yes.
Please, thank you.
Okay, well, there you go. Get some things done tonight. In 3, city sailing program. Receive and file a report, discussion, possible action regarding future operations of sailing club activities and direction on 2 city-owned inoperable 14-foot Catalina sloop sailboats. So let me turn this over to Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to preface the presentation, when we started digging into this a bit, this is a pretty complicated and convoluted topic. So we put together a PowerPoint that will hopefully kind of unravel, give the council a history of the program, how we got to where we are today. And then at the end, we have some recommendations on how we might move forward for the future of the program. So I have our senior management analyst, Kelly Orta, with us tonight, who's done a lot of research into this topic, and we'll make the presentation. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Kelly to carry the balance of the presentation.
Great, thank you, Cameron. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to share my screen really quickly, so if you can just bear with me for a quick second. Let me get that started. Okay, so as Cameron stated, this is a really complex item. So I am going to also, in light of the time, I'm going to try and go through this as quickly as possible, but also be mindful of the many details in here. So our sailing, the city's sailing program is made up of two components. The first component is made up of sailing classes and camps, and the second component is the Redondo Beach Sailing Club. So going back to the first, the sailing classes and camps, that has a 40-year tradition being in King Harbor. That includes year-round classes and camps, which are taught by part-time employees who have certain certifications that make them responsible and have the proper certifications to teach the various levels of these sailing programs and activities. And then the second component is the Redondo Beach Sailing Club, which is a local nonprofit organization that was established in 1973. Membership into this club is possible after participants complete the American Sailing Association, which is ASA, which you may hear us refer to later in the presentation, the ASA 101 course, which is offered through the first component through our sailing classes program. And essentially what this allows is membership provides an opportunity for students who have passed 101 to become better acquainted with actually hands-on sailing in some of the city's vessels. And so what it does is they are able to utilize city vessels on weekends and throughout the week as well, and when the vessels are available. And then they're matched with veteran sailors to, again, just have that more hands-on, more one-on-one type of instruction. And it's also a great networking opportunity. Both programs do utilize select vessels out of the city's total fleet of 7. There is a more detailed list in the admin report of the city's vessel inventory. So just quickly wanted to provide a really kind of high-level snapshot of the expenditures and revenues for the sailing program. For the purposes of the report, and because the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic have been varied when it comes to our recreational programming, what we provided here is a 3-year snapshot for both expenses and revenue, and then provided an average total across those 3. So moving on to the expenses, I just wanted to point out that in fiscal year 2021, that you can notice that there is a higher average, or excuse me, a higher cumulative total there. That is because there was a number of repairs and maintenance that was done to some of the vessels that are city owned that had not been done in the previous years. So that just accounts for that. And then moving over to the revenue portion, I do want to note that it was just realized right before the meeting that in the admin report, the revenue is listed as table 2, and that table in the report is actually a duplicate of the expenses table. So the table that you're seeing on the screen right now is the accurate revenue table that we can reference. And I'm happy to pull this back up later on in the presentation if you would like. Here you can see that if we're just looking at the average annual total for both revenue and expenses, you can see that the city does expend more money for the programming than it does bring in. Do want to point out that part of the revenue does include a approximate $20,000 annual grant that the city has been the recipient of for a number of years. And that grant money goes towards paying for scholarships for students, as well as ongoing maintenance and upkeep of the city vessels and other related equipment. So this is a city supported program, city subsidized to a certain degree. But just wanted to kind of briefly go over that. And again, I do apologize for the mix up on the table and the admin report, but I'm happy to bring this slide back up if we need to later on in the presentation. Another component of the sailing program is the Portofino Marina. So as I stated, the city's programs are mostly run through the King Harbor Marina. We do have the use of 2 slips in the Portofino Marina, which is possible through the Coastal Commission's conditional approval of a CDP for renovations to the Portofino Hotel. So in 2006, through the lease agreement that was prompted by the renovations to the hotel, it was very specific and specified that the city could utilize these 2 slips within the marina. And those 2 slips had to be utilized by a nonprofit sailing club that promotes public recreational sailing. The city currently does have 2 14-foot Catalina sloops in both of those slips, so they are currently being used. But due to the life of the boats, as well as some of the navigational struggles of safely leaving the marina based on their location within the marina out to sea, those 2 sloops are currently not being used for instruction or for the sailing club purposes. And so staff is prepared to donate or sell them, and is one of the items that we're asking the City Council for direction on this evening. And I'll certainly go into that just a little bit more as I kind of wrap up all of the different items that we're asking for direction from this evening. I just want to briefly point out that although this is something spelled out in the lease agreement and is tied to the Coastal Commission's CDP for the marina, the city may request an amendment to the permit. And that would allow essentially that those 2 slips would go back to Portofino Marina to either manage the usage of those slips for nonprofit use themselves, or for them to then go back to the Coastal Commission and ask for reconsideration for those 2 slips if it's found that there's a substitute nonprofit sailing program already in the marina. So there are options for the city to remove itself from overseeing those 2 slips. And then now moving on to the second component of the city's sailing program is the sailing club. And then just really briefly, as I stated, it did come into existence in 1973, but a little bit sooner than that, in March 2020, as you all know, sailing activities as well as programs and activities across the world really were suspended due to the declaration of the COVID pandemic. And then in November 2020 was when the city informed the Redondo Beach Sailing Club that membership fees would be collected by the city due to the club's sole usage of city vessels. So I'd like to just take a brief moment here to kind of explain that prior to November 2020, and pretty much at the point that the club became in existence, the nonprofit organization was the sole collector of all of the membership fees. And so essentially the city sailing club, or excuse me, the city sailing program provided the instructional courses for students, and then students were then essentially moved on into the sailing club if they wanted to continue their sailing education. The sailing club continued at that time to utilize all of the city's vessels, and the sailing club has no vessels that they use that they oversee themselves, and so they solely rely on all city vessels. And so in November 2020, when it was realized that the club was solely utilizing all city vessels while the city was paying to maintain them, and the city was still organizing the club's usage of the vessels on the administrative side of it, that's when staff approached the Redondo Beach Sailing Club and said, to kind of help us offset some of these fees and the ongoing maintenance of our vessels, we're going to begin collecting the membership fees directly. At that time, though, the programs were still closed because of the pandemic. And so it wasn't really until May of 2021 that when the city resumed the Sailing Club activities, that the collection of the membership fees essentially began coming in directly to the city. Currently, we have 24 active memberships, and membership in the club is about $300. So in the report, you can see it's about a little over $7,000 worth of revenue that is coming directly to the city by this action. So we did take several reports actually to the Parks and Recreation Commission that pretty much mirror the report that was provided to you this evening, just to get their input on the situation and just the comprehensive look at the sailing program. So we presented it to them in November and December of 2021. And ultimately, the commission made several recommendations to the council. The first was that they overwhelmingly had a unanimous desire to correct any non-compliance with the lease agreement for the slips in the Portofino Marina. And secondly was that the city should partner with a nonprofit sailing group to utilize the slips at the Portofino Marina and to assist with the programming of sailing club activities. And so to try my best to wrap this up, because I know this is a very kind of a tangled item in a way, we're really asking for the council to provide direction in 3 different areas. And the first is really how the city should proceed with the city's sailing program activities. So this is specific to the sailing club. And so option 1 is to enter negotiations with the local nonprofit sailing club that would essentially draft an agreement to allow this nonprofit to administrate the club activities directly in exchange for a percentage of revenue. So if the council remembers a few meetings ago, there was a presentation on the city's contract class program where the city collects 30% of class registration fees and the instructor gets 70%. We do envision that there could be a partnership that mirrors that similar type of a relationship. And so that could be option 1. Option 2 could be the continuation of current practices of having the city manage its sailing club activities, including the collection of all the registration fees. So then secondly to that is for the council to provide direction on whether or not to keep the 2 slips for the sailing program activities. And these are the 2 slips in Portofino Marina. And then the third item is to provide direction on whether to donate or sell the 2 14-foot Catalina sloops that are currently docked in the Portofino Marina. And again, those are the 2 that are currently not being used for instructional or for sailing club activities. And so that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kelly. I really appreciate that. Let me just give you a little bit of history. I remember back in, I think it was the mid 80s, I went down and took lessons from the city of Redondo Beach on how to sail their Lido 14s. They had Lido 14s at the time. And I got checked out on them and I was able to go down there and use them for free as a resident of Redondo Beach. It was a lot of fun. It was a very vibrant place. There were a lot of activity down there. They had, I'm gonna guess they had like 8 of those boats, plus they had a large 20-foot Catalina, I think, that if you got checked out on that, you could use that. They had different programs for a lot of different things. It was a very vibrant program that was heavily used. And there was a lot of volunteerism down there and a lot of people having a lot of fun, especially in the summer. It was really cool. And I think the slip was over by where our old Harbor Patrol building is. So I think this is an awareness problem. I don't think the community, I did not know that we had 2 slips provided to us per the approval by the Coastal Commission for public use, which makes sense. I would be totally against donating those back. I don't know. What do you do? Get back to Portofino in? I mean, for what? I mean, it seems to me like this needs to be given some time, either to partner with a nonprofit group to see if they can get their feet under them. And as far as the boats go, work with whoever that turns out to be and see where it goes. But if there isn't one willing and able to step up, that we give it some time, we advertise. we treat this more like kind of a RFP for nonprofit groups to come up and step up. I got to tell you, it was an extremely popular program. One of the reasons was because it kept the boats up, and there was a lot of volunteerism going on, and it's a great offering. It's what we should be doing. You know, we could engage inner city kids to come out and learn how to sail. I seriously doubt that schools in the inner city know that Redondo Beach is offering some sort of instruction, especially by a nonprofit group that would be cheap and extremely affordable for everybody. This is exactly what the city of Redondo Beach is supposed to be doing, not throwing in the towel, giving stuff away and just walking away because it's kind of in disrepair. We need to fix it up, spruce it up, make it something again, and at least give it the effort. And if it doesn't work out, well, then we tried. But frankly, I don't see that we've even tried. I just see that we've identified a dilapidated program, slips not being used, boats not being properly maintained. And I think we need to use this as an opportunity to make something happen and not just walk away. So I don't know what the answer is to which option to take, but I certainly don't want to walk away from it. That's my opinion. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Well, this has been a long time coming. I have a quick question. Let me share my screen here. Are these the two boats in question, the two 14-foot sloops?
That does look to be the two, yes.
These suckers right here?
Yes. That's
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Okay. So we have that slip, and we also rent a bunch of slips in King Harbor Marina, correct?
We do have several in King Harbor. I'm unfamiliar at the moment if those are rented or what the relationship is with those, but we do have several slips in King Harbor as well.
Right, and we have a bunch of boats over there too. I think we have, I want to say 5. I think I'm wrong on that.
No, I think, I apologize. Yeah, there's 4 or 5 in King Harbor.
Yeah, there's a couple sailing boats, and then there's a small little boat. I with all due respect to city staff, we just don't have the time. It's kind of like us setting up events in the harbor to run events. It's not our forte. I don't believe that we should be running this. It's not part of our core services. I think we should be taking these boats and letting a 501c3 in the harbor run the program. LA County has what's called the WATER program. WATER acronym. Essentially, it brings inner city youth, disadvantaged youth, people who haven't been to the harbor, never been to the beaches, and I actually have part of that program is for them to sail, and they have a sailboat. So I think a partnership on that would be very beneficial, especially with our new supervisor. One thing that the report didn't talk about, which is one of the reasons why I'm bringing this up, is this report doesn't talk about usage. So the amount of times out, how many classes, the volume of people going out, is it the same people? Do we have any information on that?
I don't have specific data related to the usage. I can tell you though that we do have a pretty long waiting list of students that want to take our courses. And so there is definitely desire from the community to take the courses through the city. Part of it is timing, trying to match with the employees who are available, because it is kind of it's not necessarily a program where it's every Monday from a certain time. It's much more flexible just to fit in with everyone's needs. And so it's trying to match both the scheduling and then also match the instructional needs specific to each of the students. So we do have a pretty robust program as far as the sailing classes and camps. We do have summer activities as well. So, but I don't have the specific data and numbers on that this evening.
And if I may, I'll chime in too. The other challenge that we have is, Kelly's right, we do have a wait list, but it's a real challenge for us to hire instructors that have the proper certifications that can take the participants out. A lot of the participants or a lot of the instructors that we have now are older, retired gentlemen that have the time. that have the wherewithal to go get these certifications. And, you know, if we had more instructors, we could offer more classes and get kids out on the water more often. But with the current setup, it's just a real challenge.
Exactly. And thinking, I was going to get right into that. Along with our staff to do this, we don't have the staff, and finding the specific type of staffing to do this is a giant bear. I'm in full favor of giving this to one of the 501c3s in the harbor, and letting them run this program. And I don't mind subsidizing this program at all. It's why we have a harbor. It's why we get $20,000 a year from the Department of Boating and Waterways. I was on the agenda, actually, that grant was on the consent calendar. I caught that earlier. And more than happy to give this to a group. I know it's a little premature to say what group we want to give it to, but you guys mentioned here Redondo Beach Sailing Club. Isn't there? There's South Bay Sailing. There's another Redondo Beach Sailing Club, I believe, and there's King Harbor Yacht Club. What are the 3-4 clubs down there possible that we can give it to? Does anyone know offhand?
I do not know all of the names. I'm familiar with the ones that you mentioned, but I don't know specifically if there's any additional ones down there. But I know that there are multiple youth sailing programs in the marina.
Okay.
And council member, if that's the direction you and the rest of the council is interested in, but what we typically do in this situation with our contract instructors is we bring them in for interviews, and we interview each of the people or organizations that are interested in providing that service. And then typically we would make a determination administratively which organization or organizations, plural, if we need to, can provide that service in the best way possible.
Okay. All right. So I would be in favor I'm not going to make a motion right now. I'm going to listen for the comment, whatever everyone else has to say, but I'm in favor of handing this program over to a 501c3, whichever one it may be, having a little application process. I don't want to have the direction that we're trying to make money off of this and start raising revenue. That's not to me, that's not the point here. The point is to get people out in the water. If we subsidize it, it's fine. That's the point of us having a harbor. Our harbor makes plenty of money in the right areas, especially this is tidelands. I want us to keep, I don't want to use the word relinquish slips, or I don't want to give up the control of those 2 slips back to Portofino, because I don't know who they're going to give it to. I want us to be able to give it to the operator, 501c3 that's going to be running the program. So I would be in favor of doing that. And I think what else, are there any other parts on that slide, on the slide here in front of me, that you needed from us? I don't think. Yeah,
I think it was direction on whether or not what you want us to do with those 2 14-foot vessels.
I would say donate it or give it to whoever we sign up with, and they can figure out if they deem it's not. Listen, I own a boat. I know what a boat is like. Getting a boat hull is a dime a dozen. Fixing it up and moving it forward, it could cost tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know how in bad shape that thing is. So I don't know. I don't think we should be giving direction on that necessarily. Give it to the Stanley Club. If they decide that it's just not worth it, then let them demo it, and we can do that. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would think giving those slips back to Portofino could be considered a gift. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Big time. I agree with everything Councilmember Nerlin said. I'll make a motion to approve option 1, to find either through a process of interviewing or some type of an RFP process, whatever it is, and also to donate those 2 boats. And the slip, I would say, I would keep the slip for the city, but they can operate out of it.
They can operate out of it. Okay, yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, that's it.
Councilmember Obaji.
So I think something you said, Councilor Ehrenheim, really is spot on. And I would favor, I don't know if this is one of the options the city extended to us, but I would favor, warming up our relations with our new supervisor by basically saying, hey, supervisor, we have an opening for this program. And this is the area that Her Honor represents. we'd love to see kids from these different communities come in to Redondo Beach, and the LA County Beaches and Harbors Commission has a sailing program for youth. And hey, you want to extend that into Redondo Beach and conduct it out of here with a focus on getting kids out of Compton, Hawthorne, Carson, South Bay, whatever, into sailing. I mean, I don't know how that would actually work out in practicality, but at least maybe open up the conversation with them about it, send them a letter, and then we can decide whether to do that, go forward with that, or find some other 501c3 consistent with all the other directions that you provided in your motion.
I fully agree with that. I would add that to the motion too, if somehow we gotta figure that out. But the only issue I have, or I want to be careful on that, is if it's too much of a cost center, it'll have to be part of the RFP or request whoever we deal with, because if they come down with, 20, 30 classes a month, they might not have the time or the ability. So that's just, I want to be careful on that.
Okay. Yeah, it's called the Water Youth Program, WATER, but that's an acronym.
Something they could fund.
Something they could fund. Exactly.
Exactly.
I don't see why not. Okay. Any public comment on this?
Yes, sir. First speaker is Michael Martin.
Unmute.
Yeah,
All right.
Go ahead, Michael.
Does that work?
Yeah, hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so I guess I have a lot of comments, and they're part of the record. I made the comments to the Rec and Parks Commission, and the presentation we just saw was factually inaccurate in a few ways that puzzle me, because this has been pointed out. At the time, the city admitted that it is not in compliance with the Coastal Commission agreement. The PowerPoint says that the Coastal Commission agreement gave the slips to the city. That is false. Right. The agreement is plainly written. The agreement was put into the Portofino lease, and that was the enforcement mechanism. And so the issue is not giving slips to Portofino, it's enforcing the Portofino lease. The exact words are, lessee shall reserve 2 slips within the marina for exclusive use by a nonprofit equal opportunity sailing club deemed acceptable by the executive director of the Coastal Commission in consultation with the city of Redondo Beach that promotes public recreational sailing. The Coastal Commission was never, ever, ever approached by anybody to deem acceptable the current situation. I did a public records request with them. They have no records of that ever occurring, and they turned it over to an enforcement officer as a prima facie violation of the agreement. Nonprofit Equal Opportunity Sailing Club, although the city keeps trying to portray itself as that's just not true by any reasonable definition of a nonprofit club. The city is a chartered municipal corporation. No one at the time meant that the city was that sailing club. Otherwise, they would have written it that way, and no reasonable interpretation of the agreement as written in its entirety supports the city ownership of those slips. So relinquishing slips to Portofino doesn't mean giving them a gift. It means the city as landlord enforcing the lease provision that it agreed with the Coastal Commission to put in. Okay, and doing that, I would say keeping community services at arm's length, because there's a conflict of interest. So we're supposed to, as a matter of policy, I would say, avoid conflicts of interest or even the appearance. But here we have a situation where that conflict of interest was exploited to the benefit of the city. It's not a good look. And I don't think the Coastal Commission would deem it acceptable. So there's no issue here with the city going back to the Coastal Commission to change the agreement. The city never went to the Coastal Commission, and the agreement is what it is, despite all the reworded versions of it I keep seeing appear in PowerPoint.
Hang on, Michael. Is there a motion to extend?
I move to extend.
I second it.
Second. Any objection? Okay, go ahead, Michael. We're set on the whole 2 slips, but go ahead and talk about the other issues and the nonprofit, because we got to make some decisions here.
Well, so the Redondo Beach Sailing Club has been here since 1973, and we operated successfully with the city with no problems until all of a sudden somebody woke up, John LaRock, and decided for some reason that's not explicable that it was a problem. So with a stroke of a pen, he made sure that there wasn't even the appearance of compliance with Coastal Commission agreement. And now it's taken this long drawn out process over a year to come back to city council to get permission to actually be compliant. That's sort of backwards. So.
Okay, well, we're here now. How do you think?
I've beaten that to death. That part was factually inaccurate. And the Redondo Beach Sailing Club Incorporated is a California nonprofit. It is the sailing club. The city did not take over management of the nonprofit, nor does it have the power to take over the management of any nonprofit. The city just decided to form its own sailing club, and fine, if that's the way the city wants it, but stop collecting money in the name of a separate sailing club that still exists, and stop saying that you manage it when you quite obviously do not. So if at the end of the admin report, they were asking direction for 3 things. One was, should we relinquish the Portofino slips or keep things as they are? Relinquish just means, are you going to enforce the lease that contains the Coastal Commission agreement? And I'd say yes. What the hell are you doing not complying? As far as donating the sloops to a nonprofit or whoever, I don't care. Our informal agreement with the city before was that if the sailing club maintained the sloops, we would get to sail them. So when we got kicked off, they've been sitting at those docks for 2 years, rotting away with nobody doing anything with them. That situation benefits absolutely nobody. Okay, and thirdly,
does your organization want the boats and want to fix them up and keep moving?
Yes, we've already fixed them up. They're not in as bad a shape as they've been portrayed. You just saw a photograph of them. They're fairly decent. We did a lot of repairs and maintenance on them. Right
So
now,
you're the 501c3 that one of the 501c3s, maybe the only one that we might consider.
It's a C7. C3 is educational and charitable. C7.
Yeah, close enough. It's a nonprofit.
It's a nonprofit. Yeah, it's part of the 501c family.
Okay, but there's city sailboats.
Well, sort of, yes.
Sort of?
Well,
who holds the registration to the boats?
I think the title is held by the city.
Okay. So, but you would accept donation and maintain them and run a program?
Yes, that's what we do.
Okay. How many people are in your group?
That was like 25 or 30. It varied year to year.
Okay.
Was Councilmember Berenheimer's motion for a 501c3 or a nonprofit?
It should be a nonprofit because they come in different classes.
Yeah.
You're right. C3 is not an educational, it's a general nonprofit for different, well, I don't know, you would know, other people know better than me, but there's a lot of different designations by the IRS for nonprofits that have tax exempt status. So maybe limiting it to C3 would be.
Yeah, and don't limit it to 3C3, just nonprofit organizations.
There you
go. All right.
Okay, well, thanks for all that, Michael. It sounds like it's getting a rebirth here, and that's the direction it's going.
Our next speaker is Mark Hansen.
Good evening, City Council staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor voter. Want to comment on a couple things that probably won't change your decision making because I think you're going in a good direction tonight. But on the subject of the 14-foot sailboats, it definitely caught my eye in the staff report when it said they were unrepairable because I had talked to Mike Martin before, and he was quite willing to get those fixed up. So I think you should X out that word unrepairable. I think they're quite repairable. Also,
somebody's going to repair them.
Also the comment about them not being able to sail out from those slips. I thought that was a complete overstatement. Again, I've talked to Mike about that, and he doesn't think there's any big problem in sailing those small boats out of those slips. One of the things that can happen over time, and someone mentioned it, is that sometimes as the instructor leadership gets older, and I've been involved in this in a couple different programs that I've been involved with. Sometimes the older instructors don't want to sail the small boats, okay? But clearly, Mike and his team are quite excited about getting those out and sailing them. Also, I want to point out that volunteers are just a wonderful thing. Most of the city sailing instructors are professional guys with other jobs. They're not doing this for the money. They're doing it for the love of the sport. And to have Mike and his group enthusiastically putting all this time in this year to talk to you and go to all these commission meetings, I think that gives him a lot of credibility that he could do a good and enthusiastic job of managing stuff for us. Final comment, just when Councilman Lowenstein was making his motion, if I heard it right, it sounded like he said, keep the slips for the city. And so I thought maybe if I heard that right, that needs to be tweaked a little bit, because I think those slips probably, we want to go over to a 501c, to a nonprofit. So anyway, I could have heard it wrong. So maybe check the notes on that. Seems like the slips shouldn't go quote to the city, but to a nonprofit sailing club. Hope that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
All right. We have just one very short comment submitted by Barbara Epstein. Please consider compliance with the Coastal Commission requirements in regard to the nonprofit use of the slips. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there's one more, Vicki.
Mr. Martin spoke.
There's one, Lisa Campeggi.
Oh, please read that, Melissa. I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. Leslie Campeggi, I'm sorry. Submitted, totally agree that this program should be run by a 501c3. The city isn't in the business of staffing and running sailing programs, nor it should be. It might be wise, as mentioned, to consult with LA County Supervisor Holly Mitchell to collaborate with and for other solutions that might also garner grant funds for a viable, sustainable program run by sailing professionals. And that concludes e-comments.
Okay, thank you. I will volunteer to write a letter to Supervisor Mitchell's office based on whatever direction the staff gives us. If it is to enlist the county, I'll just send her and her office a letter saying we have this opportunity here and welcome your participation if interested, and cite the other programs that are available. So it's new to them, and this would be a great way to introduce them to some of the beach activities that the county offers. It's not
available in any other one of her cities, actually. So.
Yep, never has been.
No.
Okay, is the motion clear?
Yeah, I think it is, Mayor. We'll work on a solicitation process to bring about nation for partnering with a not-for-profit, which we think is a very good idea. And we will evaluate what we can do with the supervisor's office. Just to be clear, special condition 14 of the coastal the CDP reads, requiring the proposed project to reserve 2 slips in the renovated marina, i.e. Portofino, for nonprofit equal opportunity sailing club deemed acceptable. So the goal potentially could be with Supervisor Mitchell is the opportunity for them to help meet that standard through that sort of partnership. So that's the beauty there. Equal opportunity. That's what the goal is.
Yeah, we should draft a letter exactly stating that, Mike, and direct it to her in her office to begin assisting.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. So we think the direction's good. We'll work to try to bring about a partnership with not-for-profit. Keep the program going.
Great. Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just point of order. I'm just wondering, could we just continue N5? Because I think that's going to be a long conversation, and just do N4 and N6 tonight.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
Which one?
I'll second that. That's the administrative design review procedures.
I'm feeling that's going to be another long.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 4 and 6 should go pretty quickly. We beat them both to death, kind of. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Emby.
Aye.
Okay, item N4, discussion and possible action to approve final design and construction of skate park features at the Redondo Beach Pier Pad 10 location and modify the municipal code to authorize skateboard use on the pier at the new skate park location. That's an interesting twist. We were approving a park and skateboarding was prohibited on the pier. So we have to amend our municipal code and receive and file a status report on the installation of a skate park. So Ted Samant.
Thank you, Mayor. And I am going to hand this over to Andy. But before I do, I just wanted to let you and the council know that joining us tonight are going to be David Bernier, one of our local residents and skating advocate, as well as Vince O'Neill. He's the Vice President of Skate Park Development at Spawn Ranch. So Andy, take it away.
Hey, Ted. Good evening, everyone. Vince had to leave at 10. He told me he had a flight early morning. He turned into a pumpkin at 10. So I said, fair enough. So Dave, you'll have to represent the skaters for us. Anyway, the item before you tonight is just to provide updates on the previously approved installations at the two locations, Pad 10 and Perry Park. Tonight's presentation, I'll just provide a brief status update on the Perry Park installation, followed by a couple of options to consider for Pad 10. And then, as the mayor mentioned, the need for some ordinance, some code changes to allow skateboarding at the pier. First, Perry Park. Let me share my screen here with you. So this is the Perry Park planned installation here. The installation began on March 3rd and was completed on March 9th. The installed features include 2 skate benches down here adjacent to the basketball court, something called a manual pad here under this tree, and then a slappy curb. And I'm trying to keep a straight face while I say that up here adjacent to this other tree a little bit further to the north. The site received a lot of attention right away, as well as some concern from residents about potential conflicts with the users of the play area right here, that playground structure. So for the time being, we've closed this slappy curb and the manual pad use while we come up with some ideas for resolving some of those potential conflicts. Staff met earlier today with the council member from District 4, and we plan to work under his leadership to bring community residents together to talk about potential options and solutions for those potential conflicts at the site. Otherwise, these 2 skate benches are open and used. Every time I've been out, there's been somebody there using them. So I think we'll have a lot of demand for those as we move forward. That's Perry Park. Pad 10 is a little bit of a different story. The Pad 10 location required us to provide or to obtain some entitlements through the Harbor Commission. So we're a couple of weeks behind the Perry Park installation there. As part of the entitlement process required to put the skate features here, staff actually presented 2 plans to the Harbor Commission. The first plan is what the city can build under the current contract they have with Spawn Ranch. That's the plan on the right here, shown in from 2 different perspectives. The plan on the left is what's called the master plan. And during the process of putting the application together, we wanted to kind of see what the maximum capacity of the location was in terms of features and skating elements there, and take those to the Harbor Commission to get them entitled in full in case either now or in the future the council decided to put more money into the project and build out the site to its full capacity as a skate skate area. Ooh, let me swallow there. So anyway, we have these 2 options for consideration. This base plan here on the right has several features. Both of these plans are entitled. Both of these plans provide a good facility for skaters to use. I've tried to circle some of the extra elements in the ultimate build out or the master plan here on the left side. Notably this quarter pipe here along the back wall, a couple of features here, and then this middle pad gets extended in two different directions to be made a little bit bigger and with more elements, as well as this northern ramp area here gets extended to be a little bit larger in the master plan layout. Both plans require these new railings that are shown in both drawings. Per the CUP, the Harbor Commission approved a railing style that matches the existing railings at the pier. And so staff is planning to add about 200 linear feet or so of railing to the city's pier area railing improvement project to get those installed at about the same time that the skate park comes online. Finally, the Harbor Commission recommends that the City Council fully fund the master plan design if they can find the money to do so. All right, let's talk about costs for just a minute. The master plan cost here on the left came in at about $281,000 according to a recent estimate from Spawn Ranch. Estimate is probably not the right word, but they're committed to doing the project for that value. And then the base plan is about $112,000, which fits within the current contract amount. So if we were to elect to move forward with the master plan at this time, we would have to come back with a budget appropriation of about $188,000 to fully fund that part of the project. And so staff is requesting direction on whether we should move forward with the master plan or just the base plan at this time. Onto the ordinance considerations here. There was some discussion about not requiring the use of helmets and knee pads and elbow pads and that kind of thing, but the current Redondo Beach Municipal Code requires those. And that's largely in response, I suspect, to the California Health and Safety Code, which prohibits skate park owners from allowing a person to ride, permitting a person to ride in a skate park without them, without a helmet, knee pads, and elbow pads. And so one of the ways cities can comply with that is by having an ordinance on the books requiring users to do so. The Redondo Beach Municipal Code also requires parent or guardian supervision for skate area users who are under the age of 14. That's not required by the state, but it is part of our code. Finally, the Redondo Beach Municipal Code currently prohibits skateboard riding on the pier, including the Pad 10 area. And so the code would require to be changed to allow skating in the designated Pad 10 skate park area. So the recommendation is just to receive and file the status report on the Perry Park installation, and then direct staff to proceed with the implementation of the facility at Pad 10 after selecting one of the following ways forward. And those three ways are either construct the base plan design per the current contract and close the project, or to construct the master plan design after staff returns as soon as possible with the budget appropriation and contract change order, or construct the base plan design now and direct staff to return at some future date after funding is identified to do the rest of the project, and then the contract is changed to allow that process to happen. Finally, the staff is looking for direction on to return with a draft ordinance to allow skating at the designated Pad 10 skate park site. Okay, stop sharing. Concludes my presentation, but happy to take questions, or I'm sure Dave as well.
And if I could just, Danny, real quick, Mayor, one point of note, if there is desire to appropriate the additional funds, that would require a 4/5 budget modification we'd have to bring back, or in the alternative, you could table the conversation into the regular budget deliberation as in May and June. So those would be your two options if you are looking for supplemental funding.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mike. I'll make a few comments first. As somebody who's been skateboarding for about 50 years, although not as actively as I used to be, that's for sure. I got neuropathy in my feet. I was at a Perry Park today, and yeah, it was being used at 3:30 in the afternoon, and the kids were loving it. And I see the conflict with that one platform that you blocked off. So fully confident I'll be able to figure out a way that meshes better with people who currently use the playground and the small kids. So still very excited about it, and it wasn't stopping people from using the existing features. And the two guys who were exceptional riders, I mean, they were, the whole time I was there for like half an hour, they didn't leave. So they were thoroughly entertained just by that little, and I have no doubt that Pad 10 is going to be a huge hit, however we decide to proceed. Is this in the Tidelands? As I believe it is, no?
It's not. From an original jurisdiction standpoint under the LCP, it's considered an uplands property.
That's amazing.
And yeah, it is. And ironically, from a funding standpoint, it is also considered an uplands property, as is Basin 3 for our own enterprise. So, but we did adjust, I think, the interior Basin 3 as part of the recent LCP amendment for that component to be in the Tidelands. It doesn't include parcel 10 though.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave it up to the council to decide whether to fund it or not. I hope they will. I think it's a huge upgrade, the master plan that the Harbor Commission recommended. And sure, it'd be a lot cheaper to get it all done at once. Let's just come back with a budget modification, make sure it happens and do it properly. But I am definitely not in favor of waiting for the budget discussion 3 months from now. I mean, I just have no appetite for that whatsoever. This needs to get done. We've been talking about this for how many years? I first met with Dave Bernier 6 years ago. 6 years ago. Somebody was writing me an email about, why don't we put it in Dominguez Park? Well, we did a feasibility study. We did what am I trying to think of? A geological study. I mean, and we couldn't be done because it's on top of a landfill. So, look, we've been working on this long enough. I don't want to see it delayed another 3 months with more uncertainty. I don't think I think it'd take a lot of wind out of the sails of a lot of people are very excited to see this finally happen. And we can add to it if council doesn't want to fund it right now. But as far as I'm concerned, this is just a great news story. It's finally here. We finally got to keep going. And whether it's the master plan version or the base plan, we got to get moving. So those are my opinions. And Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, a couple quick comments. One, got an email from an older resident in the 60s who plays pickup ball at Perry Park and was really concerned about those pieces that are right along the basketball court. And so his request, and I guess that of, the people that he plays with was, could a fence be put up in between the court and that? Because he said when, they take a spill, those things are right there. They're just too close to the court. And so he just did not feel comfortable with that. So I'm just going to share that with the District 4 council person and staff, and you guys can figure out what maybe is a way to potentially mitigate that with people that are on the court so that there's some kind of separation. And then I agree with the mayor. Let's move forward and get this done. But my recommendation would be let's get it done as we've already discussed prior. We can always come back and add on elements to the park later. Let's just get it done with the funding we have right now. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. If we have the money, I'd say we get it done now. This is going to be all of it now. This is going to be extremely popular. We've had to kick kids out in the Riviera Village now multiple times. Poor kids have nowhere to go. They can hardly even get to North Redondo. I don't know how they would even get there without less of parents. So I'd be a big fan of just doing a budget amendment and getting it all in there and getting it done now. It's going to be very popular. I mean, extremely popular. David, I can't thank you enough for all the work you put into this, your patience driving this forward. I'll wait for the 3/5, but money is the same regardless. And if we're going to build it, let's build it right and take time to do it right the first time rather than have to always come back second time and third time. So that would be my recommendation. David, and no one really talked about, I was on the phone earlier with David, and he's got a tremendous amount of support from the community as well. So I know that this is going to be popular. We should build an awesome one down there. We need a great attraction down in the harbor and spend the money in the harbor, do it right, because we need that down there. So that'd be my recommendation, to do it all.
And just to add on to that shortly, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, please.
I think if we do, again, we're going to be thrilled with both options. Certainly, selfishly, we'd love to get it all done now. And there is a 5-figure savings to do it in one mobilization. We're talking about construction fencing, a lot of different elements that would have to be cordoned off. So there is a savings to do it in one mobilization. And we're privately raising money as well. We've got $10,000 that we are ready to donate to the city from various donors, Quality Seafood being one of them, who's extremely excited about the pier, the park coming to the pier and being neighbors with us. So we're extremely excited about their involvement. And we're hoping to raise at least another 15 to 20,000 in the coming months as well. Alan at the Beach Life Festival and I are planning some events together, and the Beach Life is in full support of all skateboard activities in Redondo. Has really thrown their weight behind helping us raise funds for this. So I do think there is certainly benefit of doing it all in one mobilization. And I think we've seen some of the paint elements that we looked at too, and we could certainly fund that probably with the private money we have coming. Okay. Councilmember Lawrence.
Put the slide again that showed the cost difference.
You put the slide up, Andy. It showed the breakdown.
Okay, so why is 188,000 when the difference between 281 and 112 is 169? What am I missing?
We
contingency
in kind of our typical 10% for contingency and construction inspection, what have. So
okay.
These are round numbers. These are not super precise.
Okay.
Numbers, yeah.
I'm going to agree with the mayor and Christian. I want to get this going as soon as possible. Also because I'd like kids over the summer to be able to use it. We keep delaying it. So if we keep delaying it, this is going to be pushing it into fall. I can see it right now. I really want to get this thing cooking as soon as possible. So, and I think we can add to it, even if it costs a little bit more later, we can tweak it. Let's see how it goes. I'm all in favor of adding to it. I think that'd be great. I just don't want to delay this anymore. And so let's see how it works, see what features people like, adjust to that, and then add to it when we can budget time. So I'll make a motion then to do just that, keep the base plan, add to it later, which is option 3. And then also any adjustments to Perry, I guess that's as well, in order to make it work there. Maybe some fencing around that sand area to keep.
Why don't you leave Perry to the council member from Perry?
Who's that?
Yeah, who's been had 2
I'll leave it to you.
Three meetings in the last 24 hours there. So
okay, I'll leave it to you. That's fine. But option 3 then would be my option. Would be my motion.
And to amend the municipal code to.
Oh, one other thing. Thank you. You're never going to get kids to wear elbow pads and helmets. And let me tell you, I've got a kid that's a skater, and I tell her all the time, we can put it in there. You're never going to be able to enforce it. There's no way. I go to so many skate parks with my kid, never see that. I mean, do all you want. We're not going to be able to enforce it. You're going to have people down there constantly writing tickets. The last thing I'd like to say is that the ramp down from Kincaid's, we're going to put something there so that skaters cannot skate down that, correct? Okay.
Yeah, it's not included in the contract with Spawn, but that's something that the city will do.
Okay, we need to do that because I know kids are going to skate there. So in terms of the municipal, what are the options, Ann? I guess we can put it in there, but you're not going to be able to enforce it. I mean, I don't see the point of doing it.
Well, the state law requires that it prohibits a skate park operator, including a city, from allowing people to ride without it. And the way they can show compliance with the state law is by having the local municipal code reflect that requirement. So, right, it is an enforcement issue, but compliance is achieved on the city side by having it in the municipal code.
Okay, we'll do that, but don't count on enforcement. That's all I'm going to say. You'll be down there all day. So, okay, so that's where I'm at.
Okay. I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I would be, I think if we're going to do this, do it right off the bat. go with the master plan. It's funny, I wasn't a huge fan of, I was kind of indifferent. I realized there was a benefit to the community to have it, skate runs, but after kind of the faux pas with the design of Perry Park and seeing how the community reacted to it, I had become an advocate for these skaters because I had kids who messaged me upset about it. And they were upset that it was closed after it was just out there for 2 days, right? But they were kinder, more respectful than most of our adult residents that we ever see in Redondo Beach. And they said, okay, but can you just tell me, and I was on vacation, and can you just tell me when you think it's gonna be reopened? No, honestly, I can't. I mean, I'd expect 6 months and I'll try to get it for you as soon as possible. And okay, totally cool. I tell them, hey guys, I need you to meet me at 5 o'clock today, if you can, after school. I'm gonna have some parents there and we're just gonna talk about whatever potential solutions exist, whether they work for you. They're there. Two of the three of them appeared. The third one couldn't make it. That's awesome. All right. These are teens. So I think they're great. And it is clear to me, by the way, I used to assume that Perry Park was not going to be used at the same time as the little kids were there because all the kids would be in school. But it's clear to me also that grown people are using these skate features, including today I had a constituent who is a LA County firefighter who came down to my meeting with Director Saman and Chief Engineer Wenji to essentially chime in about the skate features. So this is something that's really adopted in a culture, if you will, or a sport that's adopted by a diversity of people. It keeps kids out of trouble, and I think it's going to bring money down to the pier. Additional funds and frankly an additional presence. When people say they're worried about security, on a cold day at the pier, it's like empty, right? Except for you have some homeless and you have some people dying to have some quality seafood, but you're going to have skaters too. And that's going to add to the feeling of security out there. So I would rather avoid the excess cost. We just had a huge surplus in our budget, our mid-year budget. I would rather avoid the surplus of two kind of construction phases. And in addition, it's not like we're not going to get the money in the budget cycle. If I were to get recalled, I'll still be in office by the time we get to the budget. So we're going to get this money at some point. So let's just go ahead with the master plan. I'd make a substitute motion to approve the master plan, go forward with the ordinance changes that were necessary, and preserve in place the knee pad, helmet, and so on and so forth ordinance, because if the state law mandates it and we don't have it, then we're presumptively negligent under the tort law when we don't follow the state law as an owner of a skate park. So that must be the law in Redondo Beach. And finally, I'd like a BRR from the department handling it, Community Services Public Works, on the redesign of Perry Park. Taking into consideration, I emailed earlier a list of stakeholders. These are parents of kids who go to the playground. These are teens who skate at the park. LA County firefighter who skates. The Little League chief, I forget his name, Danny Schwartz. A planning commissioner who's also a Little League coach. A mom who's a Little League coach. And the one group I was missing actually, Councilmember Horvath, was the basketball players. So I appreciate that input, and I'd like that to be basically the input from the basketball players to cordon off the basketball court there in some safe features. So BRR on the redesign of Perry Park, consistent with feedback from the stakeholders that I emailed out earlier.
Okay, is there a second to Councilmember Obaji's substitute motion?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I have a point of clarification.
Go ahead.
And that is, if we would go to the master plan, what's the time frame for finishing versus say the base plan?
Well, the first thing we would have to do is come back with your 4/5 budget modification. We would bring that back to you on April 5th. That's relatively easy to prepare. If you have the votes and the money's appropriated, we'll need to, I believe, amend the agreement. Is that correct, Andy?
Yeah, we'll bring a change order for council approval at the same meeting.
And so you'd have both those actions as concurrent items, potentially on the 5th, and then the process proceeds from there. And I believe we estimated in the staff report, it's about a total of a 4-week delay in execution.
When would the base plan be done?
4 weeks sooner, probably we're into June now.
So you're talking about August probably when this would be done.
End of July, yeah. End of June versus end of July.
So it would be a month delay, that's all.
Yeah, if you have 4 votes for the money on April 5th. If you don't have 4 votes for the money,
I think we'll know whether we have 4 votes based on whether we have 4 votes. Yeah.
I have a quick question on this. Let me, if you don't mind me interrupting, Todd. How long would we have to delay or close the skate park if we were to do this into a 2-step process?
Well, Vince isn't here, but I don't know, maybe Dave Barry.
Yeah, I mean, if we did the first phase and then got out money for the second phase, I would say the park would close for at least a month for the second phase add-on.
And it would be more than the requested 188,000, 177,000.
Probably a little bit more, yes.
Okay. I would say do it right now. Spend the money. It's cheaper, and then it's open.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second. It's a substitute motion. Mike Webb, City Attorney.
No, it's just more a practical concern that you should be aware of based on, I think it was Zane or Nils said, well, we'll know if we have the 4 votes. But the problem is if this motion passes with 3 votes and not 4, then you've already delayed it for.
I'll veto it.
Yeah, exactly.
I won't.
Okay, that could be fine. And I'm
if Horvath votes no, I'll vote no.
Come on.
Look, you guys, you guys do a substitute motion. You got a second. If it's 3-2, I'll veto it and you can go back to the other one. Okay.
Here we have public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Roger Carlson.
But I was thinking about that.
Good evening. So Roger Carlson from the Harbor Commission. Thanks for the time tonight. So I'd like to point out one thing on the design. This area is also used for monthly yoga classes and also the summertime bands. And we did, suggest the design incorporate sort of stages and flat levels that could still be used for that. So this can still be used for other purposes with, even less setup for those things potentially. So this looks good. I do want to say that both times this came to the Harbor Commission, we did not approve it unanimously. We did approve it. Both times we had concerns about noise in the area going up to the condos that are right there. The first time we were able to address those concerns, we had more people in the room. The second time, we didn't have everybody in the room. We were unable to address those concerns. We did choose to limit the hours of it and close this place at sunset. The area is not well lit, so we hope it does just close. There's obviously not enough fence on it to really keep people out. In the future, we may have to go to some kind of wall treatment on that back wall if there is a lot of reflected noise from it. But that is a reason to go to the full plan. I kind of hope that having some of that half pipe back there on that flat wall will help knock down some of that reflected noise. The second concern we had was traffic on the pier. Somebody already mentioned treating the ramp that comes down from Kincaid's. That's definitely a good idea. The other thing I would look at is not just block people from going where you don't want them to go. Please look at where you do want them to go. Please look at how you get people here on a bicycle. You don't want, bikes, especially big e-bikes, ripping through the pier. I walked through it. I sent some stuff to Lori. I would suggest putting a stub off the bike path on the second floor of the parking garage. The end of the second floor of the parking garage has no car parking on it now. You can see it pretty well from this area. And I think if you parked a bike there, even an expensive e-bike, you'd be able to see it while you were skating. and that would keep bikes out of the area. But nonetheless, I'd really suggest you look at, how people get here on bikes or skateboards, so they're not, ripping through the pier or going down the stairs by quality seafood and knocking people down. That was the other main concern we had. The last concern I have in this whole area, as we put more stuff in this area, as we put dining decks in this area, it's going to need more foot patrols, more monitoring. We heard Monday night at the Harbor Commission meeting that there are cameras going in at some other parks. Well, here's a new city park on the pier. If you can put a camera in on this thing so the police substation can keep an eye on it, that might be a good idea. So again, I'd suggest approving the full plan. In the image you showed, it did not show art, but we saw a plan that included art, and it looked great. Having some color and art in that area, in addition to just, the cement shapes and stuff, which really, really looked good. Definitely like the half pipe for noise. I would suggest you look at the how you get bikes there, a stub off the bike path and where you park bikes, and then add that camera as well. Thanks a lot for the time.
Thank you, Roger.
We have an e-comment submitted by Paul Moses. The idea of building a skate park on pad 10 is ill-conceived and a horrible waste of what was becoming a vital civic space. The pandemic proved this space to be extremely vibrant and welcome as a public dining area and family gathering spot. Now it will be fenced off for a handful of skateboarders. The area will be closed more than it is open for use. To say this is idiotic is an understatement. The concept was flawed from square one, since skateboarding is prohibited on the pier and laws must be changed to accommodate a handful of skateboarders. The skate park is going to drive pier patrons from the area. The public will not be allowed to enjoy the sunshine pad 10 offers. There will no longer be music performances on pad 10. There will no longer be civic gatherings on pad 10. There will no longer be classes on pad 10. The installation of a skate park on pad 10 will permanently ruin the space with fences and concrete barriers. The installation of a skate park on pad 10 will permanently inhibit access for the greater public, which I believe is the goal of the current leadership of South Redondo. That concludes public comments.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. City Manager Mike Wojcinski, this was always intended to be a multi-use site, maintained still for yoga and concerts at the pier, correct? Or music shows?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that layout, there's still open space. There's room to have different events and activities. It will be somewhat constrained. I mean, there will be some imposition there, but there is still enough, I think, floor space to make those types of activities work with some adjustment.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the intent, never to just make this strictly a one-use facility any longer. And as looking at some of those elements, I don't see why we couldn't build some sort of structures to put it over those when we do have certain types of events, so that, the residents aren't struggling with how to sit on a skate ramp. Yeah. So.
And it wasn't that long ago. We had a big, ugly building sitting in the middle of that pad, and from pretty of these things. So.
Don't I remember that?
Yeah, times change, and
that building sat there empty and dilapidated for over 20 years.
Yeah.
I find it extremely telling that our neighbor, Quality Seafood, has been a huge supporter, and they're more than excited about us being there and repurposing or moving the tables around. There's plenty of space on the pier for dining otherwise.
Yeah, no, it'll be activating it for sure. Okay, secondary motion and no more public comment or substitute motion. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
No.
Okay, so that failed. We'll go back to the original motion, and that was to proceed with the base plan and amend the city code. Is that correct?
Should I make a friendly amendment that incorporates my Perry Park request for BRR?
Sure. I thought
wasn't the actually motion to pass the base plan and then come back later for the master plan?
No, he's talking about budget response report.
No, but my motion was not that.
Yeah, I know. That's why he was asking.
That's why I'm asking for a friendly amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
We have concrete blocks. This is the state of Perry Park right now, and definitely until we do anything else. There are concrete blocks sitting over half of the features. So in order to make some progress on it, it's not going to change anytime soon, but to actually move forward on it, we need to come up with an alternative plan. And so I'd like to figure out with staff, with Dave working with Spawn Ranch, working with the stakeholder group that we identified. I'd like them to come up with a VRR for a redesign. We have one in mind.
Okay, so that's a requested friendly amendment to your motion.
It's accepted. Can you put up the slide, Andy, again, that has the options?
Is it accepted by the seconder of the motion, Councilmember Horvath?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to still look at that?
Yes, construct the base plan now, return to future date if funding is identified in the contract as amended. So, correct. And that's to move towards the master plan. So that's what I wanted. What I heard was just the base plan.
Oh, so you're for the third point, construct the base plan, design and return at a future date after funding is identified and the contract is amended.
Correct.
Okay, so that's your motion. Is that your understanding, Councilmember Horvath?
Correct. You're coming back later during regular budget for additional funding.
Correct.
Okay.
Moving
but in the meantime, we are executing the contract as currently described, and this will have to be an amended agreement if assuming funding is later approved.
Yeah. And you're going to do a budget response report as spelled out by Councilmember Obaji, and you're going to amend the city code appropriately.
To provide the exception to the prohibition at the skate park location.
And we probably can bring that back in April. We've got a little bit of gap because we won't have the park open probably until the end of June. So we've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, that was my next question. So if we approve this tonight, it'll be ready for the end of June. Is there some 30-day period where somebody could appeal to the Coast Commission? Have we met that yet? Or
that's come and gone.
Okay.
I think it was just a 10-day period because it was a local.
That is expired, Mayor. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think, Mayor, your concern is with not only the introduction of the ordinance, but the second reading, and then it takes effect 30 days later.
Okay. All right. So we'll get started if we pass it tonight.
Can I ask a question on the bullet point? We'll be returning after the contract is amended, is the way it's written. I'm not certain how we amend the contract before we return. So I would think we return at a future date after funding is identified, and then you'll give us direction on whether you want to amend
the contract.
This is why I was not an English major. You're right.
Correct. That's the way I understood it too. Thank you, Mike.
How's it being corrected?
It's just that we're not going to amend the agreement and provide funding at the same time. We have to sequence that. We need funding. You would give us, by appropriating the funding, you would be giving us direction to then amend the contract and construct the second phase of the master plan design.
Okay, well, that's the way I read it, but I guess my English isn't that great either. Somehow. Okay, whatever. Great. So I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenhut.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Hallelujah. End of June. This is great.
Yep.
Make a lot of people happy. Okay. With that, congratulations, Dave. Thanks for hanging in there. It's been a heck of a ride.
Dave has his hand up.
Slowly but surely. Yeah, no, we're getting there. I'm just curious, in terms of additional budget for phase 2, when is the earliest that is something that could happen?
Well, it could happen tonight. So after this, it'll probably be put off till our budget discussion in mid-June.
We will likely prepare a budget response report for that supplemental addition at the time of the budget consideration.
Fair enough.
Okay. Thanks again, David.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, everyone.
Item N6, discussion and possible action regarding the planned scope of work and implementation schedule for capital improvement projects at Dominguez Park. Ted Samant.
Thank you, Mayor. And we do have a brief presentation, but we're going to split this presentation in terms of who's going to present it. Andy's going to go ahead and share his screen. We do have a couple of elements to talk about. First, on the dog park improvements and the status of those improvements. And then the second would be on the playground area and its improvements. And then we'll briefly talk about the slope stabilization component that the council gave us additional funding for during the mid-year portion of this. Mike or Andy, do you want to go ahead and lead off to the next slide and have Mike discuss the dog park improvement component?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Klein, Deputy Director for Public Works Operations. Just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on the dog park improvements that we're doing at Dominguez Park right now. We started off with a budget of $306,500. We're starting to get into that. A couple of things that have happened at the park during this time: the Southern California Gas Project, for the new plugging station, they have installed the 500 lineal feet of fence and gates down there at the lower end of what we call the lower end or the east end of the park. 25 trees were planted and 10,000 square feet of sod. We've also, with that, that opened up the park. It did take some time for them to get that work done, but it also incorporated into some other work on the other side of the park. But the gas company has left the property. One of the things that happened for my portion of the project is that I started to work with Friends of the Dog Park, Gil and Judy. We got a chance to walk through the park, start to take a look at some of the things that they would really like to see in the park and that was being requested by the Friends of the Dog Park. And so we started to make a general list of things that they would like to see. The number one thing that came up was the fencing throughout the park. And the fencing throughout the park is being on an old landfill. It had moved around quite a bit. The heavy use at the park had torn the fences apart. They had mended as many of them as they could. But one of the biggest issues that they had was the entries into the park. In this picture that you have in front of you right now is what we have done to expand the entries, if you want to call that like a vestibule area, so that when you walk your dog in, you close the gate behind you, and then another gate enters out onto the other side. We started off with the small dog park first because there was an issue with some of our more well-seasoned residents were having issues with slope adjustment, getting onto the dirt area. And so what we did is that we moved the entry into that so that it would accommodate some of the people walking with their dogs and getting into the park. So we got that portion of it done, and then we finished up the larger park. This just gives a more comfortable area for people if they're bringing in multiple dogs, that they have a larger space to come into. With that, we have quite a bit of fencing that we do need to start taking a look at in replacing. It runs all the way down, basically from the entry of the park and up and around the sides. It's about $80,000 worth of fencing. We're trying to get that started as soon as possible, and that includes some of the interior fencing that's there also. We're going to replace some of the gates that are there that are a little bit worn out, so that's part of that. Another thing that came up was that we had several benches throughout the dog park that were, there were newer benches, concrete benches, and then there were very, very old archback style concrete benches that have started to fall apart. One of the things that we were doing is taking benches off the Esplanade that we replaced with memorial benches on the Esplanade, and we've been kind of substituting those benches in. But right now, we have on order from Quikrete Products 6 benches that will carry the same characteristics as the memorial benches throughout the dog park. What I've had Quikrete Products do is when they manufacture these benches, there will be a place for a plaque for a memorial, so that later on, if somebody wants to buy that bench as in a donation or however we work that out with recreation, that you'd be able to come back and put in a plaque in that bench. So there's going to be a slot for it. So those are on order right now. I'm expecting those probably the way I've been getting products lately. I'm probably expecting about another 6 weeks. So we're going to try for that. Right now on the benches, the estimated cost on that is $12,000. One of the other things that I found in the park and in your picture, if you look in the back portion of it, the blue barrel that's in the back, that blue barrel, they're converted water barrels that we used a long time ago. They've been in place for approximately, I'd say probably 15 years. They've been effective. They're not bad trash cans. They just look like blue water barrels sitting out in the park. So what we're looking at is ordering basically the same style of trash cans that we use throughout the city, the steel case style trash can. The only difference that we were going to do is that we're going to paint them to match the new fencing that's going to be coming in so that they would blend in a little bit better. We would reduce the amount of trash cans that we have because there's quite a few trash cans that are throughout the park, or next to the dog park, so that people can drop their pet waste into that, make it a little bit easier for them. But we do want to try to basically a little bit easier for people to use, so we wouldn't put in any kind of lids on top. The shower, there's a lid that sits on most of our normal city style trash cans. Another thing that we took a look at is that we had there's exercise stations that used to be throughout Dominguez. There's 4 stations that were scattered throughout Dominguez Park. There's a couple of them that are right next to the park. I looked into replacement of those. It is something that council would have to make a decision on, or incorporating that into the full oversize improvements to Dominguez Park in total. But it would be replacement of the exercise stations that are right next to the dog park. Those were donated. They were put in approximately 20 years ago by a donation through Beach City's Health District. And it was a place that if you're walking your dog or and you have somebody else with you, you can go and work out a little bit. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have those. I just saw that as this might be an opportunity that we could do that. One of the other improvements that I would like to try to make, and it was the parking lot out in front of that everybody uses for the dog park, the light poles that are there. Heritage Court, along with the parking lot, has basically antique, or if you want to call them, they're 60 years old light poles. They're steel light poles that came off of Catalina one day, way back when, and they moved them up to the Heritage Court, and they planted those light poles around there. They're starting to age and rust. Right now, I'm doing a project on El Redondo of repainting them. I've looked into a cost for refurbishing these light poles that are at the parking lot. It is part of the parking lot for the dog park. I'd like to see if we can get those refurbished and cleaned up so that we could have some decent looking light fixtures there, and it would be a nice addition to beautifying the park. And that cost right there is it's gonna be close to $35,000. That's what we're estimating right now, but I'd need to have direction on that. Ted?
Yeah, with that, I think what Mike is also trying to say is that we need a little direction, not only on the restoration of those lights, but also if the council would authorize us to utilize any of these funds for the exercise stations themselves. At this particular point, we're estimating the overall cost of the improvements that we've listed on this slide at about $260,000. We do have a little bit over $300,000 in the budget. We are not necessarily asking or to do anything else with the remaining funds, because I think that is going to be rolled into some of the improvements on the slope stabilization. A lot of that erosion starts with poor drainage and poor grading at the west or the northerly edge of the dog park. But if the council gives us that direction, we will incorporate the exercise stations and the restoration of those lights at the parking lot. And with that, we can answer some questions regarding the dog park improvements, or we can continue on talk about the other elements, Mayor.
Well, maybe we should stop here and address these and then move on. Can you stop sharing the screen for a second, Ted? We can bring it back up. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is the fencing you replaced, is it the same type of fencing you replaced the gates on, which, by the way, I liked a lot. They're great. Same green fencing, not the ugly. Okay.
Yes, what we're looking for, Councilman Lowenstein, is just basically a removal and replacement. The fencing that is there, the fence posts have deteriorated due to just some of the moist conditions that arise in a dog park and have eaten away some of the posts. It's a remove and replace. And it's more of a maintenance project than anything else, but there's a lot of fencing.
Is it the vinyl coated fencing that you're using there, the green fencing?
It's a green fencing, yes.
Okay. Okay, great. That's a good step. I talked to Friends of the Dog Park, I talked to Gil. One thing that he suggested and one thing I really like is mulch, fire retardant mulch that we can go to Edison with to see if we can get their approval. It used to be there years ago. And I would really hope we could do that. That would be great. Be very popular with dog owners. I mean, I know when I take my dog there, a dog can come back all dusty and filthy. And if we could do that, that would be ideal. I don't know, but you never give it a shot.
Mike, I'll let you elaborate a little bit more. This did occur before I came on board, council member.
Okay.
Recollection is that we did have the wood chips that are there. There were two issues. One that was related to us as a city. The other was Southern California Edison. Edison demanded that we come back and remove them, as it was not in our license agreement and caused some issues for their trucks that needed access into the area. But I'll let Mike talk about that more if necessary. The second part for us was because the area is not flat and it is sloped, anytime we have any significant rains, a lot of that material will just float and move away. So it creates drainage issues for us. It creates NPDES issues for us. It does create some other problems for us as city staff at that location. There are other locations that we've supported and installed the wood chips. Just in this particular location, we had a couple of issues.
And I can add to that, we have reached out to Aaron Reynolds with Edison to inquire as to the current state of their policy. We have heard different things from different transmission maintenance folks from Edison over the years. There was a time where the mulch and wood chips were of no concern to Edison officials, and we had it in place for many, many years, and it worked very successfully. There were times when we attempted to have grass in the dog park, which was difficult to maintain. And yet somehow grass was not a concern from a maintenance standpoint, but later the wood chips were. So Erin's comment to us today in reaching out was that she's heard some concerns from the current group, but it never hurts to submit a formal request to find out if it's something that might be an option. So we intend to do that, to pursue that possibility, just to see if that is something indeed Edison would maybe reconsider. So policies, as she wrote in the email, change and they tend to evolve based on the current engineering staff that are managing that particular division. So we personally think, well, despite some of the concerns that Ted raised that are an issue for us, and we'll have to be careful about the placement. If we do get authorization from Edison, we think that would be a fine improvement to the dog park if we were granted that allowance.
So one of the things that I did do is I ran just some basic numbers on that. There's about 140,000 square feet of wood chips. If you were to multiply that by a 3-inch layer based on what we just buy wood chips for at about $50 a yard. If I did a 3-inch covering, that would be about $64,000 to do wood chips all the way through the park. So it's a bit of an expense. So
yeah, understood.
To be aware of.
I talking to Gil and I would kind of agree. I'm not in love with our trash cans, honestly, in the city. I just am not. I see them unhinged all the time. They're not big. It seems like they're constantly overflowing. The goal of the trash can, honestly, is to dump the poop in there almost all the time. And it's got to be really easy. And I don't love the blue things, but they don't bother me. I mean, when I'm in there, my goal is to dump my dog's poo in there and be done with it. So it's got to be a wide mouth to it. You know, I don't think people care. They would care. Honestly, people care more about mulch than they would care about the bins. You know, the last thing I'll say is I would have no problem replacing the walking path exercise things, but remember that, you know, most or a lot of this money, almost all of it came from, you know, giving up the space of the dog park. We're now putting, encroaching on other people's, we're using that money to fund an area outside of the dog park. You know, people are giving us space in the dog park. I'm a little bit leery of it. I'm fine using money from the subdivision trust fund to do that. I think the money should be there for the dog park. That was the point of the money. And we're now taking it and putting it outside the dog park, even though some people from the dog park would use it. So I'm a little bit leery about that. If there's a way we could, you know, either do a budget modification or something, I'd be willing to vote for that if it's, you know, money out of the subdivision trust fund. Or would be
what we would suggest, Councilman, is that we not move forward with that particular element yet. I think we wait to hear what we hear from us and on mulch and execute some of the other areas first, and then sort of reconcile funding and then make the determination as to whether or not we fund that particular activity through alternative funding or reconsider given, you know, available balance. So we would hold off on that as an optional item.
And I talked to Gil, and he said that he may be able to construct some agility training type obstacles. I think people would love that. I really would like this to be a really, pardon my French, kick-ass dog park. Great, you know, it's not quite there yet. And I think with some of these improvements, we could get on the way of doing that because it's our only dog park and it's used a lot. So that's my feedback on it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
So I'm initially fine with Mike and I have walked the site and I'm fine with the recommendations. You know, I hear the Councilmember Lowenstein's concerns about mulch. You know, I get a lot of requests for that as well, and you know, my stock answer has always been that Edison, you know, pretty much gave us the Heisman on that. So if that's not the case, and if to Ted's concerns, if we're able to figure out a way to lay it down without creating drainage issues and some of the other stuff, and we're able to maintain that, then yes, I would actually like to see that, because it is probably the biggest request that we get, you know, from residents that are using the dog park. I would still like to replace the trash cans, though. You know, we're in the, you know, Dominguez Park is going to have a lot of changes over the next, you know, year to 2 years, and I would like to see it brought up to spec with a lot of our other parks that we've given a lot of love and care. And you know, it doesn't, you know, people who use the dog park also use the rest of the park. They use the walking trail. So, you know, creating a cohesive look throughout the entire park. And, you know, if we're starting here, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. Let's see. What else did Todd say? I can support Todd's comment about just not, you know, avoiding mission creep. You know, if the monies are primarily meant to be spent in the dog park, we can do that, and we can always have a conversation, to his point, about pulling monies out of the, you know, the subdivision park trust for some of those other amenities like the exercise equipment or whatnot. Again, you know, there's a lot of there's a lot of projects happening in Dominguez Park in the coming time. So if, you know, as we discussed this in the past, the vast majority of those monies were supposed to be used for the dog park. I'm okay with that extending out 10 feet, you know, but if Todd has an issue with it, I'm willing to, you know, kind of find a common ground that works. To me, you know, the path around it is an easement, if you will, to the dog park, but I'm not going to hem and haw over it. I just want to get the stuff done, because we've been, this is yet another project that we've been, you know, kind of waiting on for a while and got delayed because of Southern California Gas's timelines. So that's it for now. Oh, and the lighting, I'm definitely, you know, Mike and I walked through that. I think, restoring the lighting there and those poles, to their historic look for $35,000 versus replacing them all is, I think, also worthwhile. That's it.
Hey, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. I'm going to share something real quick. So I took a walk through Alta Vista a few weeks ago with the Redondo Sunset League, identified some of the park issues. If anyone doesn't know about Alta Vista Little League or AYSO, they raise a couple $100,000 a year, put in tens of thousands of volunteer hours there and keep the parks alive. Phenomenal job was what they do. Absolutely amazing between the city park and the school area. This is the state of the bench that the kids use for the baseball season that just had opening day on. You can see it's literally rusted right through. In fact, it was so bad. In fact, after I was there, about a week or two later, the parents actually, go back to that photo, parents actually dismantled this bench because it was a hazard, because kids would have literally fallen through. Here's the bench over here, obviously sharp edges, nothing on the end there, like it should be right here on top. This is the bin, the shed. They need a new shed. You can tell here it's severely termited, falling apart, falling down, dry rotted. Here's the bench, what it's supposed to look like. Even that one's falling apart. This is the better quality of the two. This is the fencing. It needs to be redone. Fencing up here, more. The whole dugout tree structure needs to be done. Here's the lighting that was installed for $100,000. It's not being currently used, but what is being used right now are these diesel generator lights over there. And this is the condition that they're in. To say that they're falling apart, I don't even want to know what the fumes are creating. This is the sink underneath the covered area that people kind of rent or area. It's filled with water. There's no drainage isn't happening. This is the park over here. It's shut off. Our parks need a lot of love, but before we start doing a master plan on a particular park, I think we need to start doing a better inventory on what we need to have fixing up on. And I only bring this up because what I want to see moving forward are I know the Dominguez Park has some volunteer groups like Alta Vista does. Start giving them some of the money, and maybe perhaps they can start doing some of this work. I know the Redondo Sunset League is more than willing to do the work. They've got contractors that work for them. They are contractors. They have an enormous amount of volunteers moving forward. So I know when we're moving forward here on the budget, I know we're not appropriating any money right now, but to Councilman Lowenstein's point, I really want to see the money stay for the dog park itself, from the gas company. It is a high value item. I know the park that's at Alta Vista there is used quite a bit. I was just there the other day. 2 dogs were in there. Barely even let the public know that it's available. So I'd like to see maybe we can get. I know there's the Rose Garden ladies are taking care of the Rose Garden. There's the group that takes care of the old house there. And of course, the dog park group. So they spend a lot of money as well. I think a lot of these projects here, we can start utilizing some of these volunteers. I really want to see that moving forward before we start spending, 1.2 million, all that, lots of money. So those are my comments on that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji, and then we'll go to the public comment.
Yeah, by the way, does the approval of the stuff is going to take a four-person vote?
No, I think the money's there, right?
Yeah, the money's here. This is the scope of work discussion and really giving us some direction on what elements you would like to see us prioritize.
Got it. Okay. Well, I just want to say to Councilmember Narenheim's point, there's a lot in this city that needs attention, and obviously we have a limited staff, we have a limited bandwidth to deal with it. When we had an opportunity to have an outside contractor deliver something good like we just did on the last item, in one fell swoop, we gotta take it. We gotta seize it and make things kick ass when the opportunity presents itself to make it kick ass, because it's gonna be a long while. It's gonna take a lot more time and a lot more expense to make it kick ass at a later time. So frankly, to see all this money go into Dominguez Park, which certainly needs it, right? But then not go into the skate park either, because people don't skate or what have you, is just really disappointing. I hear you that you got a dog, Councilmember Lowenstein, but I think we really got to think of everything we can possibly fix in the city and improve and bring to a first class level every single opportunity we get. So anyway, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I totally agree with that sentiment. But, we've been working on the skate park for a long time. It's the first I saw the big increase in the price tag to this master plan. So we got to get things done. We got to get things done. And so, I'm glad we're moving forward on that. And this is a great project. So, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, just to comment on Councilmember Obaji's comment. You're absolutely right. We have an amazing amount of projects to focus on all around the city at any given time. And that's what we do each year, right? We prioritize them through the CIP. And these projects here, we've been talking about for years. The Dominguez Park project, the play structure, that was prioritized and accelerated to 2019. And then COVID hit. And then we lost John LaRock. All these things have been delayed, and then I'm hoping that you're seeing that now in your first year. Things get delayed outside of our control, outside of staff's control sometimes. But the whole point of what we do here is we try to just keep reinforcing what needs to get done, and we keep adding new things to the CIP on a yearly basis. I think before you were a council member, we had done another look at all the parks. So we have a report there, and it tells you which parks are in need, and we just keep reapplying focus, and that's throughout the city. I don't think anybody on this council has tried to give short shrift anywhere. We're just trying to keep the ball rolling, and when we see an opportunity to accelerate or to get it done sooner than later, we do our best to do that. And so just please try to understand that every park, every area is equally important to some degree to a variety of residents. And then it's just our job to try to effectuate for those residents that use those areas and work through the system to get things done. That's all.
Okay, any more public comment?
Roger Carlson would like to speak. Just a moment, please.
Hi, good evening. You sign up for Zoom and you stay on all night and you comment on everything. Thanks for the time. First comment is I'd love to see the gas company fix the erosion in the hillside that they left behind when they did the construction there. Second thing is just a vote for some exercise equipment there. I live near Inglewood and 190th, and so this is the biggest piece of open space near my house. And I appreciate it's the only dog park in the area. And I would definitely give priority to the dog park, but if you can add some exercise equipment, that would be great. In particular, I'd love to see another one of the fitness courts that we have down at Vets Park there. I'd love to see one of those up in North Redondo too. I think it'd be great if there was, one of those within 1 mile of every resident somewhere throughout the city. And if you do put one in there, don't put it too close to the playground, because the exercise equipment near the playground at Vets makes the exercise equipment kind of unusable. So whatever we do add in the way of exercise equipment there, please keep it a little bit separate from the playground. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Roger. I go to the Vets Park one very frequently. And I first visited one of those exercise courts up in San Francisco. It was a huge hit. And we should try to get one of those in every park that we can. I mean, from Anderson Park to Franklin Park, right by your house, to, whichever park we could find a place for. I mean, it's a hugely popular thing to have. You put it in and, oh, they come. And it is too close to the playground equipment. There's no question about it. The kids have taken it over. They're using it inappropriately. And the parents just sit there and let them use it. And they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So you can use it. You just got to go down there and kind of assert yourself a little bit. And the kids do move out of the way. But yeah, any future exercise court of the kind needs to be significant distance from any play equipment, because the kids find it and they're having a lot of fun, but it's wholly inappropriate. Anyway, yeah, and I don't know if it's appropriate for Dominguez Park. I mean, it would be a good opportunity to have one of those. I'm sure it'd be popular. I've also looked at the plot on Inglewood and Grant. That's a city property on the southeast corner, just sitting there. I mean, that is an exercise court waiting to happen right there. Anyway, different subject or different time. Any more public comment?
None that I can see, no, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnheim.
Point of clarification here, because the staff report is different than the presentation in terms of amount of money being allocated and being requested for. There's 1.75 and there's 300 and then there's the 200 that we put on the side. What are we specifically approving or is being asked for and approved for tonight? I see there's a number here for $306,000 or $306,000, which would leave a $47,500 budget unallocated. Is that part of the budget for this particular CIP project, or is that in general? Can you clarify that for me, please?
I think we're only a third of the way through the presentation. That's part of the confusion here. There are really three elements tonight. There's the dog park component. There's the play equipment project, park improvements component that has its own set of funding that is deficient. To your observation, you did catch that correctly in the staff report. I think we only have almost 3 million appropriated, and the current price tag is estimated to be closer to 1.8. And then you have the separate money you appropriate as part of mid-year, the $200,000 to tackle some of the hillside landscape and erosion concerns. So really three different project elements, three different pots of funds dedicated to Dominguez Park right now. We just touched on the first of the three. If the council would like us to proceed to the other two quickly, we can do that.
Sorry, it's getting late. I can't remember if we had a motion on this first part of it. Did we have a motion on this first element of it, the part?
I don't think you have yet, no.
No, okay. I'm kind of losing track.
I think it was just Andrew asked if you wanted to ask any questions at this point.
Okay, so let's keep going. Let's move on. Thank you.
All right, we'll jump into the next project here is the North Slope stabilization. Money for this was appropriated at the mid-year discussion last month. $200,000 was appropriated for this. This is really a drainage and an erosion issue, as you probably all know. We don't solve the erosion problem unless we solve the drainage problem. So our past attempts at planting and sustainable mats and that kind of thing were just only marginally successful. We really do need to look at drainage on top of the hill. And because it is a landfill, that's tricky as well. So our recommendation here is to move forward with some of our on-call engineers to look at opportunities to improve this through drainage collection systems, other landscape stabilization systems. This is a brand new program to us. We have on-call firms that can handle this. We intend to engage them very soon with task orders to do intermediate or initial scopes of work for investigation analysis, come up with some recommendations about ways to move forward with this one. So this is really just a report of status. No real questions that we need answered from the council on this particular.
How long will it be before you come back with the costs and next steps?
I suspect they'll probably want to schedule site visits, and it'll take maybe a week to get, or a month rather, to get organized, and then maybe a month of analysis and a month of report writing. So I'm thinking 3 months or so, we should have some kind of an idea of what the concepts would be moving forward with some price tags attached to them.
Now, one thing we can count on is no rain, but go ahead.
I was going to say, this will probably flow into a budget response report, Mayor, as part of the budget. There's no question that, and we'll get to the next element here, Dominguez will be something you'll want to think about as a potential outlay for some of those one-time funds we have, because we are short for the next component of the project.
Shall I move on to the next one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Very good. The third project we want to bring forward with a report on is just the Dominguez Park playground area project. There's a budget for this one of $1.28 million in the CIP. This, as somebody, I think Council Member Horvath mentioned, we started with some good public outreach, community meetings, Rec and Park Commission meetings in 2020. And then Director LaRock left. Our engineer who was working on it left about the same time COVID hit, and we just lost some momentum on this project. In January of this year, we I got together with Cameron, and we kind of brought him up to speed on where this was. We re-engaged with our consultants, got a refreshed cost estimate for this concept that was developed. The picture here on the slide is from a concept developed and reviewed by the Park and Rec Commission in October of 2020. This is the concept we intend to move forward with, unless we hear otherwise, of course. But the price tag on this one is about $1.75 million. So that's a budget number. So we're $500,000 short or so on this. We could. In our next steps of developing the design, we can look at elements that maybe could be removed to get our budget back closer to what or the project cost estimate back closer to what our budget is. We could certainly bring forward a BRR to talk about additional funding to make this project go. But we have a solicitation out now for design services for the civil site design for this project. And then the playground element itself will be handled by the Community Services Department in a process similar to what we did for Vets Park, where we invite firms to come in and do kind of a 30% concept design, present that to the Rec and Park Commission, to staff, and ultimately to the council for their selection of which vendor we will use to come in and do their design build playground elements on the site. So we expect that to take 10 to 12 months. From today. And so we're moving forward with, like I said, the site design, a civil design solicitation right now. And I know Community Services is getting ready to start their RFP process for the playground equipment itself.
What does 30% design concept mean, Andy?
That's what you're seeing here. That's this picture, kind of the layout, the general arrangement of the elements. How to use the differences in elevation that are out there, the various shade structures and tower structure to get up and down the slopes. There was a lot of discussion about natural play elements versus more structured type elements out there. So that's kind of the development level that's been achieved so far.
It's a pretty cool idea, Bill. And it makes you want to be a kid again.
Yeah, it looks really cool. Okay, so what do you need direction on, Andy, after all that?
On this particular project, we plan to move forward with developing the design. I think we will come back around budget time and present, additional funding request as part of our CIP to be able to bring the funding up closer to what we estimate. We'll also ask our designer to sharpen his pencil a little bit on some of these numbers and see if there are obvious cost savings that we can achieve, realizing that there's a lot of demand for the dollars that are available. So no, this is really just an update as part of the strategic plan to update you all on the various activities we have going at Dominguez Park. Our recommendation is really just to receive and file, provide any additional feedback that you might have on any of the projects that are ongoing. And especially we noted that with the exception of the walk path, exercise stations, most of the projects in the dog park area had some nexus to the dog park. I think Mike had mentioned maybe we would pull back a little bit on was it the lighting, Mike, or the
lighting, the trash cans, and the exercise stations?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll explore the mulch
option.
That's right, the mulch option.
I think really, Mayor, if there's any specific direction tonight other than the basic receive and file would be, is there anything you heard this evening on the dog park in particular that you'd like us either not to do, or are you generally comfortable with us prioritizing the elements that we sort of laid out? I know Councilman Lowenstein had some specific ideas.
Yeah, and if I may speak into the funding for the dog park, the $306,000 is a part of the dog park project itself, but it comes from a couple of sources: subdivision park trust fund, $60,000, CFA fund, $60,000, and $186,500 from the open space acquisition, which I think is where the gas park was.
So can you stop sharing your screen?
Sure.
Thank you very much. So, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the dog park, I don't really, ask for everything Dominguez Park. I'd love to see the best and so on and so forth. On the dog park, I'd love to see mulch go there or wood chips. Just because I don't want our neighborhood run in Andrews Park to be the only one that has it. And now all of a sudden we attract a huge population of dogs and dog owners because we have the nice surface. And so let's get that there. One thing I just wanted to pitch to Andy, or at least have you consider, which I'm sure you probably did already, is one method to stabilize a scope that I've seen used successfully sued Arcadia for inverse condemnation of this slope here. They shotcreted the whole slope, and this is a much steeper slope, and that worked, especially you can build in some drainage, and this could become an art project of some sort, the slope, or just paint it green to blend into the hillside. But anyways, just wanted to share that. Thanks.
So is asking for mulch going to require a vote?
60,000.
We'll certainly go pursue it. I guess what would be important to know is, do you want us to hold off on exercise stations? I think we already got this feedback, but I would suggest we hold off on the exercise stations. We see if we can focus on the mulch. If we get the green light on the mulch, we'll come back, let you know, and then we make that the priority. If we can't get that, we'll decide what to do with the rest of the funds, at the appropriate time.
What do you mean the requirement on the mulch? What does that mean?
Well, we're going to need authorization for medicine for us to lay that down. So.
Okay, great. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I heard it's not mulch, it's wood chips, that there's a difference. I don't know exactly what the difference is, but.
There's a one of the issues that Aaron mentioned is some concern about combustibility, which I find interesting in that environment. But we'll pursue whatever sort of wood-based ground cover they'll allow. We'll go after all the options.
Thanks.
Okay. How about making the side of the hill a giant slide for kids to go down?
Right into traffic on 190.
Right, perfect.
I think you just opened up a liability.
Yeah, a lot of liability right there. Yeah. I'm fine with what you guys said. If you guys want to go with the trash cans, I'll punt on it. That's fine. I guess the only thing, let's hold off on the exercise equipment so we know where that's going to come from. I'm with Christian on that as well too. So, but the plans look great, and yeah, that's it for me. So I guess I'll make a motion then to accept your recommendations other than the exercise park equipment.
Or just the
well, and to investigate the whatever wood covering,
wood covering, mulch, whatever. Right.
Wood
chips, like mulch.
I'll second that. Can we add Alta Vista dog park to that as well?
Well, I don't know if you could do that with the way the agenda is written.
It's not. Your discussion was appropriate by way of comparison, but in terms of taking action on it.
Yeah, and you probably already have it budgeted in the.
Nils, why don't you follow up with us offline? We can talk about maintenance at that site.
Got it. Yep.
And plus, we don't own all that site, and there are some concerns over that. But as you know, all my kids played at Redondo Sunset, and a large part of the area is on school district property, which comes out.
We're just talking about the dog park, the dog in Alta Vista. It's fine. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Need a second. Don't know if somebody's.
He seconded it. I seconded it.
I'll give it to Councilman Obaji.
Okay, I think the motion's clear. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
Aye.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up is city manager items. Mike, you have any items?
Yes, just three brief items. One, next Tuesday evening, March 22nd, the Clean Power Alliance and Southern California Edison are going to be hosting a virtual community meeting to talk about the recent rate increases per the direction from council as part of our last presentation. That'll be at 6 p.m. Information is available on the city's website. The following Tuesday, I will be hosting a community public meeting for information gathering on the preparation of the city budget. That will not be a Brown acted meeting. That will not be a city council meeting. It'll be a meeting I will host in the council chambers the night of March 29th per our budget calendar. I'll be seeking input from the community on the preparation of the budget. We'll be doing a little bit of a presentation, some kind of budget 101 from a couple of our different departments. So it'll also be a chance for us to test drive the council chambers a little bit in a bit of a auditorium style. And we'll get a feel for how we broadcast out of that facility in that kind of venue. We'll have information on that meeting on the city's website as well. And then did want to let you all know there was some positive feedback about us advertising and trying to warn against loud exhaust. Officers over the course of the weekend did issue 17 loud exhaust citations for vehicles in the area. And I know there's been quite a bit of positive response to that targeted enforcement action. And that concludes my items for the evening.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Yeah, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, Mr. Wozansky, what is the second date? Is that going to be the second budget and finance meeting for the second meeting in March?
Yeah, so the first one will be our little gathering on the 29th in council chambers. And then on Thursday, the 14th of April, the Budget Finance Commission via Zoom will host another community meeting on budget input at their commission meeting.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
My referral is at the beginning of the meeting, I talked about the soccer teams winning. I would love for us to do like a hometown heroes parade for our soccer heroes. So I was wondering if we could look at that, coordinate with city manager and police department, maybe April 2nd or after spring break, which would be, I think, the 23rd or so. I think the 23rd is better for some people I've heard.
Of April?
Of April, yeah.
So if this is what we would do is on April 5th, we'd come back with the referral item, kind of talk about the logistics. I'd give you some ideas on how we could plan for that as part of the referral on the 5th.
Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm good with that.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Nothing. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Quite a few more than I'd like to, but I'll trim it down. First, hopefully we can get what does a letter require? I'd like a second letter to Supervisor Mitchell about the Green Line extension and making sure that it gets onto an elevated track on Hawthorne. Since she's our new supervisor, and include in that letter an invitation for her to walk the road with either some of our elected officials or staff or both.
Is she a part of the Metro board?
She is.
Is she?
Yes. All five supervisors are members.
Got it. Okay.
So if that is meant to be a formal letter
from the
city's formal position on the EIR, we're going to need to agendize that as a discussion.
Mike, to Councilmember Obaji's point, since she is a newer member, since our last letter went out, you could resend the previous letter to Supervisor Mitchell.
We can do that. The language, as you know, in that letter was a little little more nebulous. It did indicate a preference for Hawthorne, but I'll tell you what, why don't I first get a copy of that letter to all of you so you have it? And then if you want to, how quickly do you want to make this happen? Because you could theoretically refer this back to us on the 5th with that information in front of you and decide if you want to have this actually be an agendized discussion.
Would like it to be an agendized discussion. So if I can get a second, that would be awesome.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you.
Any objection to that? Okay, so ordered.
Any time frame there, Zane?
Whenever, the soonest it could conveniently fit into the schedule for us.
Probably might be April 12th.
That's fine. Thank you. There's a feeling that we're not doing enough, as much as Lawndale and other cities, to push back against the right-of-way. There's been a request, I'd like to request a BRR for expanding the North Branch Library hours beyond, I think what they normally open at 12, right?
I think that's the current, I believe that might be the current time.
Or what was planned on. So if we move that up an hour, what would that cost to 11? A BRR for a.
Let me just hold on for a second to interrupt. Mike, we do budget response reports during budget time. I guess we can do them at any point during the year. Would you rather these budget response reports be done during budget season? Or, I mean, well, you can't cite them here, Zane. I just, I mean, we haven't made as a policy in the past budget response reports throughout the year, but as we approach budget.
You have or have not?
Have not.
Typically, we would do it during budget. If there are things that have come up, we add it to the list. It's okay too. You can give us those. We can go either way on it.
I'll skip the budget stuff. One thing.
It's okay, Zane. I think they make a list. They make a long list of these budget response reports, and then you get a book as the budget approaches, and it gets updated because they'll be doing budget response reports right up till the meeting before the final budget.
I just figured they'd want more time to do it if they have a bunch. But anyway, one thing that's come up that's important, I'd like to see if we can get an agendized discussion on rescinding the prohibition of beer and wine sales at gas stations.
Not the one over here at Torrance Boulevard and PCH.
We had this discussion about 3 years ago, maybe.
All right.
More than that.
I would second that, Zane.
All right. Thank you. We got a vote.
We've we've had this conversation a few times over the years. It's a fairly loaded subject. If we're going to do it, I would ask we have some time. That one, there's a lot.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's not a rush.
Loaded's a keyword.
Yeah.
we had a stabbing at the one at PCH and Torrance Boulevard, and they're not even selling alcohol yet. So,
right.
Did you want to do a vote on that, Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember MD, to consider selling alcohol at gas stations. So I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Sure.
And Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
We said
it can be post-budget.
Okay, post-budget. That sounds good.
And last thing, on the stop sign, agenda item that's coming up, I wanted to add a couple more intersections that I got messaged about from residents. These are Huntington and Blossom, Huntington and Ringe, and Ormond and Wallacott. This is again one of those places where there's just a random intersection that doesn't have a four-way stop. That's Huntington and Blossom.
Huntington and Blossom, Huntington and Ringe, and Ormond and
Wallacott.
Well, I would add, because we had talked about Stanford and what was that intersection that
Stanford and Marshall Field, which
I've had requests from 3 or 4 families there. So.
Ted, are you keeping notes on those 4 sites to add to the report?
Yeah, I've got them.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. That is it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Are you going to have flyers for your budget meetings that you're having?
Yeah, we're working on a flyer. We'll get it posted and
Just
we'll
March
circulate it.
29th is pretty close. And,
I know, 2 weeks out.
And yeah, and if we want people to be there, we have to be able to advertise that out to people.
We should have something to you all by the end of this week.
Okay.
What about the 22nd one?
That's out. That material's out. It's on the website. It's really CPA and Edison's meeting. We're just kind of helping, facilitate some of the outreach. So.
And just so everyone know, that's a Microsoft Teams meeting. It's not a Zoom meeting.
Not a Zoom, right?
If you get you have to register with Teams.
Yeah, I see it. It is. It's on the website. Okay, and just kind of a future thing. One of the big things that a lot of you got on council was to fix traffic, and I was at an event with the Glendale traffic engineer who happens to live in Redondo, and he thinks and he just had one complaint after another about how we could be doing things better. So I'm looking forward to our new city traffic engineers. But one of the things that he said was that we don't pay enough. So just kind of give you guys a heads up that if we really want to fix traffic, we want to get good people in here, we're going to have to discuss that at budget. So just an FYI.
Well, and that's why, I know this is not on the agenda, but that's why that targeted class of compensation study is so important. It's not just one position. It's many positions in the organization are falling behind market. We'll bring that back later.
All right, thanks.
Okay, I get a simple one. At the exercise court, since we're talking about the exercise court at Veterans Park, there's two of these normally, and there's one that's there now, and then somebody stole the other one that was right next to it. Can you see that? Screen share stopped, sorry. Let me share it again. So if you can see, that's stolen. So need another one. I don't know. Maybe put a lock on it. I guess somebody just unscrewed it and took it. Just inviting. The simple lock on it would work. Anyway,
with it, how'd you lock that?
With that,
gotta glue the screw on basically, so it can never come off.
Do more than screw it on. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. I think that's it.
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowen. Seeing any objections? All right, we are.